Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини та трохи поплавився їх інвентар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російські танкісти сховались в кущі, щоб лаптем посьорбати довбані щі, та трохи у чах перегрівся навар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Приперли зі сходу до нас барани для восстановлення
великої страни.
Найкращий пастух баранячих отар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Їх доводи всяке озброєння різне, потужні ракети, машини залізні, у нас на всі доводи є коментар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Вони захопити хотіли нас зразу, а ми зачаїли на орків образу з російських бандитів, робить примар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російська поліція справи заводить, там вбивцю рашистів ніяк не знаходить, хто винен, що в нашому полі глухар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Веде пропаганду кремлівський урод, слова пропаганди ковтає народ, тепер нове слово знає цар.
Байрактар.
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 Yes.
The Leaf Street Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 897 of the news. And it's good to see you all once again. And today, the Ukrainian army is still approaching Kursk, and Russia is in a total panic. And it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of the news of the war in Ukraine. We have a very, very small recap on the Middle East today, but we will be getting to that a little bit later on. But we are pretty much going to be entirely in the Kursk Oblast tonight, as Ukrainian forces have steamrolled their way just 20 miles outside of the city of Kursk and less than 20 miles away from the Kurchatov nuclear power plant as we are speaking tonight. Ukrainian forces have been conducting a practical steamroller through the area of Kursk, obliterating any Russian resistance that is in their way and continuing to advance deeper and deeper into the Russian Federation tonight. We have loads of video and picture evidence showing the actions of the Ukrainian armed forces, the rapid response that we're now starting to see from Russian armed forces, and we are now starting to see that the Russians are stripping other frontline areas in Ukraine of their active combat forces to move them into Belgorod, or more specifically into Kursk, to try and conduct a defensive effort against the Ukrainian army. We have also seen a fairly large amount of information as well showing the rapidity of the advance, and not only that, we have started to get enough information to get an idea of the Russian units that are going to be conducting the defensive here in the near future, and also enough information to start saying which specific brigades on the Ukrainian side, at least on a very small level, are currently involved in this offensive at the moment. We also got to hear of some explosions that happened in Belgorod as well, and we also got a really, really small amount of frontline news from the area around Avdiivka and also in the Severonsky Forest. But the amount of news that we have today is largely focused around the Kursk offensive. It is probably one of the most shocking things that we have seen throughout the entirety of the war so far. It even really beats the Wagner coup. And not only that, just 20 minutes before we went live, the airfield at Lipetsk, home to a large amount of Russian fighter bombers such as the Su-34, was just stricken quite heavily, and there appears to be massive explosions at the airfield. Possibly a repetition of the Morozovsk attacks, where we've seen that the Ukrainians have been attacking and destroying Russian fighter bomber aviation at that airfield as well. Not only that, we were also able to see that F-22s arrived in CENTCOM command today, and it does appear that those assets are now ready to fly and ready to defend the state of Israel against an upcoming Iranian attack. Although there has been some interesting developments on that in the background today, we're not going to be talking about those in large form on air tonight. Also, one more thing I'd like to say before we actually move all the way on into our breaking news and get right into it, I would like to give a huge shout out to the entirety of the folks who subscribe to this channel that are called the Lee Spring Army. The Lee Spring Army has been an organization that has existed for a little over 2 years at this point and is directly attached to this channel. Pro-Western and pro-American through and through, this community and this channel has continued to support Western interests around the world ever since the beginning of the war in Ukraine and the beginning of our channel ever getting any kind of notoriety way back 897 days ago. Since then, this channel has reported practically 6 days a week, covering the news of what's been going on not only in Ukraine, but around the world in support of Western interests, and just today, we reached a milestone of 250,000 subscribers. That is a massive
Absolutely amazing, man. 250,000, a quarter of a million. It's hard to believe it's finally here, but it is here, man. It's unbelievable to see that number on the screen.
It really is, and it's been a massive accomplishment. It's something that is wonderful and incredible to see that so many people have come to this channel and subscribed to it and watch it currently for us to be able to have 250,000 subscribers. That is going to be incredibly short-lived. We're already going to be passing 251,000 subscribers, most likely while we're live on air, but still I wanted to give a huge thanks and a huge shout out to everyone who has subscribed to this channel and has become a loyal viewer and a loyal member of the Lee Spring Army since the start of this channel's history, because we have finally passed the magic number in my head that would have said we made it as a channel, 250,000 subscribers. And so with that, it is now time for us to get into the breaking news of the night. Ukrainian forces are continuously advancing through the area of Kursk in 3 main directions. Of course, I want to make sure that I let y'all know we are going to be conducting some operational security, but we are not going to be conducting the extreme amounts that we have over the past 2 days. A lot of the information that we're going to be stating has either been published by the Ukrainian armed forces themselves in very public forums, or it's being published by the Russian Federation as information that they already know and understand about the situation. So we are going to be covering stuff that has been put out in the public quite heavily, and so therefore it doesn't really fall under a normal operational security sort of an issue. It really is something that everyone knows and understands and has been able to collect as intelligence on either side up till this point. Ukrainian forces are currently, supposedly, engaged in a firefight around the area of Snagost, and skirmishes are apparently continuing around this area of the village as the Ukrainians have finally run into just a small amount of Russian resistance. We understand that this is most likely a border guard element that is retreating off of the border near Gordivka and advanced northwards, trying to reach Koronivo, but now with the Ukrainians controlling the town of Koronivo, they were met actually by Ukrainian a small Ukrainian unit, from what we understand, that was heading towards Snagost, and since that report about 10 hours ago, we have not gotten any updates yet, and so we are assuming that they are still engaging in a skirmish in this area, and either the border guards are soon to surrender, soon to retreat, or the Ukrainians are going to be mired down, at least a small unit will be, in a firefight for some time, trying to either wipe these Russian border guards out, or push them back in a general retreat away from Snagost and maybe further west towards Glushkovo, or some area along that line. Meanwhile, in the Koronivo direction, we were also able to see another picture of the soldiers of Ukraine that are on this offensive at the moment. Interestingly enough, this unit is equipped entirely with CZ Brenz, a Czech-made rifle, and it is once again showing us that some of these units are integrating a decent amount of Western equipment inside of them. Not everything they have is Western per se. Some of it is actually Soviet, but we can also see a Kazakh armored car back there, which is specifically Ukrainian made. So we do not know exactly what brigade these guys are from, but they are equipped with Western rifles and also Ukrainian made MRAPs. This picture was taken somewhere from the area around Koronivo about 16 hours ago. These forces have moved on from this area long since then, so it's perfectly fine to show that and also give a general area about their location, but still very interesting to see that there is a very large number of Ukrainian forces currently involved in this offensive from what we can understand. In fact, the number of brigades that are active in this offensive today, from what we understand, has actually risen even higher. We now believe that there may be 6 to 7 brigades that are currently active within the Kursk Oblast of the Russian Federation and continuing to try and drive this offensive deeper into Russia before Russian reinforcements can arrive. And Russian reinforcements are finally on the way. We do have a little bit of information about that here very soon. We also got to see that within the northern outskirts of a town in the Kursk region, we put this down as Koronivo, but we're not entirely sure. From what we understand, Koronivo has largely been captured at this point, and so they're probably not moving house to house in Koronivo. This is most likely a different location, but we weren't able to easily geolocate this, and so we dropped the marker down in Koronivo. But we can see here Ukrainian soldiers moving through the town, building to building, clearing it and securing it, so that way the Ukrainians can continue to advance beyond this town and can capture it. We can see them here, the Russian drone trying to observe these Ukrainian soldiers that are moving around on the streets below. We can see them spotting, once again, more Ukrainian forces moving around. I'd also like y'all to keep in mind that while the Ukrainian forces are moving through this town and capturing it, they also, I want to make this incredibly clear, are moving through a town that has a large amount of civilians within it still. The civilians have not been able to evacuate from these towns completely in these areas where Ukraine currently controls because the advance by the Ukrainian army was so rapid. These people literally went from living inside of Russian territory to Ukrainian controlled territory overnight. And so there are a large amount of civilians still inside of this town that the Ukrainians are moving around in. We can also see a Ukrainian armored vehicle right here with the triangle on it. It appears to be some kind of an MRAP or possibly a Kazakh armored car, but once again showing that this may be some sort of a forward element of the main force that was advancing towards this village and then advanced beyond it after this video was filmed.
You know, speaking of evacuations, it's been absolutely insane today to watch how many people are trying to get in their little Ladas and like escape from the area. They can't even get to the gas station to even fuel up their cars right now because there's so many people trying to get out. And then the Russians send in buses to try to get people out, and now they don't have fuel to actually fill the buses up as well. So it's just like a disaster. But luckily, though, the Ukrainians are treating these civilians very well, unlike the Russians. If the Russians came through, it would be like a slaughter fest in civilians. But the Ukrainians are letting them leave. So, you know, it's not as bad as the Russians are saying, but of course it is an invasion, so that is what it is.
That is true, and we can also see the Ukrainian truck continuing to drive around. We see some more Ukrainian infantry moving around as well. We can see them mounting the truck again, and now it seems as though they are on the move after they were able to confirm that the town was clear and the main force can advance. This is most likely a forward recon unit of the Ukrainian armed forces. We didn't see a larger amount of troops in this area, for example, a full-size squad even. So what we are assuming is that in this video, the Russians weren't watching a full-on Ukrainian advance into the town. This is most likely likely a forward scouting element of the larger force. So say something like a platoon-sized element spread out over a fairly large area, and this one squad in that platoon was given the job of entering the town and trying to find any enemy contacts possible and then report those back to the main force so that way they can get an idea of what's in front of them and where in the world should the main force begin to maneuver to be able to be put into an advantageous position against the opponent. However, there were no opponents in this village from what we could tell. The Russians only had a drone overhead observing the Ukrainians clearing the town, and this town, whichever one this was, is now under control by Ukraine. The Ukrainian forces within the western side of the Kursk offensive are continuing to advance further north up the road from Koronivo and towards the town of Rilisk. This is something that the Russian propagandists have openly stated, and this is something that we also understand from the Ukrainian side is a very clear intention as well. It seems as though this is sort of a wider flanking maneuver heading towards Rilisk, attempting to capture a large area of ground, and then racing down the E38 motorway towards Lugov, where it will then meet up with the central spearhead that is moving through the area of Kromsky Biki and will eventually arrive in Lugov most likely by tomorrow. Those two forces will then meet up and they will continue the advance towards the Kurchatov area and the Kursk nuclear power plant that is right outside of the town of Kurchatov. Meanwhile, the eastern flank, or more so the eastern advance up the road near Lyubmovka, is going to be advancing directly onto the city of Kursk from what we can understand, and will also most likely be the strongest flank of this offensive, most likely ready to take on the blunt of the Russian armored forces and any kind of Russian forces at all that are arriving at this moment and most likely entering the city of Kursk, which will become their staging point and also a base of operations for a large amount of their FOBs and military facilities, at least over the temporary time that this offensive is occurring. Meanwhile, moving back from the general overview of what's going on in this area and up into the area of Rilisk, we did get to hear that a partial evacuation was announced today by the Russian civil authorities, and apparently, according to what the Russians said, it's a voluntary evacuation, according to the head of the regional council of the Kursk Oblast. This means that people do not have to leave. The Russian government isn't forcing them to leave, and this is probably a very deliberate decision by Russian leadership within the Oblast, because if the Ukrainians were in charge of this area, the Ukrainians would order a mandatory evacuation at this point, meaning that everyone who is there would have to go, unless if they explicitly refused multiple times, the Ukrainians would give up on evacuating those people, but everyone else would have to leave. There is nothing voluntary about a Ukrainian evacuation. The reason why a Russian evacuation is not mandatory and it's only voluntary may be so that way if Russian civilians stay inside of the town, maybe they could leave an FSB plant there and have them disguised as civilian. Or if the Russians fire onto the town and end up killing Russian civilians, they can try and blame it on the Ukrainians later and further embolden and anger the Russian public against the Ukrainian armed forces and make it look like there's some sort of a vicious aggressor targeting and killing Russian people en masse, which may be another attempt, at least on a propaganda level, that the Russians are going for in the continuation that they're not ordering a mandatory evacuation, they're only ordering voluntary evacuations at this point, which may as well just be a pretty please or something along those lines. But moving on from that, and into the area right outside of Rilisk, we do understand that the Russians, much like the Ukrainians, are viewing the area of Rilisk as a major point of advance, and this is going to be a major battlefield along the western flank of this major Kursk campaign. From what we can tell, the Russians were trying to move in reserve forces into this area to at least create some sort of a screen or maybe a cover force so that way a bigger force can build up and prepare defenses around Rilisk and wait for the Ukrainians to actually arrive. That will not be the case. It appears that the reservists were obliterated right outside of Rilisk by some sort of Ukrainian strike. We don't know if it was artillery or HIMARS, but according to the information that we have, the statement made by the Russians on a telegram was in Oktябrsko along the highway, which is, let me show you, right here. That is the town right outside of Rilisk. Apparently, along the highway, the entire upper street is broken. And someone said, wow. I mean, I would agree with them. And then someone said all the equipment was
wow,
destroyed.
it's like, dude, wow. Hello?
Yeah, I mean, I was listening to you. But they just said, wow, that's it. And then they said all the equipment was destroyed, effed up. And so we're assuming by the effed up thing, they mean that it was exploded and burned. And a lot of people are probably going to be saying, well, you don't know that for certain. I mean, there's no video or picture evidence of this. This is just a couple of folks talking on a Telegram page. You would believe that until someone actually did drive by the reservists and they had been blown up on the highway. And here's the video of this entire Russian forces column that was obliterated in the area of Rilisk.
Стреляют.
Стреляют?
And we see the Russian vehicles up ahead in a massive blaze.
Ясно.
Боеприпасы горят.
We can also see some people walking around a fence over there near a building. But I want to point this out. Interestingly enough, we can see at least 3 separate smoke plumes, maybe 4 if we count this large one over here as 2 individual vehicles, that were all hit and burning in the exact same spot. Now, this is what is really interesting about this strike, is that whatever hit this column, it hit every single vehicle while it was either moving or they had pulled over on the side of the road and stopped for a moment. We don't know what the strike was conducted by, whether it be from some sort of an aviation-based bomb or a HIMARS rocket. We have started to hear rumors that HIMARS artillery is being used in the surrounding area around Relocating at the moment to try and target and destroy any Russian border guard elements that may have survived the initial Ukrainian push across the border. But we don't really know for sure what hit them. Whatever it was incredibly devastating. It wiped out 4 vehicles out of this column, and from what we know, this was the majority, if not all of the column, that ended up getting stricken and destroyed on the side of this road. And so we are assuming at this point that this platoon-sized element of the Russian Rosguardia, which is what we're assuming this is, has been completely shattered in action and will most likely not be available for the defense of Relocating later on in the battle, or later on in the campaign more so. Moving on out of the area of Relocating and kind of moving over the periphery of what's been going on the Russian side today before we start getting into the major advances or the major fingers of this offensive heading up towards Lvov and also heading towards the city of Kursk itself, it seems as though a lot of Russian citizens are not big fans of getting caught up behind Ukrainian lines and living within occupied Ukrainian territory. It seems like a lot of them are hitting the road, and I mean loads of them. This is a video that was made today by a Russian citizen showing the traffic jam that is along the entirety of the E38 heading towards Kursk. Everyone in the area is packed up and is trying to leave and make it to Kursk where they can hop on a train possibly and then travel further away into the heart of Russia, most likely towards Moscow or maybe even further out and towards the area around Perm or some city like that. But an endless stream of people. You would think that they would have conducted a highway widening project here because they only have a 2-lane highway, and this is a major highway, by the way, in Russia. The E38 is considered a fairly sizable highway, and it's a 2-lane highway. And it's really wild to really think about the shortages of major infrastructure the Russians have, because in America this would be at minimum probably a 4-lane highway, most likely, but in Russia a major highway is a 2-lane highway, and so all of the road traffic in the area hits this 2-lane highway at one point, and everyone gets stuck. This will actually pose a little bit of an issue, though, for Ukrainian forces in the future, because if the Russians end up abandoning these cars and they're never actually able to get them off the highway, these cars are going to end up posing an obstacle for both sides, both the Russians trying to move down the road to meet the Ukrainian forces, and also for the advancing Ukrainians moving up the E38 and towards Kursk. This is probably going to end up being a fairly large road obstacle for all sides, and so I would assume that the Russians are probably going to try and clear this out a little bit more effectively, but we never know. The Russian civil authorities are fairly incompetent. Interestingly enough, there's a couple of Beamers in there and a transit van. Someone had a trailer.
Turns out that some people are rich blood in this part of Russia. They have a little bit of Beamer. They have a little bit of German cars. The Evil West. They imported some.
Dude, they have the TikToker out there who says, excuse me, what do you do for a living? Like, they're going around and they go up to that guy with the BMW. They're like, excuse me, what do you do for a living? He's like, hey, still crocodile. Oh, he's like, oh, that's like the only way to make money out here, isn't it? But anyways, very interesting to see the major evacuations that the Russian citizens are currently conducting at this point. And we also got to see that they weren't the only ones leaving today. Now, this was something that was interesting. Someone was actually driving towards a village, maybe to pick up a family member, or maybe just because they don't care. We're not really sure. But on their drive down the E38, around the area of Dyakonovo, which we were able to get this down fairly pat, so it's around the area of Dyakonovo on the E38 highway heading southbound, we got to see that another group of people were actually leaving the area. Now, I'm going to play the audio. If we end up getting a copyright for this, that'll be fine, because we have to do it in this one instance, because you have to hear the bewilderment in this guy's voice later on in the video, because what he's about to drive by are Russian armed forces. It seems like it's a very small element of them, though, that are retreating along with all the Russians that are fleeing towards Kursk. They're not heading south to meet the Ukrainians. They're heading north towards Kursk and away from the Ukrainian forces that are advancing up onto them at this point. So here's the clip. And there's a Russian a Kamaz carrying an artillery piece. And now you see this guy getting angry. I have never seen a tank go this fast in my life, Matthew. They hit like the turbo, like the nitrous mode on this MBT. They are barreling this thing away from the Ukrainians. They're taking it up to Kursk.
Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and call it right now that I'm sure that Tony's driving one of these tanks and going that fast down the highway, it'll probably end up careening into a car on the other side of the road before it's over with. I guarantee you.
Yeah, man, it probably will, but look at that. I mean, that thing was literally
oh, yeah,
like
man, guaranteed, man. That thing's going for a car here shortly. I guarantee you.
Oh, and there's another one. Dude, I have never in my life seen tanks and APCs going that fast. They are literally pushing these vehicles to the absolute limit, trying to get them out of the area. They're probably going 40 miles an hour in these things. And just to let y'all know, 40 miles an hour isn't fast in a normal car, but for an armored vehicle that weighs about 40 tons, 40 miles per hour is near to uncontrollable if you try and ever turn the vehicle at that speed. So, like Matthew said, Tony is about to careen that thing into some unsuspecting babushka in their Lada and end up turning them into some paste or something like that. So you're waiting, or you just wait, you will hear a story like that come out really soon, and then you'll hear the Russians going, "Oh, Papa Putin, why does this happen?" You know, or something like, because that's what they do. But anyways, moving on from that and out of Dyakonovo, we're now going to be moving up a little bit into Kursk, because we have heard something very interesting. Many of y'all have known that we have told the story of the cowardice of the Akhmat unit, or the Akhmat division, as it's called. Is supposedly a division-sized element. We're really assuming that it's probably closer to maybe a brigade or two. If it's anything, it's maybe half a division or a lot less than that. But nevertheless, the Akhmat division fled the front line as soon as the Ukrainians crossed the border. And many of y'all heard that there was a lot of stories and a lot of theories being put out there as to why the Akhmat unit was not there at the lines when the Ukrainians crossed, and they were somewhere else, really running away. That's the reality of the story. But we actually got to hear a very interesting story today from Ramzan Kadyrov himself, and I want to make sure that I read this for y'all exactly the way the story came out. The commander of Kadyrov's special forces said that the Chechen formations missed the armed forces of Ukraine in the Kursk region and therefore did not take part in the fighting. So what we've been told is, and let me guide y'all through the story, let me remind y'all of this, okay? So the Akhmat unit that is guarding the Kursk region, that is supposedly one of the most heroic and brave units in the Russian Federation, all of them, for some reason, at the middle of night, woke up and said, I could go for the Scooby snack plate. And so they all went up to the clock that they have on the battlefield, and they all stamped their time cards, and they all punched out at the exact same time. And apparently a division-sized unit. I want to remind y'all, it's a division-sized unit, supposedly. So, you know, even going with 2 brigades, that's about like 6,000 or 8,000 guys that all went up to the clock machine and ended up punching out at midnight. And so then, after they all punched out, they all get in their trucks. Okay, they get in the pickup trucks that they have, and also the few armored cars, and they start driving away from the front lines all at the same time. All right, this is the story that Akhmat's putting out right now. And then, while they're driving away, they start hearing the sounds of gunfire and artillery landing everywhere, and they go, and they'll be fine. And then they just keep driving, and then they go pick up lunch in the middle of the night. And that's that. They are never seen again, and at the moment they are still eating lunch about 3 days later. That is the story that Akhmat has put out, or that's the story that Kadyrov has put out about what the Akhmat did. But what's even better is that the Akhmat commander in the field, Matthew, has an even better story. He is saying, and I didn't include this because I didn't get a translation for the video, but he is legitimately saying, the Akhmat, they didn't get up and run away. They're still sitting on the border. I mean, the Ukrainians are just so elusive. They haven't even seen them yet. That's what he's saying. He's saying that the Akhmat literally lines the entire border in the occupied area. They're still there. They haven't been wiped out. And they just haven't found the Ukrainians yet, somehow, some way.
Yeah, right. Like, we heard from the civilians on the ground when they actually interviewed some civilians, and also some took video and then posted it on the internet. They said immediately, once the Ukrainians showed up, all these soldiers ran off. And if they didn't run off, they got captured or they got shot. So I think the first ones to run were not the conscripts, but it was the Akhmat forces, highly coveted Chechen forces. They were the first ones to take off running. And since when do you go on a lunch break and you take all your troops away from the front line? You typically do that in like rotations or something and have the lunch brought to you, one to the other. And it's like they all took off at the same time. So the story is not plausible whatsoever that they actually left for some legitimate reason. The only answer is they ran off because they're cowards.
Yeah, and then also to add to it, okay, on additional statements, Kadyrov said, "Oh well, the Akhmat Don they didn't leave a Don. They're actually spoiling for a fight. The Don." It's like, then why not fight them now? It's like you're in Kursk, like just fight them. You're not fighting them. It's like that's like other people saying, "Oh man, I'd realign their jaw," and then they never do. It's like you said it. It's like you got the opportunity. Like, why aren't you doing it? Like, that makes no sense. The story makes no sense. And now Akhmat.
Also, here's another thing as well. Here's another thing I just thought about, Enforcer. If the Akhmat is so effective and so efficient when they're fighting, and they're so well known and notorious, then how come they're not fighting where they are actually needed, which is the front line where Russia can't make any progress right now? Why are they being held back here on the border? This quote-unquote elite unit is being put back here basically in a quiet area. At least it was a couple of days ago. But they were being put back here like they're kind of like really not that good, if you really think about it.
Yeah, but you got to remember, Matthew, the propaganda out there, man, they make them out to be the rough, rugged mountain men of Russia that will fight anything and win against anyone. And then they pick up and run as soon as a real firefight actually happens, and they're looking at a Ukrainian armed force. They run. They pick up and they actually run. I gotta say, that's absolutely crazy. Another thing I want to put out for y'all. This is something that I don't know if people remember this or not, but I feel like it's something that I have to remind people. They said that. Like, Kadyrov said that they went to go get lunch, pretty much. And I just want to remind everyone that that's a really stupid idea. Because, well, maybe they do have to get lunch. I'm going to show y'all something really quickly here. This is a Russian MRE. This is actually one of the ones that was provided by Concord Catering back when Yevgeny Prigozhin was the bomb, and then he got bombed.
Oh, man.
But beyond that, this is a Russian MRE, and they give these out to the soldiers just like they do in any armed force, and they eat them. That's usually a meal, like especially when you're on a frontline area, or what may be a frontline area, like a border near an active war zone. This would be what you would eat. So saying that everyone packed up at night and clocked out to go eat lunch at midnight, like that's the most egregious part of the story. Who the hell eats lunch at midnight? Much less who in the world in the military clocks out and leaves the front lines in mass, like 2 brigades just pick up and walk off the line to go eat. You eat these, or you have the food brought to you by a field kitchen. You don't ever go and just pack up and walk off. That whole story doesn't make any damn sense. And that's why the Akhmat are cowards. They're a joke, and I'm never going to have another story said about them any other way. So while the Akhmat is a joke, and the Russians know they can't actually rely on these people for anything at this point, they have decided that they are going to go to the most desperate measure ever that I've ever seen to try and fix this situation. They are recalling Wagner from Africa, and Wagner is coming to the Kursk Oblast to defend the Russians against the Ukrainians. The biggest irony about that is that the last time Wagner was in Russia in any large number, they were trying to overthrow the Russian government themselves. So I don't really know if these are the guys you want to bring back, because there's also been, and now I'm not showing these on the news, but there's been rumors that according to text messages with some of the people who are in Wagner, they actually are not that pro-Russian anymore. They're actually kind of sympathetic to the Ukrainian cause, apparently. But we're not going to be reporting that as factual information because we haven't seen any true actions by the Wagner unit in Russia yet to show that they would be more so sympathetic to the Ukrainians than for the Russians. But still, according to the information that we have at this moment, all of the Wagner guys in Africa, the ones that are still alive after about 80 or 90 of them got massacred in Mali by the Ukrainian special forces and also local fighters, they're now bringing the rest of them back into Ukraine, and they're going to be fighting, back into Kursk, and they're going to be fighting there to defend Russia against the Ukrainians. What is great about this, though, and I got to give a huge shout out to Anton Garashenko here on Twitter, is that he specifically used a picture of the Wagner showing off their armed fighting prowess when they were in a Russian city overthrowing the Russian government back last year. This is from the Rostov-on-Don coup way back then.
Man, that was probably the Wagner group's biggest victory, was actually invading their own country, because they really didn't do that good in Ukraine when they were fighting there. They obviously got slaughtered in Africa. So really the only claim to fame is going back and taking over Putin's regime, getting very close to it at least. So that's the only photo they got for success, so you got to use that one.
It's kind of sad, really, but nevertheless, that's a report from the Novorossiya militia Telegram channel and also the Z blogger Yegor Gazenko. So it appears that many sources are confirming Wagner is having a bit of a homecoming itself. Not only are the Ukrainians bringing the war to Russian soil, the Wagner is coming back to Russia too. It's like a reuniting of like the early period of the war for everyone, you know, like the war is brought to Russia, the Wagner returns. It's like the world is healing, but in a really weird way. We also got to hear of upcoming reinforcements, not only the Wagner, but also other units. We were able to hear that apparently the Arbat battalion has arrived. I want to put this out there, the Arbat battalion doesn't really have that great of a reputation. We have also heard stories of cowardice from Arbat, a lot like we've heard from Akhmat, so we are heavily doubting that this unit will be effective in combat. Not only that, the Arbat is supposedly a battalion-sized unit, meaning that it's only made up of around 800 guys on average. So it's not an incredibly large unit. In fact, it's wildly small, and considering that they're now going to be fighting about 7 Ukrainian brigades, one battalion is not going to be making a single drop in the bucket against the Ukrainian advance that is happening right now. But here is their little intro to the battle video.
Отдельный батальон специального назначения «Арбат» прибыл в Курскую область для защиты государственных границ, для выполнения любых задач. Враг будет разбит, победа будет за нами.
Pretty much he said they're going to stand like granite, they're going to have some victories, all that kind of stuff. But I got to say, though, it's so nice to know that they're standing in front of the city sign for Kursk. This isn't the sign for the Kursk Oblast. This is the sign for the city of Kursk. Because at the bottom, it says Hero City. It says, like, Gorod Horom, something like that. But anyways, beyond that, it's something to note. You know, the Russians are trying to say, we're doing so well, we're going to defend against the Ukrainians, we're going to destroy them. As the war is being pushed into Russia, and they're standing in front of the sign of a city that back in the day was the battlegrounds for the largest tank battle to ever occur in world history. And back then, the Russians actually did get to slog out a bloody victory on the battlefields around Kursk, but now they're going to pretend like in the modern day, this is a good thing. It's like, oh, come on. It's like, this is a joke. But we do know of larger reinforcements that are arriving that are a little bit bigger than a battalion. We do have confirmation that the Russian 15th Brigade is heading to Kursk, and they are bringing heavy armor. It is literally nothing but buhankas. We don't see a single APC, a single IFV, or a single tank inside of this entire brigade from this video. All we see are loaves. Lots of loaves. UAC 469s, buhankas, whatever you want to call them. They got a million of these things, and so here they are. They're about to be popping up here in a second. We can actually see that they're showing them near Kursk. And so we can see some civilian cars, you know, like just normal stuff, really. Nissans, stuff like that. And then we can see KAMAZ, a Ural, carrying some older artillery pieces. They look like D-20s, a fielding truck, a couple of Grads. So that actually all looked like maybe their artillery section, well, maybe an artillery company, possibly. And now we're getting up into, I guess, the infantry companies. Wait a minute, is that a Land Rover? Dude, where in the world did they get that?
Man, I tell you what, that's British too, and they just got done accusing Britain of starting a world war with Russia, with their country, and yet they're using their vehicles at the same time. It's crazy. But real quick though, are you sure it's a Land Rover? It looks a little bit odd for a Land Rover.
I'm pretty sure, man. Like, if anyone can correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, that does look a lot like a Land Rover to me, like a 1990s-ish Land Rover, maybe. And I might be wrong with that. But anyways, then it's endless buhankas beyond that. Also one more civilian car, but more buhankas. Like, it's truly an unlimited number of buhankas. I think all the buhankas in Russia are in this one spot right here. Oh, look, this guy's already surrendering. He thought, I guess, that this guy's Ukrainian. He went, I give up, don't shoot. They're not even fighting yet.
It's like, bro, the fighting hasn't even started yet. Chill out.
Bro, that man's practicing. Like, he's practicing putting his hands up like that. But that was that one element of the 15th Brigade right there that we were able to see. And once again, it appears to be a very lightly equipped brigade. At best, we're assuming that the 15th Brigade is most likely some form of a motorized infantry brigade. It's not going to have any real armor in it. It may have some armored personnel carriers. but once again, it is going to be dealing with Ukrainian heavy units, and we'll be getting into that in a minute because we actually do know what brigades, at least a few of them, are in the area right now. But we also got to see another interesting bit of information about the incoming reinforcements. We did get to see this picture today, and this is actually from, and let me make sure I get the name of this highway correct, this is from the E-105, traveling from Belgorod towards Kursk. The Russians are actually having to race northwards faster than the Ukrainians up the highway to try and get to Kursk so that way they can then mount a defensive. But these are two Russian transports that we're seeing today, moving a couple of tanks up the road. What's interesting is that they both have, from what we could tell, at least on this main truck, the campaign emblem for the Vovchansk front. So both of these tanks and the transports are coming from the area around Vovchansk, and they're having to be transported north. And so it does appear that the Russians are going to start stripping the Vovchansk front of manpower and resources and relocating them into the Kursk Oblast to try and manage the defense of that area. That is, of course, showing us that the Russians have decided in their dilemma that they would rather strip frontline units of further manpower and resources inside of Ukraine and possibly end up losing that land in the future, so that way they can move those units up into Kursk and try and defend there. We don't know what brigade this is, we just know that these tanks are being moved from the Vovchansk front due to the campaign marking on the front of the vehicle, and they both appear to be some form. Well, actually, this one in the back is a T-62M, which is, of course, a very old main battle tank, and this one up here, we are believing it's some form of a modified T-72BV. It's a really weird kind of like an ERA layout on the turret, and it also has the T-72B ERA side skirts, so it's a little confusing, and it also has a 125mm main gun, a lot like a T-72, so we're assuming it's a T-72 with some sort of funky armor modifications added to it. But still, they are moving some of their few armored vehicles in the Vovchansk front left, out of Vovchansk and up into the area around Kursk. But this is starting to beg the question, do the Russians really have a lot of manpower to defend this area with? I mean, it seems like they're a little bit desperate. They're pulling out the Arbot battalion. They're withdrawing Wagner from Africa back to Russia. They're pulling forces out of the area around Vovchansk right now, as we could tell by the campaign markings. And they're also whipping out units that are clearly partially destroyed or heavily depleted at this point, like the 15th Brigade, to try and move them into the area and to try and stop a further Ukrainian advance. A lot of people are really starting to believe that the Russians are completely out of manpower for the large part, and they are scraping the barrel for just about anything that they can find in the Russian army left that could try and defend this oblast from a Ukrainian invasion. And so, Matthew, what are people thinking about that idea? Do people really think that the Russians lack any kind of conscripts, or really any kind of armed forces for that matter, to defend the Russian Federation with? Or do they think that this is just a precaution, or maybe just a complete fib, and the Russians are just going to pull out special forces out of the ass and send them to Kursk somehow, some way? What are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so now that we've seen the Russian government go out here and order all Wagner forces back to Russia to defend the border, what are your thoughts? 76% said Russia lacks conscripts to defend the border, while 9% said it's simply a precaution, and 8% said it seems kind of necessary, but I'm a little bit unsure. And on this one, I'm definitely with the 76%. Russia lacks the conscripts to defend their mainland because most of the conscripts are already deployed in Ukraine to fight on the front lines, and even at that, the Russians are having a manpower issue just like Ukraine is having, so they can't afford to bring any of those conscripts and put them back into the mainland, or otherwise the front line might start degrading on the Russian side. So definitely I'm with the 76%. And also, by the way, it's kind of weird to me that, for example, the Akhmat was there on the border. Also, there were some conscripts there, but none of these forces were really willing to fight for the Russian territory. They were all willing to surrender and also run off immediately. So I guess Russia's hoping that Wagner, being a paid force, will come back and have a little bit more motivation to actually hold the line and not run off. But even with that, I'm not sure how long it's actually going to take the Wagner forces to actually get back to Russia, because of course they're all the way down in Africa, and while some units are back already, we saw one speaking in a video, they still need more troops than that. So I'm not sure if the help's going to come soon enough to actually make a very big difference. But Enforcer, what say you?
Man, I'm telling you, I don't think they have enough conscripts. I'm fairly certain of that at this point, because everyone's always been saying, and this is something that even pro-Ukrainians have said for a while, that, oh, the Russians have more manpower. They're building up so much manpower. We've even heard it from the Ukrainian military, and I believe that was just them trying to put out possible misinformation for everyone, maybe putting the Russians into a sense of false security, at least from what the Ukrainians were saying. Because the Ukrainians have been saying for a long time now, oh, the Russians, they're building up manpower. In fact, they're actually outdoing us. Sirski said that literally like, what, 3 weeks ago, Matthew? He was like, oh, they're outdoing us in every way. They're producing enough tanks to replace all their losses, enough APCs, they're getting enough guys, and they're actually growing the combat forces of the Russian army. He was saying all this stuff. And so then he goes from saying that to a full-blown invasion of Russia, where you would think that these forces would easily arrive. And then we're seeing that they are having to pull from really everywhere in the area and even outside of Russia and in a whole other continent to try and pull people back into this area to try and defend it. That's something that is showing us they don't have a strategic reserve. And also the speed at which the Ukrainians are advancing is showing that the Russians were not prepared for this offensive at all. Like a single percent largely, because I want to remind y'all that something like this happened exactly at the earlier part of this year, back when the Vovchansk offensive began around Kharkiv. The Russians had more manpower at the opening of that offensive than the Ukrainians had. They had dedicated pretty much 50,000 troops in as many brigades and divisions as required to make up that number to start the offensive in Vovchansk. And we knew by that number and by the intelligence that was being put out at that time, because we had been hearing for at least a month leading up to the offensive that there was at least 50,000 troops in Belgrade and they were going to attempt another offensive onto Kharkiv. We knew that without a doubt, and the amount of forces that they had clearly showed that they had some sort of a large battle plan and they had major goals and objectives that they were trying to achieve. They then rolled across the border and the Ukrainians immediately pinned them down, moved so many forces into the area that the Russians could not advance out of the beachheads, pretty much the landing areas that they had kind of created on the border, and they've been stuck there ever since. They've never made it out of that area, and in fact, they've been pushed back a couple of times, like near Hloboke and Lukyantsy over here on the western side of the Vovchansk front, and then over at Vovchansk itself, they ended up taking control of almost 2/3 of the city, and now they control, at best, about a quarter of it in the northern area near the meatpacking plant. And so they didn't achieve anything in that offensive, and they still had the same kind of planning and the same kind of element of surprise for the large part that the Ukrainians had in Kursk. The Russians had it, and they still completely fell apart entirely. And that was largely because the Ukrainians actually had strategic reserves, brigades just sitting by, waiting for orders to be issued and places to go that could move into this area immediately and pin it down and not let the Russians advance in massive form. That's not the case in Kursk. Look at, I want to show you all this. This is the best that the Russians have done down in the Vovchansk area. Look at that amount of land that they control down there. This is what the Ukrainian offensive inside of Kursk looks like on day 3. And the Vovchansk offensive has been going on for at least 5 months now. This is nearly a half a year of an offensive effort, and that's what the Russians were able to achieve. The Ukrainians have achieved almost about 6 times that amount in about 3 days. And it's showing that they were completely unprepared, and now we're seeing that they don't have any reserves in the area either, or any strategic reserves to pull from in the entirety of Russia, because we're not seeing any high-level units brought forward. It is really just the desperate last attempt to scrape the barrel that they're pulling out. They're pulling out Wagner. They're pulling out Arbat, which is just a battalion. They're pulling out the 15th Brigade, which appears to have been pretty much depleted from its original combat strength that it had at the beginning of the war. It does not look like a good picture. And it's very clear the Russians do not have any manpower left. We knew that when the Wagner coup happened. I mean, everyone knew that back then, because we said it back then, the Russians have put everything on the front lines. There's nothing inside of Russia anymore, and you can literally just walk through Russia, and no one's really going to stop you. There's going to be very few people who even try. And now this year, we're seeing that that's entirely true. We're seeing that that is so true that there's not even anyone along the Ukrainian border. They're at war with Ukraine. If anything was to happen, if any part of their border was to be under more threat than another, it would be this area. I mean, hell, Ukrainian forces could literally just walk across and end up taking over a large area, and they are right now, and the Russians didn't even have enough forces and enough manpower to sacrifice to be able to move up into this area and to make sure that their border would be secure. Another thing that's interesting is that we've heard that Gerasimov was told about this offensive or at least the preliminary actions that were very clear that the Ukrainians were going to be conducting an offensive soon, and he completely ignored it as well, once again showing a complete blunder and sheer incompetence from the Russian Ministry of Defense, because they actually had intelligence letting them know that this was about to happen, and no one at the top was paying attention. They were asleep at the wheel, and now the offensive is in full swing. There's probably no good chance of the Russians really stopping it even by the time it reaches Kursk, and it's because the Russians, of course, are completely incompetent and really have no good idea of what they're actually doing. So with that,
and you know the story about Gerasimov. It seems like Russia is going through a lot of trouble to try to pin it on Gerasimov to say, "Oh, look, he was asleep at the wheel. He knew this was going to happen, and he didn't take any preparations to stop it." But the only catch is, like we mentioned a moment ago, even if he did know that this was about to happen and Ukraine was going to go into Russia, they really don't have any forces to work with. Because, like I said, unless they're willing to pull frontline forces away from Ukraine and put them back into mainland Russia, which is very risky, not knowing if the actual invasion of Russia is actually going to happen for a certainty, that would be very bold for Gerasimov to start moving troops around before something actually broke out. So I really think that Gerasimov, even though he's very incompetent, he really had his hands tied behind his back this time, and Ukraine kind of took advantage of that. They knew that Gerasimov was not going to move troops around because they couldn't afford it at the moment, and they decided to go and try to do this raid, which turned out to be very successful. It's moving a lot faster than we expected, but I think Russia's trying to basically use Gerasimov as a patsy to make it look like, oh, look, it's his fault. This is why we weren't ready for this, because it's Gerasimov and his drunk self wasn't awake. He was asleep the whole time.
And that is a good point, Matthew. But I would have to say that even if this was a shock or was not a shock, and they could have done something or not done something about it either way, it didn't seem like Putin was all that happy today in Moscow from what we could tell. Putin ended up getting into a video call today with the governor of the Kursk Oblast, and this is what he looked like, and this is what he said. So here we go.
С председателем правительства мы разговаривали совсем недавно. Будем считать, что решение о единовременной выплате по 10 тысяч рублей гражданам, которые в этом нуждаются, принято, и необходимые ресурсы будут.
We would like to put that into context. That's equivalent to about $90.
Кроме этого, надо будет оценить и другой ущерб. Пожалуйста, вместе с коллегами из различных ведомств, в том числе по линии МЧС, эту работу надо будет провести. Имеется в виду утрата имущества, утрата жилья, уже в полном масштабе надо будет все это сделать. И как в таких случаях я всегда говорю, нужно обязательно работать непосредственно с людьми, доходить до каждой семьи.
Okay, now that we got all
wait a minute. This was the equivalent of, like, for example, when CrowdStrike had the problem and they took down like all the systems, there was a glitch or something like that. They gave out like some $10 Uber Eats gift cards or something like that for all the trouble. That's like the same thing Putin just did right here. He's handing out like McDonald's gift cards to make up for people having to run away from their homes and flee.
Yeah, man, he's sitting there. All right, I want to put this in mind, everyone. There's people who have actually lost a few of their homes because they've been shelled either by the Russians or the Ukrainians, and they had to leave. And Putin's like, I thank you so much for being a citizen of Russia and dealing with this terrible pain. $90. And it's like, that's it? It's like, that's all they get? Like, they're running from their homes. It's like, $90. That man paid their gas money. That's it. Like, he paid their gas money to leave, and that's it. He's like, the Russian government owes you nothing. But let's break this thing down now. I'm going to go through and read the subtitles now for the folks who may not be able to see the screen, and I'm going to let you all know exactly what he said. I'm going to read it just like Putin was saying it. I have spoken to the chairman of the government very recently. We will assume that the decision of a one-time payment of $90 to citizens who need it has been made, and the necessary resources will be located. In addition, other damages will need to be assessed. Please, together with colleagues from different departments, including the Ministry of Emergency Situations, this work will need to be completed. The meaning of a loss of property and housing, this will need to be done on a full scale. And as I always say, in such cases, we need to work with people directly and go to every family. Like the damn governor of the Kursk Oblast is going to go around and go up to a family, each one, and go, excuse me, are you okay, little sweetheart? Are you good? Good, you're good. Okay, good. Okay, next. It's like, no, they're not doing that. It's like, come on, don't kid yourself.
Yes, like they're not going to every family. It's like most of the time, Russia could give a damn if like Belgrad's getting shelled and people are dying because they don't really have air defenses around the city. They could care less. But all of a sudden now that this is getting so much attention and people are having to flee and everybody's scared now, all of a sudden Putin wants to go door to door and check on each family. It's bullcrap.
Also, I would like to remind you all of how competent and arrogant acting he's always sounded in his tone throughout the whole war. He's like, Ukrainians, sweep them aside. Who said we were going to firebomb America? That's ridiculous. If they say that again, we're going to firebomb America. And then an invasion actually happens. He starts going, we're going to give out a Happy Meal to every Russian. Check on their families. Make sure they're okay. It's like, that's a total change of tone. It's like, it doesn't sound like the Putin we've known. And also, I'd have to say, I completely agree with Putin. You know, I usually disagree with him, y'all, but I completely agree with him. The violation of a nation's sovereign borders is an absolute abhorrent act. It's terrible to know that they were the first ones to do it, and now the Ukrainians are violating the Russians' borders and sovereignty as a retaliatory action. It's terrible to know. I mean, it's an absolute tragedy and a shame. If they had just not started the war in the first place, Russia wouldn't be getting their ass handed to them on their own home turf at this point. But, you know, I guess that is what it is. I guess that's how the cookie crumbles. But I would really have to agree with him. I mean, I'd have to agree with Putin completely. Violating a sovereign country's borders with an armed invasion is wrong. I just wish he knew that back in 2022 when he ordered the invasion of Ukraine. But he's just a little late to the party. Maybe he understands the whole thing now. He doesn't. But I would like to be a little optimistic.
Man, how did we even get here? Like, if you really think about it, remember 3 years now the war's been going on or something like that?
Almost 3, yeah.
Yeah, almost 3 years. Think back 3 years ago. There was all that talk going on about, oh, this war's only going to last 3 days. Russia's going to, like, steamroll Kyiv, and they're going to take the whole place. It's going to be over in 3 days. It went from that to today, Russia's getting invaded, and now it's going terribly for the Russians, and they're the ones who started the whole thing. I could have never foreseen in a million years that in 3 years from when the war started, that we'd be here right now with Russia running on the defensive, trying to get their troops basically gathered together to hold together their border. Like, this is insane the way this has gone, like, this entire war.
I mean, I would have to agree. It's absolutely insane. Dude, it's honestly worth making a movie after the war about, like, the whole war in general, just as, like, a story, kind of, because it is one hell of a war, folks. You don't see wars that are this filled with high drama the entire time, you know? It's just nothing you'll ever see. I mean, like, it's rare in the modern day. It's very rare for a major conventional war like this to happen, because nuclear arms largely made major conventional wars a thing of the past. But now that we're seeing one, I mean, very rarely do wars actually unfold like this quickly, this dramatically. It's really crazy to see. It's been a complete 180, pretty much. It's almost a comedy. But anyways, with that, we have to move back down into the area around Sudzha. We're going to be calling this the Sudzha front for the most part, considering that that's the major axis of this area at this point. But before we get into that, I do have to say, we have a gazillion super chats tonight. I got to thank everyone for the support. It's been insane watching it fly in at like 1,000,000 miles an hour tonight. But we have a lot of them. And Matthew, I understand that we got a couple of them lined up right now that are fresh and ready. And so what do we got, Matthew?
Yes, we do. But real quick, though, we need to address one poll that's running to go ahead and get this one out of the way. Currently, the poll says footage shows Russian civilians have begun fleeing border villages in Kursk. And the question is a civilian crisis starting? 62% said yes, these civilians have nowhere to go, while 23% said probably not, but only time will tell. And 5% said no, Russia takes care of all the civilians. And on this one, I would definitely be with the 62% once again, because I would say that Russia really has nowhere to house these civilians. And even though they've given these civilians a McDonald's gift card, that is not going to house them. So I foresee the Russian civilians that have to flee from Kursk, they're probably going to be living in their cars unless Putin decides to open hotels to them in another area, because they really have nowhere to go. And I think after more civilians keep fleeing from these areas on the border, that you're going to be seeing a civilian crisis that Russia really can't handle. handle. And also, I really don't think they're going to care. So it's going to be a very bad quality of life for the Russian civilians on the border here, with really no end in sight, because it looks like Ukraine is there to stay, and they're going even further into Russia. So I don't really know how Russia's going to handle this, but it's about to be a pretty big crisis, in my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
They're gonna have to learn how to stretch $90, man. They're gonna have to learn, because that's all they're getting. Like, they're gonna get that $90, and the Russian government's gonna tell them, "Screw you, figure it out." That is exactly what they're going to do to them. They're screwed, pretty much. And I'm sure that this is going to start creating a lot of anger and discontent among those Russians that have now been displaced because of the war. They're probably going to be really unhappy because they've been promised sunshine and rainbows for about 2.5 years, and now they're getting invaded, which kind of goes against the whole story of sunshine and rainbows in Ukraine. So I would have to say these folks are screwed. Best of luck. Hopefully they can figure out how to make $90 stretch for about a year, maybe 2. I don't really know, but it's not going to be a good time for these folks. I really hate to say that, because they are civilians, they are citizens, like every other, like the Ukrainians. But at the same time, it's really the Russian government that has brought this upon their people, and if anyone should be getting the backlash from this, it should be the Russian government. Those people should get angry. They deserve to get angry. But the people they should be getting angry at is not the Ukrainians. It should be the Russians. The Kursk Oblast wouldn't be getting invaded right now if the Russians were not occupying about 20% of all of Ukraine's territory in the Donbass and the southern region of Ukraine. This would have never happened if that was the case, or if that wasn't the case, more so. So with that, I hope that does address that fairly well. But before we move on into the remainder of the news we have up here, and by the way, a lot of y'all are probably realizing this, we're not getting out of Kursk tonight. Like, there's going to be a little bit outside of Kursk. There's a little bit of news in Crimea, like 3 bits of news on the actual front line. Pretty much everything that happened today was in Kursk. So we still have a lot to go and a lot to talk about in this area. But before we get to that, we do have to get a couple of questions. And so what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so moving into our first super chat segment, our first super chat is going to go to Just Chillin', the longtime channel legend who threw in the largest super chat of the night thus far, and it's a $250 donation. We appreciate that very much, and that, of course, keeps the lights on and keeps the work running. And they said congrats on reaching 250,000 subs. He said keep on keeping on, and grab a question from the chat, and long live the LSA.
And I gotta say, a huge shout out to you, Just Chillin', and a huge thank you so much for the support, and thank you for congratulating us on 250,000 subscribers today. What a number. It's crazy. Passing 100,000 subscribers is one thing, but 100,000 subscribers to me wasn't ever really that big of a thing. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, it's a really big thing, actually. It was just by getting up to 100,000, you're like in the top 1% of all YouTube channels on YouTube. But it wasn't really that big of a thing to me, and neither really was 200,000 subscribers. For some reason, in my mind, the number that really mattered was 250,000 the entire time. That's what my eye has been on pretty much the entire time I've been running this channel is, you know, when will we hit 250,000? Because at that point, to me, it feels like this channel has really made it, and it has a massive following. And we did that today, crazily enough. I actually watched it happen. I uploaded the short war summary for today. I sat there and waited. I literally sat there and watched the subscriber counter on my computer. I made a little post, got it ready to go, and as soon as it hit 250, I put out the post with the little LSA Together to Victory, or Together for Victory, 250,000 subscribers thing on the channel and the community tab, and I sat there and went upstairs immediately and told everyone, we hit 250, look at that, isn't that crazy? I mean, it's crazy to think about that. It's nuts, and I gotta give a huge thanks to everyone who has subscribed. Funnily enough, the 250,000 subscriber celebration began about as quickly as it ended, because we're already at 251,000 subscribers right now. We hit 250,000.
Right now?
Yeah, we hit 250,000 in the middle of the day. We're already a little bit above 251,000 right now. We're like at 251,050 or so. Yeah, 50. So yeah, we're already well above 250,000, and now we're on our way to the next big number, which will be 500,000. Like, that's probably the next massive number. And then after that, there's 750,000, and then there will be 1 million. And then when this channel reaches 1 million subscribers, then we truly will have made it. There are not a lot of YouTube channels out there in the world that get up to 1 million subscribers. Not many of them at all, actually. You're within like the top 0.1% of YouTube if you get up to 1 million subscribers. And so hopefully we get up there one day. That would be really cool. But I mean, it's crazy. Just chilling. It is really crazy to think we're a 251,000 subscriber channel now. And thank you so much for wanting us to keep on keeping on. Support like yours helps this channel to be possible, helps us to keep this thing running each and every single day. And if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't have been able to keep on striving and working hard, covering news from around the world to where we could get to the point we are today, sitting at 250,000 subscribers. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And of course, long live the Lee Spring Army. And what do we got from the chat, Matthew, in honor of Just Chillin'?
All right, so this live chat question right here is going to go to, let's see here, it's going to go to Joe Emily, who said, do you think that the Russians can move troops fast enough to do anything for Kursk?
They can move them enough to try and slow down the Ukrainians, but at the moment, based off of what we're seeing right now, I'm just not seeing the kind of a force advantage, or at least force numbers, according to our public information, where the Russians could ever pose a successful defensive action against the Ukrainians. They can conduct a slowing action, but they're never going to be able to stop the Ukrainians with the forces they have available. They have maybe two full-strength battalions of border guards in the area, which are very lightly equipped. They're almost a paramilitary force, so they don't really count. They'll easily be swept aside by Ukrainian mechanized and armored brigades that are moving through the area right now. The Russians also have a motorized, I'm assuming it's a motorized brigade that's moving into the area, which is very lightly armed. They also will not be able to pose that good of a defensive effort against the Ukrainians. They don't have a large amount of support equipment that would actually be able to deal with Ukrainian armor and Ukrainian artillery, which would be posing the biggest issue on the ground right now. And then they also have some armored forces, from what we can tell, moving up from the area of Vovchansk, but I don't think those are going to be in a large enough size at the moment. It's maybe a battalion. They might be able to get a full-strength armored brigade in the area, but if they do, that's only one armored brigade. They're dealing with about 2 or 3 Ukrainian armored brigades at this moment, and at about an additional 4 mechanized brigades, we have been able to find out, that are also in the area as well. We have not seen, oddly enough, a single motorized brigade that the Ukrainians have used yet. Like, we have not. So this is a fairly heavy and very strong force, because it's nothing but armor and mechanized units. So they're going to be able to punch through pretty quickly and keep on going. And no matter what the Russians are really trying to throw against them right now, whether it's a small amount of armor or really a large amount of infantry, it's not really going to pose a successful defensive effort. The Wagner is also a light infantry force as well. It's close to a motorized unit. And so is the Arbot. The Arbot is a motorized battalion. So they're not going to be doing incredibly well either. It's once again light infantry. That just will not do well. They will be swept aside, and the Ukrainians will continue moving forward. They will be able to slow the Ukrainian advance a little bit, because there is something to be said for just a little bit of friction, because if the Ukrainians are having to engage a force, even if it's not a competent or a really well-armed one, it does slow them down from moving at full speed like they are right now, which is about 10 to 15 miles a day. So while the Russians can conduct a slowing action, based on the forces present right now, or at least the forces that are moving into the area and are getting to their staging point, which is most likely Kursk, it doesn't seem to me like they have a large enough number or a well-armed enough force right now to be able to conduct a defensive action and to be able to stop the Ukrainians in their tracks before they actually make it to Kursk. By the time the Russians are ever able to build up a sizable enough fighting force, there may be an actual battle occurring in the city streets of Kursk itself by that point. I'm not going to say that the Ukrainians are going to have a cakewalk in this. It will eventually become difficult, because the Russians are going to keep diverting forces from different areas in Ukraine up here until they are able to stop the Ukrainian offensive. So eventually it will come to a stop, but the question is where. And I would have a feeling that they are probably going to be able to put Kursk under direct threat incredibly soon, and the Russians really won't be able to stop them until they actually make it to Kursk and they're fighting inside the city. If the Ukrainians end up taking the city of Kursk, this is going to be a major upset, really, for the Russians. And also, it's going to be something that is really shocking, actually, to think that the Ukrainian army could actually take a major city like Kursk. This would be the first time that a major city anywhere in the war has been taken of this size, really, over the past year or so. And let me go get the population of Kursk. Let me go grab that really quickly. So, according to the census, Kursk has a population of 440,000 people. That is a pretty damn big city. That's actually incredibly big. And so I want to remind y'all when the last city close to that size was lost by the Russian Federation, because the Russians have not gained a city of that size since. Avdiivka was about like 50,000 people. I think it was actually around 40,000 people lived in Avdiivka. Bakhmut was around 70,000. Severodonetsk and Lysychansk combined were about 200,000 people in population. But the largest city that the Russians ever captured in the war was actually Mariupol, at about 550,000 people that lived in Mariupol. It's the only city in the entirety of Ukraine that Russia has captured that is larger than Kursk, at least in population. And they captured Mariupol in month 3 of the war. That is the last time that anyone in the war would have ended up ever capturing a city of that size, was literally in the 3rd month of the war, almost 2.5 years ago, or more than 2.5 years ago at this point. So I think that ought to be giving everyone the idea. If Ukraine was able to capture Kursk, that is a tectonic action at this point in the war. No one's ever been able to capture towns of this size anymore. They've never even gotten close to being in jeopardy, really. Like Kharkiv wasn't even close to being in jeopardy during the Vovchansk offensive. So this will be a major upset for all sides and will probably start to serve as a major demoralizer for the Russians. Not only that, y'all have to remember there's a lot of myth and legend that surrounds the city of Kursk in the modern Russian mind. Kursk is a hero city. There are not a lot of hero cities in the Russian Federation. Very few get that title. Those titles were handed down by the Soviet government under Stalin right at the end of World War II to cities that had shown brave amounts of heroism or action around them during the Great Patriotic War, which is what they call World War II. Kursk is one of those cities. It is a hero city. It has been labeled that forever, and the Russian public looks at the city as being mythical and magical. It is a city where they defeated the largest armored force ever seen in history. They defeated it in the fields surrounding Kursk. If that town ended up being taken by the Ukrainians, imagine the kind of demoralizing act that is going to have on the entire Russian population. The Russians are so weak at this point, this is probably what a lot of Russians will think, that Ukraine was able to waltz up to a hero city and capture the thing intact. That is going to be a major upset. And so I would say that they don't really have enough forces at the moment. And once again, I want to say this, they will have enough forces in the future, and maybe I'm wrong, but I'm dealing with the picture that we have today. They have about a full brigade and several odd battalions that are moving into the area right now to try and conduct a defense. That brigade and maybe about another half brigade, maybe 6 or 7 battalions, is going up against 7 Ukrainian brigades. There's just no way that they can actually conduct any kind of major defensive action. They maybe can conduct some slowing actions, but no defensive actions at all that will stop them in their tracks. So I would say they do not have enough manpower, given the situation that we're seeing right now in the Kursk Oblast, at least as of today. That situation will eventually change, though. But with that, I hope that does address that incredibly well. Thank you so much once again for the massive support, Just Chillin', and supporting this channel and helping to keep on running and sponsoring a very interesting live chat from Joe Emily. And I hope I was able to answer that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so moving on to our second super chat here, we have another very generous one. It's a $200 donation from Truster1, who's an absolute channel legend and been around for ages. And thank you very much, Truster, for that support. He said, congrats on 250,000 subs. He says, YouTube won't let me choose. We that amount exactly toy.
And I gotta thank you for the support, Truster1. That massive support and helping this channel to keep on running. And it's okay. That is a massive amount of support. Whether it's 250 exactly or 200, we'll take it because that is incredible and it helps this channel to keep on running. And I gotta thank you so much once again for the incredible, unbelievable support and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you, Truster1, and everyone else who supports this channel that makes it possible for so many people. And it really does, it really is special when folks support the channel tonight, because it is y'all support that for 800, almost 900 days now. We're really short, just a few days short of day 900, which I believe is going to be happening either on, I think it's actually happening this Sunday on the Sunday fundraiser, which will be pretty wild. We'll only be 100 days from 1,000 days of war at that point. But beyond that, it is something really special when folks support this channel tonight, because it's y'all support that has made this thing possible the entire time. We run this thing as a full-time job. We don't have any odd job in the background that we work to make this thing possible. Y'all are the people who have made this possible for us to spend our days, every single day, covering this as our primary job, getting to the news before anyone else can, reporting stories that no one else covers. We were the first people in the world, actually. We know that without a doubt, because everyone was a day late on covering the armed invasion of the Kursk Oblast. I was the first one to say on video that they appear to actually be Ukrainian armed forces more so than Free Russian Army forces, although we did report it at the time as them most likely being Free Russian Army. We were the first in the world to say something like that, and it's thanks to folks like you, Trister One, who support this channel, and everyone else who supports, that has made it possible for us to keep doing this for so long. I gotta thank you massively once again for throwing in some kind words and congratulating us on 250,000 subscribers. It has been a long journey to get here, and I feel like the road to 500,000 subscribers is probably going to be a lot shorter and a lot faster than the road to 250, because to be quite honest, we are growing at a really fast pace these days. In fact, it's wild because I was just looking at the subscriber counter maybe like 5 minutes ago, and it was at 251,050. I'm looking at it again 5 minutes later, and we've already gained about 60 new subscribers just in 5 minutes. So we're gaining.
Damn. Also, we're gaining on Twitter as well. Like pretty much every platform we're on, we've been growing by leaps and bounds these last couple of weeks. Even on Twitter, we've jumped from like 15,000 Twitter followers to like almost 18,000 in just about a week or two, which is insane growth on Twitter. That's massive. It's very hard to get followers on Twitter. So we're very thankful for those. It's very shocking to see just how fast it came on. And I also hope that the subscribers will keep growing the way they are, because we love to see it.
It is nice to see. It's really nice because it lets us know people actually appreciate what we do and how hard we work on this thing. People actually like it enough, they want to hear more from it, and so they subscribe. So that's something that I love to see. And also, here's the subscriber counter right here to show y'all. It's actually still climbing right now. Pretty damn fast, actually. Like, my God, like, it's going up like 1 every second now. Like, dang. That's, dude, look, it's
crazy.
It's legitimate. That's pretty freaking fast. But still, this is the growth that we have had over the entire history of the channel since it was founded. And by the way, the birthday of the channel is coming up on the 5th of September. So it's less than a month away. Just to let y'all all know, I think it'll be the 3rd anniversary of the Enforcer channel. Crazily enough, that is wild to think. But still, moving on from that, this is the growth since the beginning of this year in January we have grown nearly 100,000 subscribers since we got out of law school, dropped out of law school, way back in January, about 8 months ago. And that is crazy to think that we have gained a whole 100,000 subscribers in just a little over half a year. It took us about an entire 2 years to gain 150. And now we've gained about that amount in just about 8 months. That is crazy. And I think that we're really going to start growing from here because we are, of course, dedicated to this every single day as our only job. This is the only thing we do, and we love doing it. We get to tell all of y'all the news. We get to tell y'all what's going on around the world. Y'all count on us as y'all's primary source of news, and that's something that I don't take lightly. That's something that both of us don't take lightly. We know that we have pretty much been given a major, massive responsibility, an overburdening one at times, but it's one that we are honored and proud to have, that we are y'all's voice for news, and we tell y'all what's going on around the world. We keep it non-political. We just tell y'all the facts. We are pro-Western, but once again, just raw facts. And I gotta say, a huge thank you to everyone who has been here, who has enjoyed the channel, who has subscribed, who has helped to keep it running, just like you. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, Tristan One, who supported this channel and helped to make this thing possible, we wouldn't have been here for this entire time. We wouldn't have been able to do it, and we wouldn't been able to keep this thing running. And so a massive thanks once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And here is to 500,000. Hopefully we'll get to that a lot quicker than we got to 250. But still, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well, Trister One. And with that, we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be moving back into the Kursk Oblast news.
All right, and the last super chat of the segment is going to go to James Alexander, who is a new supporter of the channel, and huge shout out to you, James, for putting in a $100 donation once again. You supported the channel tremendously over the last couple of days, and we appreciate that very much. He said, have a coffee and a sandwich on me, guys. And we'll have it. I tell you what, tonight, I'm not going to lie, like the chat's been flying off the rails again, and I jumped on the stream actually somewhat tired because today's been a crazy news day, like all day long. I've been tweeting like a fiend, like putting out 200 or 300 Twitter posts today. It's been wild. So today has been a hell of a whopper. It's like a marathon today, and I'll definitely take the coffee and the sandwich, and I appreciate you very much, James. And Enforcer, what's say you?
And I would have to say a huge shout out to James and the massive support you threw in, James Alexander. You've been supporting this channel massively over yesterday and today. That's actually your third super chat ever, and I gotta thank you so much for that support, and I gotta thank you for letting us have a sandwich and a drink of choice on you. That sounds like a kind of a Tony Soprano kind of thing right there. Have a drink of choice. But beyond that, I thank you so much for the support. And before we move on, I know a lot of people asked about this at the beginning. There were a lot of people who were like, "Where's the new intro?" Like, I love the new intro. Where is it? Well, I hate to tell you all this. About an hour after I got off air last night, it ended up getting copyrighted. And the whole thing was copyright nearly. I checked and I thought it wasn't, because one of the Armed Forces medley I got was actually from a PBS airing of a Memorial Day concert in Washington D.C. And so I assumed it was a nonprofit organization, and PBS is a nonprofit as well. The actual concert was run by a nonprofit. PBS is a kind of like a government-funded TV channel, and so I assumed that there would be no copyright. Well, it turns out there is. They're not enforcing anything where they're running ads on the stream, just to make that clear, but there's still a copyright on it, and we respect copyright, so we had to get rid of that intro because most of it is copyright, which kind of sucks. So, I will tell you all this. I'm going to tell you all something that's going on in the background. I'm really excited about it. Matthew could tell you because I've been talking about it all day. But I decided that we are going to try and make our own intro to the stream. We're not going to be trying to use other folks' music. We're going to make our own. And we're going to make it incredibly good. And so I'm going to tell you all the current running plan that I have right now. This is something that I'm kind of taking over as my own personal project in the background. And I'm pretty much going to be taking on all of the expense with it and everything else. I am reaching out to composers right now to compose our own Armed Forces medley for this channel. It's going to be our own specific kind with its own specific style. It is going to be incredibly over the top. Like, it's going to be incredibly good. And I'm talking right now with a composer. We haven't put this in motion yet, but they have worked on some pretty big projects in the past, Disney Pixar kind of projects with orchestral covers and stuff like that. And we also, I've also been looking around at orchestras as well, trying to find a good orchestra and choir to be able to do this, and I think we've been able to find one. So what we're going to do is we're going to make our own intro, our own Armed Forces medley. It's going to be an absolutely legitimate, 100% certified Lee Spring Army intro. It will not be found anywhere else on the internet rather than here, and also to try and cover a little bit of the cost, because it might end up being fairly expensive, which it looks like it may, but regardless of that, that's kind of a thing I'm taking on my own. We will be letting people get digital copies of their own to keep of the Armed Forces medley that would be made specifically for this channel. So it's going to be incredibly cool. I can't wait to see it. It's going to be probably incredibly good. It won't be around for a while though, because right now the timetable looks like this would probably happen and probably be finished sometime around late September or early October would be the first time a new intro would go up on this channel. So for now, we're going to have to keep the old one. It's been revised a little bit, but I cannot wait. It's going to be so freaking cool. And if y'all really do enjoy it, and also if, to kind of tell y'all like about the monetary side of things with that, if we can end up selling enough digital copies that we just break even on making that composition, I'll then go through and instead of having a medley, I'm going to have multiple songs composed. It's going to be the all of the songs of the Armed Forces as singles, and then we're going to release those as well and sell them as digital copies. Because as long as we're breaking even on them, I would love to be able to go out there and make the specific kind, high-stepping, very energetic, very patriotic kinds of Armed Forces songs that I've always wanted to hear, and if we could possibly do that through this channel and pretty much just by the force of the channel alone make that happen and make it a reality, I would be more than happy to work tirelessly in the background to put out loads of songs like that. You know, and if anyone wanted to use them, you know, we could probably see about letting other folks use them a little bit, but not a lot, because it's got to be an LSA thing. But with that,
Also, you can probably upload it as a video as well, just like a normal video that's monetized, and you can try to recoup some of the costs that way as well by doing the digital copies idea you had, and also uploading it as a video.
yeah, I would have to say that would be a good idea too, and we could also sell the digital copies. You know, of course, the thing with it though is that if you wanted to hear it, you just play the intro of the stream. But if you wanted to support the project and help out with kind of covering a little bit of the cost, although that's no one's responsibility, we will be selling digital copies of it, so that way y'all can get a little bit out of it, or at least get a copy of it that y'all can keep, and then you know we can of course hopefully try and cover the cost of that whole thing, because it's not looking like it's going to be like wildly expensive. It's not like buying a motorcycle kind of expensive, but it's also not cheap like, you know, getting an AI subscription and then making something on AI. And I know, and a lot of people have been saying, why not AI? I tried that last night. I actually did for about an hour. And then I got tired of getting country songs. I was like putting in stuff about Army March on like the description of how to make the song. And it always came out as like some sort of like a country song. And I was like, this is just not what I'm looking for. Like, this isn't it. And
Cold
like,
beer, pickup truck,
like,
a little
like,
bit of
man,
something.
like I put in the Army lyrics, you know, like to the front day and night where the doughboys dig and fight. And I put that lyric in and it sat there and went, to the front day and night. I was like, this is not it. I was like, that's not what I'm looking for. This is not what we're having here. And so with that, I hope that does address it fairly well. I hope that lets you all know what happened to the cool intro we had last night and why it will not air again, most likely, until we are able to get this whole thing ironed out on our own. And if we also are able to do the Armed Forces medley thing and it goes well and we are able to cover the costs of it a little bit or not at all, but if it's really popular and people really love it, I will probably also try and see about getting an orchestra to remake, like have the LSA anthem completely recomposed and have it actually played by a real orchestra and sung by a real choir. Because I think that would be really cool to have the actual LSA anthem put into real song instead of putting the lyrics into AI and then having it come up with the anthem instead. But with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, and thank you so much once again for the support, James Alexander, and helping this channel to keep on running, because we will have a coffee and a sandwich on you, and I thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are back into the rest of the news up in the Kursk Oblast, because we still have a lot to go. We were able to confirm that Lyubimовka is clearly being controlled by the armed forces of Ukraine, and also Novoibanovka right here. This is also controlled by Ukraine. This is within the area near to the town, and let me make sure that I get the town name correct, of Korenivo. And so it does appear that the Ukrainians are in clear control of this area, because now they're shooting pictures down there. We also got to see the Ukrainians did take more prisoners today. They took about 50 new ones, from what we can tell by the count, and those were being transported across the Susa border checkpoint again and into Ukrainian hands, where they will then be transferred to a prisoner of war camp. The Ukrainians have taken on so many prisoners at this point, they're actually complaining that they do not have enough room for any more prisoners, and they don't really know what to do with them anymore. We also got to see some Ukrainian helicopter action over the area of Kursk, which is giving us a interesting note that this airspace is completely safe. Like, they've cleared this area out so effectively, they are confident in flying helicopters to and from the lines as a shuttle. So that is pretty interesting. I would have to say, I like to see it. I would love to know that the Ukrainians are clearing the land that quickly, and it looks like they really are. We also got to see a clip as the Ukrainian forces moved further north to Kromsky Biki, or Biki, whatever you want to call it. I mean, they pulling out that Kromsky Blicky, like, brah, brah, you know.
I was debating whether or not I was going to say that. I was like, nah, I'm going to hold back on that. But you went for it.
Dude, I had to. But we also got to see an MRAP in the Kursk region as well. Here's that picture. Man, would you look at that. It's one of those MATV things. It's cool looking. I really like it. Actually, I think that's a Cougar, isn't it, Matthew, or something like that?
I mean, it could be a Cougar, maybe. I'm just going to say it's an well, it actually says MATV over there on the right side in the caption.
Oh.
And also, I agree with that guy in the comments. I think this is the best vehicle in contemporary times. That thing is very cool and very sick. So, you know, MATV. Can we see a picture of that? Like, I want to make sure I'm talking about the right vehicle, by the way. I see the front, but I need to see like a side view real quick.
Let's see, the MATV?
Right.
Right. Yeah, it's an MATV. Here it is.
Okay, yeah, that's the new thing. That's the cool one right there. So yeah, that's even more capable than the old MRAP, because this thing's a lot more maneuverable and it's lighter. It's not like a mobile tank. This thing's still very protective, but it's not as top heavy as the old MRAP. So this thing is a very cool one right here. I love it.
And also, it's built like a pickup truck. It has a little flatbed in the back.
Yeah, it's true. It's built on, like, I don't know if it's a Ford chassis or what, but it's like a normal like chassis bed and all that stuff.
Man, I gotta say, though, it does look pretty cool, and the pick goes hard. One thing I will note, though, Matthew, is that they didn't give the Ukrainians the luxury of the automated 50 BMG turret on top of the vehicle. They gave them the turret basket, where someone actually has to be up there running the machine gun. So, that, you know, a little bit of a downgrade, but you can't complain too much. I mean, it's still a badass vehicle. And also, we did see that this Ukrainian unit, whichever one this is, once again, we don't see brigade emblems on their uniforms to get a clear idea of who these guys are, but they are carrying AK-74s. I also, Matthew, I oh my goodness, I saw this in my video comments today. I was scrolling through, and I was like, oh my goodness. I was like, people in their ignorance and the arrogance of ignorance. It's not an AK-74. It's an AK-47. I don't know if I don't know how in the world people just come up with this stuff and they run with it. Like, no one checks anything. Like, they hear me say AK-74 and they're like, let me Google that really quick. Because when I hear someone say something wrong, that I think is wrong, I always Google it and see if that's something true or not before I say something about it, because I don't want to, sound like an ignorant idiot. But then some people will be like, it's an AK-47, damn it. It's like, no. A.D. Kursk and also Kalashnikov went and redesigned the AK-47, which didn't even really exist. It's actually the AKM, which is the real version, because the AK-47 was made out of milled parts, which were incredibly expensive, and it was pretty much impossible for the Russians to mass produce that in scale. So then they made a stamped metal version of the AK-47, which was called the AKM, and that's the rifle that the Soviets would use all the way from the 50s and all the way up until about the late 70s. Then, during 1974, A.D. Kursk and Alexander Kalashnikov went and redesigned the AKM into a smaller cartridge. So it went from the 7.62 by 39 to the 5.45 by 39, which is the cartridge that everyone uses in Eastern Europe today. And that rifle is called the AK-74. And that's the one that everyone's using. That's the one that the Ukrainians use. That's the one the Russians use. And then the Russians went and redesigned the AK-74 just a little bit more. Really, the only thing that they did was add like a whole bunch of plastic furniture to it and like M-LOK rails and stuff like that. Well, not M-LOK, Picatinny rails, things like that. They added those to their rifle, but then that one's called the AK-12. But this is an AK-74 through and through. There are loads and loads of different variants of the AK. Not every single AK is an AK-47, okay? Like, there isn't just AK-47s and Dracos. I know that that's like the range FUD's like go-to AK names is Draco and an AK-47, but there are like a million different versions of the AK. They're like, hell, even just for the AK-74 alone, there's like 9 different variants of it. There's the AK-74M, the AK-74N, the AKS-74U, there's the AK-74, like, I think there's, hell, I can't even think of all the damn different designations of the AK-74, and then there's like there's really just the AKM, it's like AKM, take it or leave it, and then you have the AK-47, and then you have AK-105s, and you have AK-103s, you have AK-100s. I mean, you have an insane amount of them. So saying every one of them is an AK-47 is really stupid and ignorant. That's like saying every single AR-15, well, every single version of the AR, like the M16 and the M4, actually, they're all AR-15s. It's like, no, they're different. There's M16.
Well, since you're on the topic real quick, you mentioned Kalashnikov. I just saw yesterday, I don't know if you've seen this video or not, if the audience has seen it. I actually saw a video where Eugene Stoner, the father of the M4, or the AR, was actually out there shooting the Kalashnikov with Mikhail Kalashnikov at a range. Like, they actually gave each other the guns that they created, and they shot them there at the range at the same time to get the reaction of what they thought, each other's gun was like. That was super cool. I never knew they actually met up in real life, like the two creators of the guns like that.
Oh yeah, I knew that for a while. Like, I think it happened in the 90s or something like that after the collapse of the Soviet Union. But funnily enough, both of them actually liked the other person's rifle. Like, Kalashnikov liked the AR, and Eugene Stoner actually liked the AK. They both thought they were pretty neat. And so that's always something that I find funny in the gun world, is when people are like, ugh, the AK sucks, the AR is better. It's like, actually, the two designers of the guns, like the literal people who made this argument a thing by making these guns exist, they both actually like each other's rifles. So, it's like, it's not that contentious of a discussion. Like, the original designers of the guns actually liked both of them. They thought they were pretty okay. But the thing is that Eugene Stoner became a multi-millionaire because he actually made royalties off of every single sale for every single rifle ever that was sold to the military. So all the M16s ever sold, he made, I think, like $1 off of each one. Well, I think it was more than that, actually, because they would adjust the royalty for inflation over time, like on future sales. But he became a multimillionaire. Kalashnikov never even made really any money off of designing the AK-47 because it's the Soviet Union. So screw you. You don't get anything extra for your accomplishments or your achievements. You just get a pat on the back, and you get completely forgotten beyond that, beyond the gun literally being named after you. But anyways, still great to see these guys out here. That was a whole rabbit hole about the whole AK story and how many different names there are behind them. But anyways, moving on from that, we also got to see a Ukrainian vehicle that was destroyed in this area. Now, we are going to be showing some Ukrainian losses during the Kursk offensive because it gives us a pretty good benchmark on where the Ukrainians have made it. That's apparently some kind of a Ukrainian vehicle down there that had been hit and destroyed by something. And we can see that this road it was on was leading towards the town of Roskoy Porochnoi, which is just off in the distance over there. And if we go down here and we look at this area, if it loads, it was actually blown up. Hang on. It was blown up. Hang on this little road right here. It was actually blown up right about here, or somewhere around there. And you can see all the tree lines that line up in the distance. So the Ukrainians, by this time, had made it to Malaya Luknaya, and had moved over to Roskoy Porochnoi, and they were capturing that town as well. So it is showing that they have a very wide zone of control well beyond Sudzha. Like this town, let's measure from the outskirts of Sudzha to this town. This is about a whole 9 miles away. And we already know that they're farther north than that because we are hearing of firefights around Kromsky Biki right now where they're whooping out the blicky. Brah, brah. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that fairly well. At least, give an idea of where the Ukrainian armed forces have made it and how far they've advanced beyond Sudzha. And so moving on from that, and this is probably like the most quiet prong of the offensive right now, we are now going to be moving over to one of the more active prongs, probably the most heavily armed and equipped prong of the campaign so far, which is the one at Lyubimовka. There are 2 Lyubimовkas in the Kursk Oblast. They are doing the same thing that Ukraine does that makes things incredibly complicated and difficult to understand, because here's Lyubimовka, or Lyubimovka, and here is Lyubimovka up here. There's 2 of them. But from what we can understand, this picture right here was actually taken at the Lyubimovka closer to Kursk than anything. So here it is, Lyubimovka. And let's see, actually, something? We can actually just drop down on the street up there, hopefully, and find the sign. Like, I don't think it could be that hard. Oh, actually, it would be hard. They don't have street view at Lyubimovka, so...
Do you think the Ukrainians go by these signs of like these cities and towns and stuff like that? When you cross like a state line going into a different state in the U.S., you'll like honk the horn and yell and stuff like that. Do they do that when they're passing through Russia? I wonder.
Dude, some Russian walks out and they see like the triangle and they're like, I never thought I'd see the day Russia defeated. And then the Ukrainians, bam, bam, oh hello, just like driving on by. We're going to Kursk. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. The Russians are like, it's over. Billions must fry, or something like that. It's some crazy, stupid crap. But still, they are in Lyubimovka, and this is incredibly close to Kurchatov. I mean, it's right there. No joke. Like, they can just drive right up the road at this point, and they're almost at Kurchatov. They're like, let me measure the distance from Lyubimovka right now, right here, or Lyubimovka, to the actual power plant. 13 miles. They're 13 miles away from the nuclear power plant at Kursk. And from Lyubimovka, let's just make sure, they're 20 miles away from Kursk, because this town right here is kind of a suburb of Kursk, and so it's called the outskirts. So they are 20 miles away from the outskirts of Kursk. They are 13 miles away from the Kursk nuclear power plant. They are moving rapidly. They probably will be at the Kursk nuclear power plant by tomorrow, and they may end up capturing it. And also, they may just be within a few miles of the outskirts of Kursk at that point, and threatening one of the largest cities within this area of the Russian Federation. They are moving rapidly. And we are seeing that this force is a lot stronger than others. But as we noted, a particular unit that was in this area, Matthew, and this is one that we kind of saw a little bit yesterday, and we now were able to confirm. The Korn group, the drone unit, is in operation in this area. We should see them showing off the Korn unit emblem on one of the drones, which is confirming that the 116th Brigade is in the area. Now, what does that mean? What does it mean that the 116th Brigade is in the area? It is a mechanized brigade made up of a decent amount of infantry fighting vehicles and a decent amount of heavier artillery. They actually field the British AS-90 SPG in their ranks. And so while this isn't a armored brigade, it is a mechanized brigade, and that means that it's going to be a lot stronger than the border guards is coming up against, and a lot stronger than the Arbat and the Wagner, which are all light infantry forces. So they will be able to easily use overwhelming firepower against those forces and continue on their offensive further up the road. So we are seeing that there is a very clear sign that there is heavier units involved in this offensive right now than any light units. And so it will be pretty hard for the Russians to try and slow down their offensive because they have a lot more firepower than the Russians that are moving into the area currently in each brigade. We also got to see that even more prisoners were taken. Here is 50 of them at a border checkpoint on this road, and they are being
315
captured.
человек,
And
в
don't
том
worry,
числе не менее 100
we will get to it
убитыми
soon.
и
But you see
215
them
человек
surrender.
ранеными. Уничтожено 54
50 of-
единицы бронированной техники, в том числе 7 танков.
And also, I like how they have them in line like they're getting checked out at Walmart, Matthew. They're like, okay, get in the truck, one after the other. And they're just slowly, like, shimmying up to the truck and getting in it.
Операция будет завершена.
We need to check you for fleas, Bliat. Are you clean? Are you clear? Man, they're really though. I don't even know how they're keeping up with all these prisoners. Like the Ukrainians have taken a humongous number of prisoners because I'm pretty sure the Ukraine probably didn't expect this many to go like just quit this early on. So I wonder where they're taking them really.
I don't know. That's a good question. I have no idea. Also, Matthew,
Where are they even going, man? They're just disappearing.
oh, they're getting dropsy disease. I'm just kidding. They're not getting dropsy. They're heading to the Suitsa checkpoint. They walk them across, and apparently there are some additional reserve units that are in Sumy still that process them and then transport them even further to a POW camp somewhere. But we are starting to hear complaints from the Ukrainians that they're taking on so many prisoners, they actually don't really have a lot of an ability anymore to process the influx of them. So, also, one more thing before we move on from this clip, Matthew. Do you notice that Humvee up there with the turret basket and the 50 BMG? If any of these guys got out of line for a minute, this guy was going to mow him down.
That's a smart thing, but really though, like for these guys to surrender this quick, I really doubt they're going to cause any trouble at all. They're probably actually somewhat happy that the Ukrainians came along because I've seen some civilians even sort of cheering the Ukrainians on when they're coming into their territory. They're not as disturbed as you'd think they would be. Some are and they're fleeing, but I think even some soldiers are like, oh, thank God, like the Ukrainians are here. Believe it or not, I think there are some with that mindset.
Man, maybe. I mean, maybe they are like happy to see him. I would assume so because their Russian leadership was pretty damn incompetent, man. I mean, like, I think that's something that's come out pretty clearly today, and a lot of people have been talking about that. And reports have said that Russian General Gerasimov ignored warnings that Ukraine was about to invade Kursk, and a lot of people have been putting in their thoughts. A lot of people think he was asleep at the wheel. Some people say that he had really no options. Others say he could have done something. And some others are unsure and undecided. But Matthew, what are people thinking about this? And what do you think? Do you think he was asleep at the wheel? Or do you think that there was really no other choice? It just went the way it did because they didn't really have anything to work with?
All right, so after we learned that after all hell broke loose, and now the people in Russia are saying in reports that Gerasimov knew the entire time that this attack was about to happen, and he sat there and did nothing. So, what are your thoughts? 56% said Gerasimov was asleep at the wheel, while 25% said Gerasimov really had no options in reality, and 10% said maybe he could have done something, Bliat. But really, in my opinion, there was nothing he really could have done unless he was going to risk the front line collapsing and take troops away from there and try to protect the border. And like I mentioned earlier, that would be a very big risk to do because let's say the Russians take those guys off the front line before this attack happened inside of mainland Russia, and then all of a sudden Ukraine never attacked mainland Russia. Then Gerasimov would be getting flamed for doing that and causing the front line to collapse and then putting troops in a place they weren't even needed. So Gerasimov was in a catch-22 here, and while I do believe he's incompetent, he probably was asleep. I don't think he was entirely asleep. I think he basically had his hands tied behind his back and couldn't do anything. So, you know, ultimately, though, that's not going to prevent Gerasimov from getting the short end of the stick. I think ultimately this will cost Gerasimov maybe his job and maybe his life. Because I don't think Putin's going to be very happy about this. And just like the way the Soviets love to do, they love to pin it on someone to have a scapegoat because Putin can't take the blame. Otherwise, it makes him look bad, and Putin won't have that. So I think Gerasimov will be the fall guy, and he'll probably pay the price. But Enforcer, what say you?
Gerasimov is entirely at fault. We are going to replace him with Vadim. He was a bricklayer, like or something like that. He say hi, Vadim. Hello. He's going to get everyone killed in about 3 months. We'll probably lose the war, and then we'll blame it on him. We'll remove him, probably have him killed. But beyond that, they are going to blame it on Gerasimov. I would honestly have to agree with Mandy. I don't really think they had any other options. They're clearly strapped for manpower. They're strapped for cash. They're strapped for everything. I mean, hell, they're like a they're like a very they're pretty much broke. I mean, they're like a broke person out here. They don't have anything to work with. And so I would have to say, regardless of what they wanted to do, there's probably nothing that Gerasimov could have done. They just don't have anything to work with anymore. And so in my opinion, in my honest opinion, I think that he couldn't have done really anything. He had no other options, and it was going to go this way, pretty much. So with that, I hope that does address that fairly well. And with that, we're now moving on into our next clip. a little bit further down and towards the area of Martinovka. What is up with these names? Like, anyways, moving on from that, we can see them advancing through Kursk still. Check this out. They're playing that trap. I mean, they gotta play that trap because the Russians got trapped in their own stupidity as the Ukrainians literally just drive by the Russians on their way to victory in the Kursk Oblast. Look at them go.
This is when they were honking their horns.
Hello, goodbye. We're heading to Kursk, Blade. We're going to the grocery store or something. I don't know. But anyways, that's the end of that clip. But really nice to see them continuing on. We also got to see a Russian filming really big masses. Actually, this was a Ukrainian apparently. Filming really big groups of Ukrainian vehicles moving around. We can see a Guzivka once again confirming that they have a pretty decent amount of firepower, artillery support in the area. We can also see another... let's see, what the hell is it? It's an MRAP of a sort, Max Pro. We can also see a Humvee here. Bulletproof windows. Really nice.
Very nice.
We can see the MATV from earlier in the picture. And that's the end of the clip.
I like that they're using a lot of the American vehicles in this because remember that the Americans have sort of taken a bit of a neutral perspective to how Ukraine's going into Russia. They said, we think the actions are in coordination with a U.S. strategy. So they sort of like took the political option there and basically said, we're just going to be neutral on it. But yet all the vehicles that seem to be going into Russia are all stuff that is provided by the United States, which is a little bit telling.
It really is telling, Matthew. You know what I like about this telling stuff is that the everyone in the world who's had their equipment show up in Russia at this point, even the British have gone, I mean, it doesn't really violate any of the rules we laid out. I mean, they can do whatever they want. It's just like everyone went, whatever. And they're just using whatever they want, really, at this point inside of Russia. But moving on from that, we did get two different maps showing different supposed zones of control that the Ukrainians have. This one right here shows that they have made it to Koronivo, but they're not in Koronivo. This one also completely has a lack of the Ukrainians advancing to Lyubimовka. So this map, is, by the Institute of the Study of War, is most likely a very conservative map and is not one that is really accounting for all of the advances that it have. And this was put out at 3 p.m. Eastern time, about 2 o'clock. Most of the advances, like the one at Lyubimовka, we were able to confirm with picture and video evidence. Also, another thing that I'd like to point out is that the Ukrainians have completely overrun and breached a major area of the Russian defensive line, which you can see right here in purple. Those are the field fortifications that were set up by the Kursk Oblast's regional government, and the Ukrainians already blew through those pretty much in every area. And so now there is no major defensive networks stopping the Ukrainians any farther up the line. They just pretty much get to drive straight to Kursk, really, without no defensive positions being built in between. We then also got to see a different map put out of the Ukrainian advance. This one is accounting for the Ukrainian advances up to Koronivo. This one's once again showing that they're in Koronivo a little bit, but they don't control the entire town. This one also showed them up in the area of Kroskoy Bliki, and this one also showed them almost at Lyubimовka up the road. So this one seems to be a little bit more accurate from what we could tell from Clash Report than the other report that we got from the Institute for the Study of War, although I will say the Institute of the Study of War is probably very conservative with their report because they're trying to make sure that their information is accurate. This map at the moment from our information and our geolocations does appear to be a lot more accurate at the moment than the Institute for the Study of War's map, at least for the more recent events that have unfolded. We also got to hear that the Sudza gas pipeline is now under Ukrainian control, and they now have the ability to shut off Russian gas to Europe and use it as leverage. This is a major development, an economic one, because they can now screw over the Russians and the Central Europeans by shutting this thing off. So we will see what the Ukrainians do with that kind of power, because with great power comes great responsibility. We also got to see that the Russians had a list of supposed brigades that were involved. We already know that this list is inaccurate because they didn't account for the 116th Brigade being in the area, but they believe that the 22nd, the 123rd, the 54th, which is really weird because they were down near Avdiivka not too long ago, the 88th, the 61st, the 82nd, which was in the Vovchansk area, the 150th, the 80th, the 5th, and the 24th are all in the area, along with the 151st Battalion of some unit. We don't even know what brigade that's attached to, and also some sort of a special unit over here. We don't even know what that is exactly. But one thing that's interesting about this, though, is that they have two airborne units, the 80th and the 82nd, in this lineup. which shows, to at least by the Russian public mindset, they think there's a lot of light infantry involved in this, which maybe there is some light infantry, but from what we're telling, it's almost entirely mechanized and armored brigades. Maybe there are some attached battalions of light infantry units from an airborne brigade, but I don't believe that there's a full airborne brigade in this offensive at the moment, at least according to the information that we've found. But this list is entirely inaccurate, but this is giving you kind of an idea of what the Russians believe is in the area. Also, one other thing, while they may be saying that there are light brigades in this offensive, this is something that is fairly interesting to know. They believe that there's about 10 full-sized Ukrainian brigades that are in Russia right now. We're estimating 6 or 7 at the most. They're saying that there's about 10. So they're assuming that there's a lot of them that are inside of Russia at the moment. I mean, hell, it is actually like 2 or 3 divisions worth of Ukrainian forces of what the Russians are actually saying are in there, which is pretty wild. But we're finally moving on out of the Kursk Oblast and over to Lipetsk, because we did get to hear right when the stream started there were some major explosions at the Lipetsk Airfield, and we were able to see the clips. We don't know anything about the damage yet. This literally just happened, but we are able to confirm that there were explosions at the Lipetsk Airfield. Охуеть, нахуй. Oh. Охуеть.
Oh, блядь, it's going down in the distance, блядь. It's, oh dear, this is terrible. It's so terrible.
Охуеть, блядь, suck. But
a succulent Russian explosion.
what are the charges? Blowing up an airport? A succulent Russian airport? How dare you, sir? Get your hands off my awareness!
Rest in peace to that guy, by the way.
Rest in peace. But moving on from that, we also got a second clip of the explosions as well. I hate that that guy died. That was like the most commonly used joke we had. This one's a duplicate, by the way, so we're going to delete that one. But we do have explosions happening at the Lipetsk airport. Lipetsk, whatever it is. We want Lipetsk, long-lasting Lipetsk. But moving on from that and down to Belgrade, we also got to see some Ukrainian shelling happening inside of Belgrade. They're really putting it on them. Oh my golly. Охуеть!
You know, Enforcer, yesterday I covered it in my video the other day. There was a bunch of Russian special forces running around. This is Belgrade, right? They were looking in the video.
Yes, true. Yes.
They were running around Belgrade. Nobody knew what they were doing, but we saw them on camera running around. It looked like they were responding to something. I think there might already be maybe sabotage groups or Ukrainian agents running around Belgrade, and that's just speculation on my part, by the way, because it seems like things are going a little haywire there, and the Russians are trying to not really make a big deal about it, but Belgrade seems to be in a bit of chaos behind the scenes.
See, Matthew, that's what I said on day 2 of the offensive. I said the Ukrainians, because there's no one in Kursk right now, we're going to be slipping in those infiltration groups, the special forces guys, to start conducting sabotage in Russia. It's happening. It's happening in front of our eyes. The special forces are in there, and they're starting to screw with people now. But I like it. I gotta say, it's good to see. Also, moving on from that and into the area of our location unknowns, we had none today beyond the Russian casualty report, and it was good. Oh!
That's tremendous to see. I gotta tell you what, let's see here. Someone in the live chat said, I'm wishing Ukraine a very happy Kursk Oblast referendum. And yes, indeed, they gotta figure out what they're gonna call the place when they take it. That's a big deal. But 8 Bobcats, I love to see it.
And Butchie777 put in the comments as well, saying, 8 for Matt, beautiful. You'll do what you're told. And then burn a whole bunch of pallets with a flamethrower.
I love to see it, man.
Man, I love to see it, man. The losses have been incredible. 1,140 Russian soldiers have been obliterated over the past 24 hours. Very good to see. 9 APCs have also been knocked out as well. 59 supply trucks, 2 main battle tanks, 36 artillery pieces, 81 drones, 4 MLRSs, 1 plane, 1 helicopter, 3 cruise missiles, 4 anti-aircraft warfare systems, and 8 Bobcat skid steers. Today has been a wonderful day, and the Russians are once again not having the best of days out there anymore. Not any longer. But moving on from that and down to the Lehman, or the kind of Lehman direction, we had to see some French volunteers down here.
Move!
Man, I mean, they're laying it down.
Let them have it.
I
nous.
That's the end of that clip. But
All right.
y'all can tell
All right.
the French volunteers are having a hell of a time. But moving on from that and down to New York, many people were saddened to hear that the town of New York in Ukraine had been lost to Russian forces the other day. It was an absolute tragedy, and many people remembered that New York was one hell of a special place. I mean, hell, it was such a special place that even Frank Sinatra sang about the song. He said, "You're spreading the news. I'm leaving today." But anyways, beyond that, the reason why I'm joking about the town of New York and the fact that the Ukrainians lost it is because they retook it today in the counterattack. They retook New York. Let's go, baby! And they had that copyrighted music going. They hit the Russian flag on top of the school. Get that shit out of here. They threw it off the building. And then the Ukrainians showed up just a little bit later, and they set up their own Ukrainian flag. It's wonderful stuff. And here it comes. There it is. There it is. A soldier of the 53rd Brigade. Right there. They counterattacked and retook New York. This is the kind of stuff that New Yorkers are known for. Now they
They're
didn't
doing it for the Ukrainian worker.
And we stand up for the Ukrainian workers, those Russian fat cats, or whatever the hell that guy said. But anyways, moving on from that. Very nice to see the 53rd Brigade retake the town of New York and capture the place, because New Yorkers ain't having none of that shit. But moving on from that and down to Novobabmakivka, the only bit of news we got from the Avdiivka direction today, we got to see a Ukrainian soldier delivering treats to the Russians in the form of a hand grenade.
Oh man, look at that! Look at that soldier. He's got that boiler.
Man, look at that boiler. Dude, when you go up to your water heater and it's not working well, look at that boiler. You know, that's
Cop that cringy tactical attitude, like you're just such a badass. You know what I mean?
Man, that's like that Call of Duty thing where they said, "Stay quiet," and then the voice actor said, "I'm like an effing onion, Mason." It's like, what the hell does that mean? Like, that doesn't mean anything. Oh yeah, by the way, the Russians win the hole. Here comes the Ukrainian right here. And, Blicky! And any second now, boosh! And there we go. All three of them got a treat. A delicious grenade treat. Man, you know, when you're sitting there, man, and you're near the rail yard and you see a locomotive engineer going around and oiling all the joints on his locomotive. Wow. Look at that oiler.
Or you could say about this clip right here about the Russian getting smacked with the grenade, the juicy treat. Oh, man. Look at that juicy.
Oh, man, no, better yet, man. When you see a Ukrainian soldier working really hard to defeat the Russian army, wow. Look at that toiler. That's some shit like that. He's moving on to Avdiivka. Great work by that guy, by the way. Don't see that a lot. Great work. We're going to be moving on down into the area of Crimea, because we did get to hear that Chornomorsk was getting obliterated by Ukrainian naval drones today. They just didn't have a good day today in Russia. They just didn't. But there it is. There's the explosion from the naval drone. It wasn't a great day for them. They were having a terrible voice. Terrible day. Terrible voice.
Man.
Hmm?
Oh man, look at that spoiler.
when you drive past a guy in a Honda in an '84 Honda Civic and he's a racer and you put a spoiler on his car, wow, look at that spoiler. Oh man.
You hear that VTEC kicking in? Wow, that's an iron marshmallow.
Wow, I mean, maybe it's the next upper chest puller, but I don't know.
Upper chest puller, yeah, that guy. He's got those muscles. You know what I mean? Oh man.
Maybe the next Audie Murphy over here, man. What do you know? But anyways,
oh man, stop putting those copyright strikes on me. Stop it,
please. I'm tired, boss. Please don't do it. But anyways, moving on up to Kyiv. Oh wait a minute. I'm sorry, I forgot everyone. I forgot. Whoopsies. Let me move on down really quickly down here. We do have a little recap for the Middle East. Nothing's happened. Just want to put that out there so no one has to panic. Nothing's happened down here. But the F-22s that did arrive at Lakenheath the other day in the UK have finally transited down into the Middle East. We don't know where they've landed. They didn't disclose that. But the F-22s have arrived and are now under CENTCOM command. And so they do have an air wing of F-22s that they can call on to serve and defend the skies over the Middle East if need be. So they're going to be augmenting their forces a little bit more and hopefully a little bit more effectively. But moving on from that, it is time for us to go up to Kyiv, because it is now time for us to listen to the speech from President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. here on day 800. And, wait, they didn't have a speech today. I have to wash my hands. Like, it's like, you have to have a damn speech. Yeah, maybe it's on the YouTube. 1 second, everyone, 1
You
second.
had to wash your hands. When you go OCD all of a sudden or something?
Well, for a second there in one of the videos, I had to quash a bug, and I want my hands to be clean. Like, I didn't squash it with my hands, but still, like, I squashed it with a bayonet, and then I, like, not thinking, touched the bayonet with the juice on it, and I was like, ugh. I was like, I need to go wash my hands. Anyways, yeah, now y'all know. I wasn't going to tell y'all that, but now that, oh my goodness. Anyways, we have a speech. It's just that it wasn't on the president's website for some reason. So, without further ado, here is the speech from President Volodymyr Zelenskyy here on day 897 of the war, I believe. And so, without further ado, here's the speech.
Бажаю здоров'я, шановні українці і українки. Сьогодні було вже 3 доповіді головкома Сирського. Доповіді результативні, саме такі, які потрібні нашій державі зараз. Я вдячний кожному воїну, кожному солдату та командиру, які забезпечують захист наших українських позицій та виконання завдань нашої оборони. Українці вміють досягати своїх цілей, і це не ми вибрали досягати цілей у війні. Росія принесла війну на нашу землю і повинна відчувати, що нею зроблено. Ми ж прагнемо якнайшвидше досягти своїх цілей у мирний час за умов справедливого миру. І це буде. Сьогодні також була доповідь міністра оборони Умєрова щодо постачання озброєнь та техніки нашій армії. Ми працюємо над тим, щоб постачання було незмінно вчасним. Доповідав сьогодні також керівник СБУ Малюк про наші операції та про делікатну роботу СБУ, яка захищає українців, захищає від російських диверсій та спроб замахів всередині нашої держави. Я дякую сьогодні всій команді розробників нашого нового цифрового державного сервісу «Армія Плюс». Представили цей застосунок. Зараз важливо, щоб всі наші командири у силах оборони почали використання, отримали необхідні ID, дізнались всі технічні деталі, і паперову армію треба залишити в минулому. Ми будемо і надалі розвивати нашу дію, додавати їй сервіси, і вже скоро запрацює наша мрія – третій елемент державної цифрової інфраструктури для дітей та батьків, для вчителів та шкіл, реально, для майбутнього України. Українці не мають витрачати час на застарілу та нікому не потрібну бюрократію. Те, на що українці можуть витратити час з результатами для України, світ бачить. Ми тримаємо позиції, додаємо Україні нові можливості. І ще одне. Провів тривалу нараду з міжнародниками, і МЗС, і Міністерство оборони, і військові, і ГУР, і Офіс щодо нашої взаємодії з НАТО в цілому, з Альянсом та, зокрема, із сусідами в регіоні, які є членами НАТО. Очевидно, що разом ми здатні додати більше безпеки і стабільності нашому регіону та всій Європі. І треба цю очевидність перевести в практичні кроки, в те, як ми у взаємодії зможемо додавати один одному реальну безпеку. Сьогодні обговорили наші спільні можливості захисту від ударів російських ракет і дронів. Ми працюємо над реалізацією. Я дякую всім, хто допомагає. Слава Україні!
And Ram Slava.
And Hiram Slava.
And with that, that is the end of the speech from President Volodymyr Zelenskyy. And 30 minutes over time, we have rounded out the news segment. Boy, howdy, are those news segments long these days, but we have a lot of news to cover and a lot of things to say and very little time to say it. But nevertheless, I thank all of y'all so much for watching so far tonight. We're about to be moving on to the second segment of this stream, where we get to talk to all of y'all. Every single one of y'all, hopefully. We get to talk to the folks who threw in super chats to make the channel possible, and we also get to talk to all the folks in the live chat, hopefully. Hopefully we have enough time to get to a lot of y'all tonight, because usually we have so many super chats, it's kind of hard to get to the folks in the live chat, because we run out of time, and oh my goodness. Tonight, I think that's probably going to be the case. I hate to tell y'all that, but I just looked, and we have like 60 super chats in the queue. So I got to tell y'all, it's going to be a bit of a long night again, so strap in and get some coffee and do what you need to do. But the news segment is over. So don't be in my live chat sitting there going, "Hey, hurry it up, asshole! Get to the news." Don't do that because you're gonna get banned. Because the news is over. We're talking to y'all. We're getting the chit chat about whatever y'all want. It can be on the news, but it doesn't have to be on the news. And I don't have to be rushing to get back to the news because there is no more news. We covered it all, and we're gonna be getting ready for tomorrow. So with that, let us get ourselves on into this next segment, Matthew. But before we do, I understand that we got a really good question. I mean, let me finish. I'm just kidding with you, but I understand that we got a pretty good question we asked here, Matthew. I mean, what do we got?
All right, so we do have a very good question to address, and with that, we're entering our final question segment of the night. However, though, before we get to that question, I need to interrupt this whole thing right here to bring you some breaking news. I just saw a report coming out here that apparently the Ukrainian army has encircled 2 Russian battalions near Sudska, which is in mainland Russia, which is basically ground zero of the invasion of mainland Russia. And right now, the Russian 17th Battalion of the 488th Regiment and the 31st Battalion of the 102nd are reportedly in very serious trouble, and it looks like they are surrounded, and they're probably about to either surrender or go down fighting. So it looks like the Ukrainians have once again made more progress, and the Russians are not having a very good time coping with that. And also, one other piece of breaking news, we're hearing apparently of black smoke rising at the Belbek Airfield located in Russian-occupied Crimea. And I'm not really sure when this attack happened. This came out just 3 minutes ago. We're seeing black smoke at the airfield. So it looks like Ukraine is on a blitz, hitting several airfields, not just the Lipetsk airfield, but also the one in Belbek in Crimea as well. So Ukraine is really going hard on Russia these days. Their strategy is apparently the blitzkrieg, for lack of a better term. But Enforcer, what say you?
I got to say, man, and it's a tough year to be a Russian, man. Like it's a bad year for Russians. But I would have to say that's great news, man. I love to hear that, and hopefully we get to hear that they are able to completely knock those 2 battalions out of the war here in the next day or 2 days. The reality is that if they're battalion size, they're probably going to conduct a breakout, and they're going to try and break through the Ukrainian lines and get to open Russian-controlled ground somewhere. But if the Ukrainians keep on moving the front line farther and farther away, the Russians are going to end up eventually running out of supplies behind the lines and may not really be able to make it back to where there's safety and back to Russian lines. So they may end up surrendering either way. So that is incredibly good news, man. I love to hear that. And that's going to let us know that that's probably, gee, let me think. That would be probably the border guards, like the few border guards forces they had. Those are probably it. Because, you know, I've been saying they maybe have like 3 battalions out there at best. Sounds like 2 of them just got encircled. So maybe there's 1 free battalion left out there that is trying to hold off the entire Ukrainian armored division that's rolling down on them. So that's not going to work well for them. Oh, man, I'm telling you, they're getting respect around here. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, Matthew, I understand we got a poll.
So we got a very good poll right here. We love the polls. We love them very much. And the question says, Russian sources claim that Ukraine intends to attack Belgrade from within Russia. And the question is, what is Ukraine's new plan? 35% said Ukraine simply wants to distract Russia, while 39% said Ukraine will trade Belgrade for peace, and 10% said Ukraine wants to take over Russia. So we heard this news today. Russian channels, this is Russian channels saying this, so take it at face value. It is sort of with a grain of salt. That Russian sources say that Ukraine is going to encircle Belgrade from within Russia and then also attack it from the Ukraine side as well. And they're going to try to encircle it and then take the city, which is a pretty lofty goal. But at this point, don't put anything past the Ukrainians because I didn't expect them to invade mainland Russia in the first place. So they might have a bigger strategy here than we're even aware of, and they might actually be able to pull this off. So honestly, I'm in between the 2 options here. I could see the argument to be had for basically just distracting Russia to basically get some frontline wiggle room so that way Ukraine can go further and push the Russians back. But at the same time, I could see a good argument for trading Belgrade for peace because that would put Putin in a bit of a bind. He would either have to start fighting back for his own territory or he could start negotiating with Ukraine to get his territory back and then withdraw from Ukraine. So I'm in between them. I'm actually unsure and undecided, so I'll be with the 16%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that would be a very ambitious plan. But the truth is that they kind of, you know, when you think about it, Matthew, they kind of almost already doing that. I mean, if they move to the south of Kursk, they're blocking off the main highway heading to Belgrade. And at that point, they're technically kind of are encircled.
Yeah, they kind of are. It's just the only thing is this, though. Belgrade is a pretty large city. Like, it's not massive, but it's a decently sized city. So, yes.
It's smaller. It's smaller than Kursk, though. Belgrade's only 300,000. Kursk is 440.
Oh, yeah, but Kursk is a whole nother story. Like, I could see them taking Belgrade before they take Kursk, honestly. But, you know, Belgrade being a medium-sized city, it is going to be a bit of a challenge to take it. Like I said, though, I'm not going to put it past the Ukrainians, but that is a lofty goal. But, Enforcer, what were you saying?
I would say it's probably not that. Well, yeah, I would have to agree with you. Actually, scratch that. That would be a really lofty goal because imagine the amount of territory they're going to be holding in Kursk and in Belgrade to take both cities. That's a lot of ground, even if they're just trying to hold the minimum areas to secure the routes to the cities and then just the surrounding areas near the cities. That's a lot of ground for them to hold. That probably would take a load of folks. I mean, that maybe 70,000 guys. So, yeah, that would be pretty damn tough right there, I would say, without a doubt. So yeah, I mean, maybe that's a little bit too out of reach at the moment. I mean, they would have to pretty much have the Russians shift the entire war into Russia instead of into Ukraine at that point, maybe to be able to pull that off with the manpower figures and everything. Maybe they could do it, but that would be pretty damn tough. I'm not going to put it out of the question, but that still would be difficult.
True, true. And also, I see the observer in the live chat saying once they get the power plant, the Kursk power plant, that is, the nuclear one, then they can hold that area and use it as a bargaining chip. That, honestly, they've already taken control of the gas control facility, which is a very big deal. They can use that as leverage. But if they took control of the nuclear plant, that would be a double whammy on the Russians. And arguably, you wouldn't even need to go to Belgrade and actually take the place. As long as you had control of the nuclear plant and also the gas control facility, that gives you a ton of bargaining room with the Russians. Because then, not only do the Russians have control of the Zaporizhia plant, but now Ukraine's leveled the field by taking control of the Kursk plant. So that would be an interesting spot. I wonder if Putin would simply say, screw it, you can have it, and we're going to keep what we have and just keep going about your way. But the only catch with that is Ukraine can go into that plant, shut it down, and then an entire region wouldn't even have power. And then they could shut off the gas, and there would be no gas going to Europe. So that would screw Russia over in two very massive ways. So, like I said, it's a lot of leverage. I'll have to see what Putin's going to do with that.
You know, I just thought about that, Matthew. You know, if they cut off the power, like pretty much the entire Russian railroad infrastructure, the railroad grid is electrified in this area. They shut down every single military train that's running to keep pretty much most of the northern areas of Ukraine operational, at least in this area. They would have to divert all of their trains in a wide loop all the way probably down to Saratov and then towards Ukraine instead of from northern areas of Russia straight through Kursk and then straight into the northern areas instead. So that would actually pose some really damn big dilemmas. Really, it would be nice to know what in the world is the Kursk nuclear power plant providing power for. Like, if you shut that thing off, how many areas are going to be without power? Is it the Kursk Oblast? Is it every oblast surrounding it? Or is it just a localized area inside of Kursk itself? Like, maybe the power plant is just providing enough power for the city of Kursk, and that's it. Who knows? I would have to get a little bit of a better idea on how the power grid looks in that area, but that still is something that is pretty wild to think. They could just shut that thing down and screw over a lot of the Russian war effort in northern Ukraine, really. But with that...
True. And also another thing as well, we can go ahead and rule this option out. Ukraine is never going to take that plant and do what the Russians have done at Zaporizhia. They're never going to start basically threatening nuclear terrorism. The Ukrainians are not going to go in and try to blow that plant up. That's simply out of the picture. That would turn all the Western allies against Ukraine, and they're not going to risk that. And also, I doubt Ukraine really wants to do that because Ukraine is not the same as Russia. Ukraine is not a terrorist state. They operate on a much more fair playing field, and they would not do that. Also, that would cause a massive amount of civilian casualties, which they're not about whatsoever. But do we know right off the bat what's the output of the Kursk plant? Like, is there a available figure of how many gigawatts it's putting out, or kilowatts, whatever the figure is?
There probably is. Nuclear power plant, please. Apparently, this is a very well searched power plant right now, Matthew. Very interesting. A lot of people are apparently reading the Wikipedia blade. So let's see here. Annual net output 22,760 gigawatt hours, please.
That's a lot. So that could power. I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in the power generation numbers, but what type of area does that power? Like, what does it power? Like the whole region of Kursk, or like a small town or something?
I don't have a clue. But yeah, look at this though. This is the Browns Ferry nuclear power plant. This might give us an idea because we know a lot about Browns Ferry, right? Like, You know, you remember the
Oh
research
yeah.
we did. This I don't really remember the research we did on Browns Ferry. But how many houses did Browns Ferry provide power to on a daily basis?
I don't recall, but I think it could pretty much power the whole northern part of Alabama. So what was the gigawatt output on the Browns Ferry?
31,000.
Oh, so it's a little bit more than the other one then. It's like 8 or 9,000 more.
Yeah, it's like about 50% more.
Okay, so the other one I would say, once again, I'm not an expert, but it sounds like a medium to small nuclear power plant. It's not like a massive one. So actually, even though it would be quite damaging if it was turned off and it would cut off the power generation for a large portion of Russia, I'm assuming, it wouldn't be as damning as the Zaporizhia plant getting cut off, because I think the Zaporizhia one is one of the largest power plants in Europe.
Yes, yes. I'm trying to see something. Maybe we can um what? Well, huh? Wait, hang on. Interesting. So apparently they were planning on shutting this thing down.
Oh,
That's
well, like
interesting.
when? Like recently?
In 2015, they proposed that the Kursk 1, which is the first reactor there, would be shut down last year, and Unit 2 would shut down in 2027. So there might not even be a full running nuclear power plant there. It might just be one running reactor, and that's it.
I wonder if that suggests as well that they already had an alternative to power the area, because if they're thinking about shutting it down, then they might already have something else, running or either about to get put into place.
Yeah, apparently so. It also uses the RBMK reactors from Chernobyl,
Oh
so that
God.
might be why they're trying to slowly replace it. So
Oh man, the Ukrainians are going to go in there and they're going to press a safety button and it's going to blow the thing up by accident. Like they won't even intend to do it.
man, they're gonna go, okay, press AZ5, and then the whole thing blows up. It's gonna be like, maybe they shouldn't turn it off because, like, you never know, like that thing could blow up. But let's see here. I'm trying to read some more about this because I'm trying to have to figure out a lot about. Wait a minute, hold up. Oh, they're both shut down, so the whole power plant's off the grid.
No way. So you're telling me that even if they took this thing, it wouldn't have any effect?
It means nothing because the first reactor was
Oh.
actually shut down in 2021. The second reactor was shut down in 2024. So right now, at that power plant that we have been hyping up to hell and back by our own mistake, these two reactors up here, if this like loads the graphics, come on, these two reactors here aren't even running. They're completely offline. And also, I never noticed this, Mandy, but there are huge construction sites here because they're dismantling the reactors on the satellite.
Well, that's not good. I thought the place was actually running the whole time. And actually, I've seen other war analysts on like mainstream cable news networks. They're suggesting that actually it's still. I think we just discovered something that nobody's seen, that this place actually is not in operation and it's probably not a big hit if it's actually taken.
Well, I be damned, Matthew. Looks like we did some internet sleuthing and we found something out. I gotta say, we are the first to it
Damn.
again. The nuclear power plant doesn't even really matter in a strategic perspective because it's.
Wait, real quick. I don't know if we got this wrong or not, because once again, I don't know everything about the Kursk plant. In fact, I don't even know how many reactors they have, but I see that someone in the live chat, King in the North, said there's 2 more units, number 3 and number 4. So is that true? Is there only 2 or is there more than that?
They're planning to build 3 and 4. 3 and 4 don't exist yet. That's the number 3 is planned to get online by 2029. Number 4 is planned to get online by 2031. And usually it takes about 3 years to construct those. So they haven't even started construction yet. They would have started construction on reactor number 3 in like 2026 or something like that, 2 years from now. So yeah, there's no running reactors there right now because these are well off in the future from even being operational. It's going to be like another 5 years before we see a reactor online at this power plant again. So yeah, it's completely offline. Both
Now, I think the box that you're looking at right there, it says shutdown is planned in 2029 and 2031. So I think those are actually still running.
No, you don't understand, Matthew. These are new reactors. These are new reactors. This power plant here, it only has, from what I understand, 2 running reactors. And let me make sure. Wait a minute.
No, the fellow's actually right in the live chat. There's actually, I think there is 4 running. They're planning on shutting those down in 2029 and 2031. They're not actually going to be building those.
Well, where are these? Wait. Oh, I'm stupid. I literally flew past them. Here they are. There's the reactor hall for the 2 other RBMKs. So apparently these have been shut down, and this is one hell of a layout for a reactor, isn't it? Like, they have 2 of them down here, and then they have like this giant wing over here, which I guess doesn't have any reactors in them, because it looks like the 2 reactors are over here. You know, because it looks like a normal kind of Chernobyl setup. You can even see that giant ass funnel that they had, the chimney for the reactors. They have those 2 over here, and then they just had another 2 up here, and they weren't even connected. Like, they were just in separate buildings. Like, isn't that a little bizarre?
So we got to back up a little bit. We did not make a grave discovery here, except for 2 of them are shut down, and then 2 of them are still running. So if Ukraine took this thing after getting all that sorted out, and it is a bit confusing because the power plant layout is a little bit weird, but like reversing all that crap we just said a moment ago, erase that, forget we said it. 2 are running right now. So if Ukraine took the place, it would still be a very big leverage, because even with the 2 reactors online, it's still outputting quite a bit of power, even with just 2 of them online and not just the 4.
Dude, I'm telling you, man, this place is throwing me for a loop, because like everywhere else you go, like they have like a uniform kind of a design, you know what I mean? Like, you know, like all the reactors are in one big building, you know, but then here they're like, yeah, shit, we'll put 2 of them down here and 2 of them up here, you know, like it's like, man, how in the world do you even have centralized control of this place? Like, you know, it's not all even in the same building. Like, you got to go phone in the other guys at the other reactors when they were running and tell them, oh, hey, by the way, do this. So it's like, that is weird. That's stupid. Like, really. Like, this whole thing is stupid. But that's how they built it, I suppose. It looks like they're dismantling these 2, though. Like, you can clearly see that here. Dang, man. Look, you can just zoom right in and see them. Like, just out there in the open.
Yeah, it's always surprising how little, like, OPSEC there is at, like, these nuclear facilities. Like, even in the ones in America, not just Russia as well. It's just like wide open. Also, the satellites take photos of them. People can, you know, drive right up to them, take drone footage of it, and there's really not any significant security. It's kind of weird.
Yes, I would have to agree. I would have to agree. But it's very sad. Let's see. Oh, okay. So we got a clear story now, folks. We got a clear one. Okay, so this is Kursk 2-1 and Kursk 2-2. These are the ones that are being built up here. So apparently there were 4 reactors down here. This is just getting even more confusing as we go, because I'm looking at this again now, and you can see this. They say construction started in 2018 and 2019, and clearly these are under construction. They're not being dismantled because they have this massive construction site built around them and loads of shipping containers filled with different components and parts to build these things. So clearly, these are the new ones that are being built of the new power plant. Down here, these are all 4 of the old RBMK reactors. So I'm guessing there's 2 in this part of the building here and then 2 over here. I'm taking pot shots of this, y'all. I don't know the layout of this power plant, and we're trying to learn it as we go right now live on air. So looks to me like this is where all the reactors were. And so now I really do sound stupid, because I've had to readjust and correct this 90 times, but rather be stupid than wrong. So I hope that we got it right this time. We probably didn't, and we'll have to go over this again and look over it again and look at everything again, but this looks like what the Kursk nuclear power plant is. So I hope we address that well, but before we rabbit hole too much, because we rabbit hole a lot these days, it is 11:30, and we have about 60 super chats, and so we need to make sure to get to those, because we are going to start running out of time already. And so with that, what do we got, Matthew?
And also, real quick, the final statement on the power plant is this. Just this is what's most important. If Ukraine takes it, it's still significant leverage. There's 2 operational, and it's still a very big deal if they get it. So the argument is still in play. But anyways, jumping into our super chats once again, we have a $60 donation from Bassa Bassa, the longtime channel legend. And thank you very much, Boss, for that $60 support. And also, shout out to Virgil Parcels for putting in a 50 as well. And thank you very much, Virgil. And we also had a 50 from Charles Hazlitt, as well as a 50 from Dupper Bob. And once again, thank you to Boss, Virgil, Charles, and also Dupper for each putting in that very generous support and supporting the channel. And sadly, no comments to address. But Enforcer, what say you?
And I gotta say, a huge shout out to Bassa Bassa. Virgil Parcels. I sat there and I slowed down. I was like, I don't know how to say that. Charles Hazlitt. I thought it, for some reason, I thought it was Virgin Parcels. I was about like, hey, Virgin Atlantic or something like that. But then Double Bob as well. And so I got to thank all 4 of y'all for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. It is the 4 of y'all who helped to make this channel possible. And y'all's support is massive. I thank y'all for supporting the channel tonight, especially on a 250,000 subscriber. But I'm going to blow y'all's minds here. Would y'all allow me to blow y'all's minds with the subscriber number we're at right now? Matthew, do you want to hear it? We're at 251,326 subscribers.
Damn, that's growing so fast. That's unreal, man.
That is unreal. Hot Dog Man weeps. But beyond that, I gotta say, thank you so much once again to all 4 of y'all for the support. If it wasn't for people who were constantly supporting this channel and helping us to be able to do this as a job, we wouldn't be able to be here right now to be able to celebrate the accomplishment of 250,000 subscribers. And so with that, thank you to all 4 of y'all once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one. And thank you so much once again for the support. But before we move on, someone said something that tips me off. It tips me off about who you are. Someone said, why don't y'all do a face reveal? We already did one in 100K. That was like a year and a half ago. It's like on the channel. Like we show our faces. But I don't show my face a lot. And let me explain to you why. I think it's a little narcissistic, alright? Y'all aren't here to look at me. If y'all wanted to look at me, you'd be my girlfriend, alright? And none of y'all are, alright? Let's just make that very clear here, alright? Y'all are here for the news, alright? So it's not about me. It's not about plastering my face up on the thumbnail or having me in a little corner of the screen reacting to stuff. That seems kind of narcissistic to me. That's for reaction channels. That's kind of their thing. It's not my thing. I'm here to cover news. So it's more so focused on the news than my face. If you want to see my face, it's out there. I mean, it's out there on the channel. You can see it all over. But I don't do that on the news. It seems really narcissistic to me. But I hope that does address that fairly well, at least in my opinion. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat here goes to Jordy Farrow Van Laroven, who puts in a $55 donation. And thank you very much for that support. And also, I love saying the last name Laroven. It gives me a chance to like fake an accent. But thank you very much, seriously, for that support. He said, congrats on 250,000 subs, and take a question from the chat at LSA.
They put it in, man. Like I said, question. Like they put it in like that. I like that. I like that. And so with that, thank you so much once again for the support. Jordy Farah Van Laroven. And thank you so much for congratulating us on 250,000 subs. It's been one hell of a thing to get to 250,000 subs. We're already well beyond that, crazily enough. We're already 1.5 thousand above that nearly. But I'm proud of it. And I love to see that the channel is once again skyrocketing in growth, and it just makes me proud. It just makes me proud. And so with that, thank you so much once again for the support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are going to be moving on into that live chat question by none other than Jordy Farah Van Laroven. And so, Matthew, move us on into that live chat question from Jordy. Oh, go ahead, please.
All right, so the question goes to T Gamer, who says, will Ukraine invade other regions if successful?
Probably, I would assume, but they're probably not even going to be crossing the border at that point, at least in a very small form, to invade other areas. They'll probably just push on from Kursk into other areas, because at that point, well, right now they have a breach, and they can exploit that breach to go wherever they really want to go. So I would say, yes, that's probably a high possibility. And so with that, I thank you so much once again for support. Jordy Farah Van Laroven. I got the Farah and the Van mixed up. I was about to say Van Farah, but still, thank you so much once again for support and sponsoring the live chat. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat goes to James Hughes, who puts in a $50 donation, and thank you very much, James, as well, for that support. He said, so it's about time the USA sends enough support for Ukraine to win, and not just this drip, which seems to making this conflict drag on. And what do you think about the $500 billion Lend-Lease being discussed for 2025? And thanks.
And I thank you so much for the support, James Hughes. I would say the United States support hasn't necessarily been drip. Like the thing is, really the reality at this point, to be honest, is that it doesn't matter how much support we give to Ukraine. Ukraine doesn't have, according to themselves, enough manpower to really even use any more support that we give them. So, I mean, we can replenish, but we're not going to be raising new brigades for them with our support because they don't even have the manpower for that. Well, at least that's what they're saying. We don't know if that's true on a real level. We just know that that's what they're publicly saying. So I would say the support could drip at this point because it's really not trying to grow their abilities. It's more so sustainment. So it can kind of drip at this point. I don't think there would be that much of a problem or an issue with that by now. So with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, at least in my opinion, James Hughes. I don't think there's a necessity for a $500 billion lend-lease. Maybe smaller ones along the way, like 20 billion or 30 billion at a time, and just reassess where the Ukrainians are at each time, because it's quite clear at this point the Ukrainians don't have enough manpower to use $500 billion worth of equipment. They probably have enough manpower to deal with what we've given them so far, and then if there's any losses along the way, we can then replace those. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And I thank you so much once again, James Hughes, for that support and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible. And so with that, thank you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and also I just saw Enforcer, somebody endorsed us on Twitter. I really like to see that. I'll have to talk to you about that after the stream. Pretty cool to see.
Text it to me. Come on, tell me. I gotta know.
I shall. Also, by the way, I'm not trying to like name drop or anything like that. I'm not saying it to be like, oh look, I talked to this person, blah 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 blah. Believe it or not, I actually had a discussion today on Twitter with a fellow who's actually a military analyst on one of the mainstream news channels that y'all actually see. I'm not going to say the name of the channel to, mix us up in politics or anything like that, but it was one of the mainstream news channels. I actually talked to him today about it. He actually followed us and then started retweeting our tweets as well, which was pretty cool. But I was talking to him about the Kursk plant as well as the invasion, and he seemed to be thinking pretty much the same thing we were thinking as well from his sources that he actually talks to in the military. So very interesting. It's really cool. Like the Twitter account has really like connected us with like people that I would have never thought we were going to ever speak to, which is pretty cool because it gives us some more inside knowledge as well to tell y'all about here on the stream. But with that, we're jumping into our next super chat, and this one goes to James Alexander, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, James, for the second support of the night. He said, "I forgot you might want dessert."
And we love dessert. We have dessert like every day at this point. We love Bluebell ice cream. It's like the best ice cream there is. Like if y'all don't have it in your local area, y'all need to weep because it's truly great. Y'all have to come to the South and try Bluebell ice cream. It is so good. Our favorite flavors are Bride's Cake and Cotton Candy. The best flavors there are that you can get in the store right now. They're good. And we love them. And so I got to thank you so much for support, James Alexander. We will have dessert. And I thank you so much for supporting the Ice Cream Fund and helping this channel to keep on running. Because what is more American than ice cream? I mean, like chocolate chip kind of stuff. But still, with that, I hope that does address that fairly well. And with that, we are on to the next one. And thank you so much once again for support.
Yes, indeed. And up next, we have a $50 support from Justice Ryan, the longtime channel legend as well. And thank you very much, Justice Ryan, for that support. He said, congratulations on the 250,000 subscribers, Enforcer and Enforcer Matt. And hard to believe it's been almost 3 years. It has. It's been 3 years. Can you believe that? Like, we literally finished out college, got our degrees. Then we went to that small stint in law school, which I wish we could go back and erase completely. And then we're here full-time. For the first time ever, full-time in it right now for about, I would say about 6 months or so we've been full-time in it, and this is like the best thing ever. I'll be perfectly honest with you, the best thing ever the last 6 months, especially compared to law school. College was actually fine. Like, it was enjoyable to learn about political science and things like that for me, so it was fun, but definitely I enjoyed it very much, and it has been 3 years. And thank you very much, Justice Ryan, for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you for the support, Justice Ryan. It is crazy to think that 3 long years ago, actually 3 short years ago, it's been like no time at all, I started this channel, and I started it as a news channel, and then it went to a gaming channel where it got the name The Enforcer, and then it went back to being a news channel, and then from there, we've never gone back to anything else. We've been a news channel from that point forward, and then Matthew joined about a month into the war, so the channel was about 8 months old at that point when Matthew joined. So he's been around for about 2 years and 4 months, about 2.5 years exactly at this point. And I've been running it. I was running it on and off up until the beginning of the war in Ukraine. And then when the war in Ukraine started, I've been on here ever since running this thing. I got to say that it's wild to think that it's been a 3-year journey running this channel and getting to see it grow. It's wild to me. It's crazy because I remember back in the day how I would feel about getting 10 subscribers. Because for the longest time, up until the war started and up until the 4th day of the war in Ukraine, the highest I ever got was 130 subscribers by the 4th day of the war. That day, we ended up getting up to 1.9 thousand by the end of that day. So that was the first time the channel actually blew up at all. And what's even weirder about that is that 1.6 thousand subscribers gained in a day seemed huge at the time. And now we can have a 1.6 thousand subscriber day, and it's just like a good day. Like, it's not like a one to like flip out about or like really celebrate. Like yeah, it's something we feel great about, and we do talk about it a lot off stream. We're like, wow, we did so good today. But it's not like it was back then, because Matthew remembers that night. He wasn't working here yet. Like, he was, I think, just, you know, doing his thing in college. But like, the channel blew up, and I think I woke up everyone, Matthew. Like, I literally ended the stream after it blew up, which is stupid. Like, I ended it after it blew up. And so then I went running around. I was like, oh my God, y'all, I'm viral. Like, I was like, I did it. Like, I was like, I can't believe it. That's crazy. I didn't think this many people would ever watch. And what's even crazier than that, y'all, is that the peak viewership on the first stream in my mind that ever quote unquote blew up, we only had, like, I only had 4.1 thousand people live at the peak. Like, nowadays, that would be considered abysmal. Like, if that was the peak of a stream, 4.1 thousand people, I would be crying. Like, I would be like, where in the world did everyone go? Because tonight, just to put it into perspective, we reached a peak of 13.3 thousand live viewers. So that's way above what that was even considered to be crazy back then. But still, it has been one hell of a journey. I have absolutely loved every single second of it, and I wouldn't have it any other way, getting to run this channel, having done this for 3 years, and getting to do what I actually wanted to do when I started running this channel. I actually wanted to cover current events and news. That's what I wanted to do when I founded this channel. The channel was actually originally called Think Tank, and if any of y'all actually see the real email, like the Gmail that this account was made under, you'll see that it actually still has the actual first name of the channel in it. It's still Think Tank, and like, that's really weird. Like, that's so weird. That is so weird, because let me go do this really quickly, Matthew. I haven't done this in a hot minute. Let me go over here to the videos. Let me go to the date. Let me go to the first one ever made. What happened in Afghanistan? It's gotten 634 views, and it has 7 comments. It's actually public. Like, if y'all wanted to go back all the way back to the first video ever made on the channel, y'all could still watch it, because I made those public about a year ago, so that way people could see what the channel used to do.
Can you see a little bit of it real quick? Like, just the beginning? Like, I just want to get some nostalgia real quick.
Hang on. Oh, dang it. Hang on. Oh, my goodness. I had that whole intro and everything, you know, like the little, like, weird classical intro. But y'all can see it was actually called Think Tank here. Check it out. This was the intro.
Man, you had the cows walking in the background and everything.
Yeah, man.
So we have seen this friend.
And so then I made like a documentary style video, and it took so long to make this. Matthew can
I hear you talk. I just want to hear you talk real quick in the thing. Oh yeah.
Wait.
The Anglo-Afghan Wars was a series of 3 wars between British India and the Emirate of Afghanistan.
Oh man, you sound so different.
I know.
The Afghan lands. Originally, the reason.
But y'all got to watch this though, because I was trying to throw in like some comedy back then. I thought it was funny. I don't know if y'all find it funny, but I'll show a little bit of this.
For the British invasion was fear of the Russians. During the early to mid-1800s, Russia and Britain viewed themselves as rivals and engaged in a sort of Cold War that was.
You sound so different. It's crazy. That was 3 years ago.
Yeah.
The Asian continent. With Russia now claiming lands in Central Asia, the British feared that if they didn't put a stop to the Russian conquest south, they could threaten British India. The only place that the Russians could invade India from was the western foothills of the Hindu Kush.
And so that was the documentary. Like, it was like that for just 20 straight minutes. But that is weird. Like, that is really weird listening to me, man. I don't even sound like the same person. And also another thing that I was realizing, like, when I was listening back to it, I remember, and a lot of y'all will not know this because, you know, y'all didn't know me growing up or anything, but back in the day, everyone used to make fun of me because I would pronounce my S's as sh sounds. So everything, it was like, wow, that's really smart. Like, it sounded like that instead of it's really smart. And so I was overcompensating in this video for that. Like, you can hear that, Matthew. Like, I was like, the Russians would go to this place. And like, I was trying so hard to enunciate the S's because I knew if I didn't, I would go sh. And then people would be like, "Hey, he sounds like an idiot." And so I've worked on that so hard over the years. Like, I've really, really tried to get rid of the sh pronunciation for the S's. But that is wild. It's so weird. This was 3 years ago almost.
Well, also, to be fair, you did have like that Bing Shilling mic that you found on for like, what was it, like 30 or 50 bucks or something like that? And it was like a terrible mic, I'm being perfectly honest. When you upgrade to the one you've currently got, it was a huge difference. And then I got that one, and now I've upgraded a second time to a different one. Man, the mic quality is a huge deal. Like, even like with a decent voice, if you have a horrible mic, that'll like ruin it. Like, that sounded like you were speaking in a submarine, like in that video right there.
Well, I'll be honest with you though, Matthew. I'm not really sure if this is Discord or your mic, but your mic cuts out a lot. Like, you'll just be talking and it just cuts out.
Discord.
I'm not sure about that because sometimes it does it just because. Like, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I don't know. Maybe it is Discord, but still, this is this was wild. Like, it's crazy because literally in this video, just to point this out to y'all, I covered the history of Afghanistan all the way from the early 19th century all the way up to the present day in like 22 minutes. And then not only did I do that, I went and then made one on Hong Kong as well, because these were hot topics back in 2021. I mean, the fall of Afghanistan had just happened, and then also on top of that, the riots in Hong Kong were still going on as well. So, you know, it was interesting. Also, you're taking my life set. It sounds like you're reading a script. I was reading a script. There was a script made for this thing. It was about 3,000 words long. It was an incredibly long script. And it took about 2 days to write it, and I had to research everything in it because I didn't really know a lot about Afghanistan, so I had to read up on everything and then write the script while I was reading. And then I recorded the video, and then I made everything go above it. So, like, there was some really weird stuff. Also, this was the level of my animating skills. This is why we don't have animations.
Back. This was not the case at all, as the Mujahideen lived.
Okay, here we go. Here's an animation.
Day and fought the Soviets anytime they wanted.
Oh man, you added the popping cap sound effect.
Yeah. Oh my lord, dude, it was rough.
That they were making ground. They were only pushing farther into the hornet's nest of the Soviets.
Damn.
The Soviets found a short.
Dude, it was a rough documentary. I'm not gonna lie, but it was the first one. This is literally the first documentary ever made on this channel. Like, this was the first one. It was uploaded. It'll be 3 years ago on September 5th of 2021. So on September 5th of this year, that will be the 3rd year this channel has ever existed. And this was the first video put out, and it was put out on day 1 of the channel existing. So that's really wild to think about. And it's crazy to think it has been 3 years because we've come so far since this point. And also another thing, like, I kept to my original thing. I turned this thing into a gaming channel, but it went back to what it originally was supposed to be, which was this. This was the first video ever put out. It was on current events and news, and that's what the channel went back to. And we've been doing that now for 2.5 years straight. I'm very proud of that, and I love to know that I was able to succeed running this channel on YouTube, doing what I originally wanted to do, which was covering world news and in topics that were interesting to me in that level. And so with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. Thank you so much once again for support, Justice Ryan, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and up next we have a $33 donation from none other than Hal Rose. And thank you very much, Hal, for that support as always. And it said, Enforcer Matt, congratulations on reaching 250,000 subs in our LSA, and Slav Ukraine.
And Slav Ukraine. And thank you so much for the support, Hal Rose. Absolute legend. And thank you for congratulating us on 250K. It's amazing to think the Lee Spring Army has grown that large. It's huge now. It truly is huge. And it's growing even larger by the minute. Like, if y'all don't know, I'm just going to give y'all a little bit of a heads up count right now. Let me get this number for y'all. We are at exactly 251,355 subscribers at this point, and we've gotten about 900,000 views in the past 48 hours alone. Hot Dog Man is weeping at that number because he gets like 300,000 views a month. We get that number in a day. So with that, I hope that does address that fairly well. Thank you so much once again for support, Hal Rose, and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who helped to make this thing possible and have helped to make it possible up till this point. And so with that, long live the Lee Spring Army, Slav Ukraine, and with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and oh my God, wait a minute, hold on a second. Unfortunately, I know we're running late on time, but you got to show this clip right here. I just saw a clip that just came in on Telegram, and that's also somebody reposted on Twitter. You could see in Lipetsk the literal Ukraine drone flying over a guy's head. Like, he has it right above his head. Like, pull this up on the Twitter page. I just reposted it, and take a look. That's crazy footage.
Let's see here. Twitter. Also, Matthew, you just admitted something you're not supposed to admit.
What's that?
You have a Telegram.
Oh, whatever, man. People know at this point.
Oh.
Miss Disa called me out yesterday, and I was like, damn, people know about it. Forget it. It's like, I'm not even trying to hide it anymore.
Damn it. Next thing you know, they're going to find out we're actually CIA. Anyways, here's the clip. Dang.
Look at that.
Bro, that guy got up out of that bus station like he was going to go throw hands. Look at this guy. Where they at? Oh, man.
Man, he said, let me get him type beat, or let me at him.
Dude, he sat there and had that put me in coach kind of stand up. Like, put me in coach. Oh, man. But yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. Thank you for sharing that. But I have to make sure that we keep on track because we are going to start running massively overtime, and then I'll be getting questions about why we're running overtime. So with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here goes to Jason Carney, who puts in a $30 donation, and thank you very much, Jason, for that support. Sadly, no comment to address, though, but we appreciate it very much. And while we're at it, huge shout out to The Planet is Dying for putting in a 20, along with... What happened?
Oh, the planet is dying.
Oh, the planet is dying for putting in a 20. I thought the planet was actually dying then. But then we also had a 20 from Nat007. Huge shout out to Jason, the planet is dying, and also Nat for that very generous support, and we appreciate it very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I would also have to give it an illustrious shout out to Jason Carney, the planet is dying, and Nat007. It is thanks to folks like y'all and y'all support that y'all help this channel to keep on running day by day and to help to keep the Lee Spring Army alive. And I gotta thank you all incredibly once again for y'all's indubious support. We are massively appreciative of it, and I thank y'all greatly once again. And so with that, I hope that does address that incredibly well, indubiously. And thank you to the three of y'all once again for the support in all seriousness. Y'all didn't leave comments, but the support helps us to keep on air, and each of y'all play a role in making the Lee Spring Army and the Enforcer channel possible every day. And so with that, thank you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Anonymous, who puts in a $28 donation. And thank you very much, Anonymous, for your support. They said, as a retiree, I wish I could give more and more often. And I view lots of channels looking for news on this conflict, and there is no channel that can touch the quality and depth of the analysis that you guys do. It's appreciated, and congrats. And thank you very much for those kind words, by the way. We appreciate those kind words very much, because it means a lot to us that we do have the quality and also the depth that y'all find to be satisfactory. I'm glad we're meeting the standard. And Enforcer, what say you?
That was the most corporate thanks I've ever heard, man. You're like, I'm glad that we are meeting the criterion of the quality and kind of depth that y'all are looking for, and we are greatly appreciative of y'all's praise. Like, I was like, dang, dude, what are we working for, McDonald's? I was like, oh, we're going to be putting out corporate statements. I'm just kidding with you. Those are pretty good ones, but still, I gotta thank you so much for the support, Anonymous, and thank you so much for wanting to support more, but no one has to support at all. Like, I never want anyone to feel like they're pressured to support the channel. They don't have to. Like it's a completely free to watch channel, and folks can support a lot, folks can support a little, and some folks can't support at all. All they can do is hit the like button and watch. And we appreciate everyone, regardless of how much they can support, or if they don't support at all. It means a lot to us for folks just to be here. And I got to thank you so much for having such kind words and supporting the channel and helping it to keep on running. And thank you for saying that there's no other channel like this. I don't mean to sound narcissistic with this statement, because I usually have said in the past, oh, I'm sure there's channels that give us a run for their money. I'm not really seeing any out there anymore. I don't know about you, Matthew. Like, you know, not to sound like we're trying to like pump ourselves up here, but you know, on our basic run of the mill thing last week, I mean, they're like, you know, it's a tough pickings out there to find a good channel at all.
Yeah, I don't even look at them anymore, man. I don't even look at them. Like, I don't even look them up on YouTube.
But
I don't even look them up.
I mean, well, we don't look them up, but
I'm
you
lying.
know, man, why the hell did them damn Ukrainians get the money when you could send that money over to some shit over here? What the hell? You know what I mean?
No, seriously though. Like seriously though, I do look at the other ones. Who doesn't? Like if you're a YouTuber, obviously you're comparing yourself to other channels and stuff like that. It's just part of the game. But I'm not trying to put other people down. Like people can do their own thing and stuff like that. But I look at what y'all are saying to determine whether or not we're actually doing better stuff or not. And from the looks of it, it looks like y'all are saying we're doing better. So I'm going to go with that. I'm going to trust y'all on that one. And trust me, bro. And thank y'all very much for putting that trust in us.
And I thank y'all for putting that trust in us as well. Unlike Matthew, who said he doesn't want to put anyone down, I don't want to put anyone down either, but there are a few people that I do want to put down. And one of them in particular is the hot dog man. He might as well just quit. Like he might as well quit while he's behind, because there's no coming back from that. And I mean, what's even better? What's even better, Matthew, is, aw man, well, I doxed the enforcers and harassed the ever living hell out of them. I'm just gonna try and do it again. Ring ring. Wait a minute, is that the cops? Oh man. That was a great one.
Yeah, the hot dog man, he's fair game because he's bashed us so bad. Honestly, like if the other ones wouldn't have done us dirty, I would have had nothing against them either. Like being perfectly honest with you, I actually like watched some of their stuff before like everything started with the drama and stuff like that. But they acted so nasty toward us and stuff like that. It was hard to ignore it. And then they got even worse with it. And also, apparently, when we brought one guest on, I made him cry for 24 hours after he left. So I'm trying to go back and I'm trying to go back and repent. I'm trying to be nicer now. I didn't know I was being mean. I'm like I wasn't even saying anything cruel, but he went and cried for 24 hours. So I'm not trying to make anyone cry again. So I'm just keeping it diplomatic. But I have my own opinion, but I'll keep it to myself.
But you know something though, Matthew, like that I find funny is that guy cried and we treated him like royalty. Like he came on the show, like the guy got rude with us. Like we sat there and I tried to smooth it over, and Matthew backed off of the statement that the guy was so offended by, although it was just a statement. And then off air we treated him really politely and he was rude to us. And because he was an asshole to us, he wanted to cry all day the next day. It's like, dude, we should have been crying. The guy acted like an ass, like 100% to us. I was like, how in the world do you get away with this crap? And then also, I had the audacity, the asshole I was, to check in on the guy the next day because I heard he was crying all day. So I reached out to him on Discord. I was like, hey, dude, are you okay? Like, I heard you've been crying. If you need anyone to talk to, we could talk for a little bit if you want. No, I'm good. And then he goes shit talking us for the rest of his career. I'm like, I don't even know what the hell we did to him.
And then the dude banned me out of his Discord, and I was honestly like, that made me cry for 48 hours. I cried for double the length of time because I got banned out of his Discord. Not really, I didn't really give a damn. But anyways, that my point is this. Like, honestly, I would prefer to have peace with the pro-Ukraine community. I personally would have never chosen to work with them, but I would just like to have like a genuine peace, long-lasting peace. But we weren't even able to have short-term peace or any real peace with them because they got so nasty. And I know why, because they're of course jealous. They see y'all in the live chat saying, oh, your analysis is very good, and they look at that and they get like all angry and butthurt, thinking that, oh, well, my analysis isn't good, and then they start thinking they're not doing a good job, then they look angry at us, they're jealous and stuff like that. That's what it's all about. But at this point, it's water under the bridge. They've burned the relationship, and it's pretty much over. But it is what it is.
But one thing, Matthew, I will say, I love this. Okay, we have been doxxed, we've been harassed, we've gotten death threats from one specific person and their community, which is the hot dog man. That's why the hot dog man is the butt of a lot of jokes on this channel. Is because the guy legitimately made our lives behind the scenes a living hell for a good solid year or a year and a half. We didn't talk about it a lot. We would joke about the guy on air, but we wouldn't talk a lot about the actual hell that was being caused because we didn't want them to feel like they were winning against us or on us by making our lives hell. So we rarely ever mentioned it on air. But that guy really did make our lives hell. And I personally hold a grudge against that person. I will never forgive them for the crap that he did because it was completely uncalled for the grievance they had. Their grievances is that we didn't bring them onto our year's anniversary show as a guest. And for that reason, they wanted their viewers to threaten us with death and possibly even kill us. That's what that person wanted. And so now this guy, apparently this is his tactic, he went on to another YouTube channel and it devolved into a shit show. I will say this though, guy is bitch made because while he wants his viewers to like threaten people with death and stuff, the guy is a real bitch on air because that one guy had him as a guest. He got like a little aggressive with him. And then that guy just shut up completely. Hot Dog Man shut up completely and acted like a wimp. And so then he gets off air and he starts doxing this guy, apparently, from what we've heard, and starts having his viewers go harass him like they did us. But it looks like that guy didn't take it as calmly and collected as we did, because now he's got the cops calling him. Now Hot Dog Man does, and a whole bunch of other stuff. But I gotta say, if something comes out of that, that is long overdue. Like, really, in my opinion, long overdue for the kind of sick crap that guy does, and using his community as a weapon, and doxing people and harassing them because he just doesn't like them. That guy is an asshole, 100%. And regardless whether the other guy, because the other guy, I'm not really a big fan of that guy either. That's called the cops on the Hot Dog Man and all that stuff. Not a big fan of him either. I disagree with him. And also, he was an asshole to Matthew and just banned him straight out of the chat when Matthew said something, which was really stupid. But beyond that,
very controversial.
Yeah, really, really controversial. But beyond that, one thing I will say is that guy, I understand where he's coming from. I mean, if we had known that you could just call the local police in this guy's area where he's from, the Hot Dog Man, and they would actually possibly do something about it, we would have taken that route a long time ago. We tried suing the guy. He ended up hiding from the process server in Ukraine and in America. The guy's been elusive for us. But apparently the local police can literally just reach out to the guy instantly. If I had known that, we would have maybe taken that route a long time ago. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that fairly well. That ate up a lot of time right there, but still, if something comes out of that, if some action's taken against Hot Dog Man for that stupidity, I've got to say that was a long time coming. It should have even come around sooner. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next super chat here goes to S. Pedro, and thank you very much, S. Pedro, excuse me, I'm butchering your name, S. Pedro, for putting in the first ever super chat on the live stream. We appreciate that very much, that $50 support. And he says, Mexico rejects Ukraine's request to arrest Putin during the visit, and cartels run the country, and they could take action if motivated by the money.
Interesting. And that's interesting here that Mexico rejects Ukraine's request to arrest Putin. That's interesting. Also, it's kind of weird that Putin would go to Mexico. Like, Maddie, have you heard anything about this whole Putin-Mexico trip? Matthew?
I got disconnected there for a minute. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Did you hear my question?
You were saying something about the Mexico trip. Say it one more time.
Do you know anything about this trip Putin might take to Mexico?
I had heard rumors of it. I don't know the exact story here, but I heard that Putin might be going to Mexico for something. But like Pedro mentioned here, Mexico said they wouldn't arrest him during the visit. So, honestly, Pedro, I think the only hope of actually arresting the guy would be to get maybe weirdly enough, to get the cartels to actually try to arrest him. But, Putin's like a cartel of his own, so I'm not sure if the cartels are willing to do that because, they have a little bit of reservations when it comes to things on that grand of a scale. So I don't know. I mean, it's possible, but I doubt it.
I would have to say, I don't think they would arrest him. It's weird that he would be going to Mexico considering it's so close to the United States. But maybe it's some kind of an attempt to make it look like the Mexicans are going towards the Russian side. But that would be stupid. For the Mexicans to try and team up with the Russians. So I would have to say they're not arresting, probably just a diplomatic act. Yeah, also considering if Mexico invited Putin to Mexico, it would be really weird to arrest him on the spot as well. He would, of course, be able to get through, even if it wasn't about the cartel. If you invite someone to your country and there is a possibility of arresting him, you're not going to invite them there and then arrest him. That's just bad for diplomacy. But with that, I hope that does address that fairly well. And I thank you so much once again for the support and help with this channel to keep on running, S. Pedro. And thank you for your first super chat ever as well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Cypress96, who puts in a $27 donation. And thank you very much, Cypress, for your support as well. They said, congratulations on 250,000 subs. And that doesn't happen by accident. And you must be doing something correct. And keep up the good work and take one from the chat, please.
And thank you so much for the support, Cypress96. I would hope that we are not getting 250,000 subscribers by accident. I would really hope so. And I got to thank you so much once again for the kind words and wanting us to keep up the good work. And we will make sure to take one from the chat. And so what do we got, Matthew, from Cypress96?
All right, so this one goes to Adventure Camping Zone, who says, will Russia destroy Kursk with its own artillery?
they probably would end up doing that. I wouldn't doubt it because they've done that before at Shebekino and also at Gryvron. So I wouldn't doubt that they would do that in Kursk on a much larger scale. And so with that, I hope that does address that live chat well. Thank you once again for the support, Cypress96. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And our next one here goes to Tom Exman, who puts in the 25. And thank you, Tom, as well, for that very generous support.
Hey!
He said, $25 for 250,000 subs today. Yeah.
Yeah! And I got to thank you so much for the support, Tom Exman. And I gotta say, it is one hell of a thing to hit 250,000 subscribers. We went from the dark ages of the channel to the platinum age, really. I've never seen a time better in the channel history for growth and really everything else. And so I gotta thank you massively once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope I addressed that incredibly well, Tom Exman. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat here goes to Jay Tevis, who puts in a 20 and says, congrats on 250,000.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, Jay Tevis, and thank you for congratulating us on 250K. Hopefully, here is to another 250,000 in the near future. And so with that, thank you so much once again for the support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And on this one, huge shout out. And also, thank you once again, Tom. He said thank you, or you're certainly welcome, and we appreciate that very much. And we also had a 20 from Paramecium13, who said, I've been looking at satellite images of the area around Sudza from the 8th and the 3rd, and there's been a large-scale movement of clouds in the area. Something big is in the works. And also found a new few craters and burnt fields.
And thank you for the support, Paramecium13. There is something big in the makings around Sudza. I mean, the Ukrainian army's there. That's big. But still, thank you so much once again for the support. Thank you for sharing what you've seen on satellite footage. I haven't looked at that a lot myself, but every once in a while, I tend to dabble in the satellite imagery from here to there. But still, thank you so much once again for the support. I hope that does address that fairly well, Paramecium13. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we've got a 20 from N. Hansen, who puts in that 20. I'm repeating the same thing over again. I don't know what I'm doing, but thank you very much, N. Hansen, for that support. And they said, could the Freedom of Russia Legion incursions have been part of a long-term plan for the present push into Russia?
It may have been. That may have been multiple attempts at a feint, so that way the Russians would think that every border incursion was going to be a small one, and so that way their reaction time was a lot more relaxed to a border incursion than it would have been normally. So that may have been the case, N. Hansen. Very interesting observation. I would say pretty good point, actually. And so with that, thank you so much for the support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right. And also someone in the live chat mentioned, have y'all gone over Belbek yet? And yes, we covered that a moment ago. No photo. I don't think we brought any photos out or anything like that. It just happened a moment ago. But Belbek was smashed again. And we'll have to cover that tomorrow on the Short War video. But with that, we're jumping into this super chat, which goes to Jason Carpenter, who also puts in a 20. He said, congratulations on 250,000 subs. Enforcer and Enforcer match slaying the live stream. And LSA has come a long way. And I told you that you're killing it, bro. You're killing it.
And thank you so much for the support, Jason Carpenter. And we're killing it, Jerry. Killing it. And I got to thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Thank you for the congrats on 250,000 subs. And thank you so much for saying that we've been slaying the streams. We try our best to slay the streams. And the channel really has come a long way in such a short amount of time, really, like a few years. And we just keep on climbing, like today. Like we've climbed today. I mean, my goodness, we've really climbed. Oh my goodness. We're all the way up to 200. Hang on, let me read that correctly. Oh my lord. We are all the way up to 251,380. We started today, by the way, if y'all are wondering, at 249,582. So we have gained a massive amount of subscribers today, an unbelievable amount. And so with that, thank you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
In our next super chat goes to Marion Demert, who puts in a 20 and says the comedian was ... Slav Ukraini. Yes.
And Slav Ukraini, and yes. And also, one other thing I gotta say is, I mean, the comedian. Have you seen Zelenskyy? He played a piano with his weenus. And it's like, so it's like, I bet everyone's done stupid things in their life. I mean, at least he did it as a job to make money, you know, like, some people do it for free, and those people are weird.
Yeah. And isn't it funny that the guy who played the piano with his weenus is a lot more competent than the guy who's running his mouth about the guy playing the piano with the weenus?
Yeah, I'd have to say, I'd have to agree. It is a little weird, but hey, you know, it is what it is, I suppose. Sometimes when you play the piano with your weenus, it just shows that you're more capable with that. You know, like, you know what I mean? You gotta respect it. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
In our next super chat here goes to the Urban Cover, who puts in a $20 donation, and thank you very much. They said, I see you guys getting a little political lately. Whoa, Jack, no, not political.
Jack, whoa.
I said, please stay out of politics, and don't worry, we will. We're not getting political, I'm telling you. And he said, we all know who was there when Ukraine need help. And we, like you guys, don't ruin it forever. Respect from Albania.
And thank you for the support. I don't know how to take that, though, because we haven't been getting political. But still, thank you for the support all the way from Albania. And we, I don't think we've been getting political, and I don't think that we are going to get political. Because when I mean political, I mean I'm talking about those domestic political talking points of today's world. And I don't go into those talking points because, quite honestly, I find them to be quite ridiculous. But so with that, thank you so much once again for support and helping the channel keep it running. You really scared me, though, right there. You really scared me, the Urban Cover. But still, thank you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to DS, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, DS. They said, my favorite guys on the internet, and I love your hard work and LSA. And thank you very much. Very kind words.
And thank you so much for the kind words, DS. Thank you for saying that we're your favorite folks on the internet. Y'all are our favorite folks on the internet because y'all are our people. Y'all are LSA folks. And so thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. It is folks like you who helped make this thing possible, DS. And thank you for enjoying the hard work. And long live the Lee Spring Army. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat here is going to go to, let's see here, it's going to go to Gene O'Reilly, who puts in a $20 donation. Thank you very much, Gene, for that support. They said, long time LSA, however, I get unsubscribed a lot, but I've been here since 2-24-22, very early, and with you, and many thanks.
That's incredibly early. I mean, good Lord, that's literally like day 2. And I got to thank you so much for support, John O'Reilly. And thank you so much for being a longtime LSA viewer. You would be an old guard. And I hate to hear that you get unsubscribed. It's something that we don't have any control over. YouTube just unsubscribes people sometimes. But I will say this. Like, I know people get aggravated with that. We have no control over it, though. So it really, like, if anyone should be aggravated at anyone, y'all should be aggravated at YouTube for doing that. But I saw a comment today, Matthew, in the video comments, and someone said, I like this channel, but they keep unsubscribing me. And I was like, we're not doing that. It's like, we can't do that. Like, we can't unsubscribe.
Why would we take away our unsubscribers? Why would we do that?
Yeah, I was like, I don't know why in the world someone would say that. So, you know, like, whenever I see that, like, for some reason, like, a part of me wants to get kind of defensive because we can't unsubscribe people. I'm like, we don't unsubscribe people. But I thank you so much for supporting and enjoying the channel, John O'Reilly. And also, I hate to hear that you're getting unsubscribed. The best thing I can say is just keep resubscribing, because we can't do anything to fix that because we don't run YouTube, and YouTube just keeps doing that to some of our subs. So just keep resubscribing. I hate to hear that, though. But still, thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And so with that, thank you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and the next one also goes to Marion Deemer once again, who puts in another 20, and huge shout out for the second support of the night. And Marion said, really, Channel Legends, who was Tony, LOL.
And I thank you for the support. Channel Legends are folks that we know, Marion Deemer. And you're a channel legend, actually. You've been around for a long time. I know you really well, and so you're a channel legend. Also, Tony was a driver of a Russian armored car in the Kherson Oblast, and some Russians got on top of the car, and they told him to drive. Tony couldn't see to drive. So, because all these guys were sitting their fat asses on the windshield, he was having to look out of to drive. So, Tony went careening off the road, and then he overcorrected and veered hard left, and he flipped over the MRAP with everyone on top of it, and they all went flying out onto the street and everything, and the MRAP went flipping over a couple of them. So, that's why we always say whenever there's a bad driver, it's Tony. Because Tony was the first bad driver we ever saw in the war, and it was one hell of a bad driving session for sure. But still, thank you so much once again for support, Marion Deemer, and helping this channel keep on running. And LOL. And with that, thank you once again. We are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Monsieur Gaston, who puts in a 20. He said, Enforcer, I'm hearing reports that the Marmot has been seen near Kursk. Can you verify?
I think we can. Matthew, I think
Remember, comrade. Remember, comrade. Always trust, but verify.
I don't know where you got that from or what that means, but I'm going with
it. That's the KGB, man. That's the KGB used to say that.
Oh, hell, I don't know. How would you know?
They said that in Chernobyl, man. They said, remember, comrade, always trust, but verify.
I don't know where you got that from or what that means, but I'm going with it. Oh, hell, I don't know. How would you know?
Remember, comrade, always trust, but verify. They said, remember, comrade, always trust, but verify.
I never heard that before, man. Are you KGB?
Now you know.
Are you Russian plant? Should I call CIA?
No, just not. You're a history major. I'm the political science person.
Man, well, I don't know shit about the KGB hardly. Like, that's how I feel the expertise. Hang on, y'all. The marmot's taking a long time to load. It's loading like an inkjet laser. Look at this. It's taking forever. I can't zoom in on it yet. It's like, damn, come on. Any second now. Oh, hello there. Would you like a plum?
Hey!
Hey!
Trust but verify.
Verify, then trust. Trust, then verify. Beyond that, it is the marmot. And we love to have the marmot. It's Alan the marmot. And we have spotted Alan the marmot near Kursk. And what does he have to say? All right, Governor, get on in there and you'll do what you're told. And then, oh man, I got 12 up in the building. 12, the ops are going against me. Oh man, the ops are coming for me. Oh man, they're gonna put me under. Oh man, remember me. That's something like that. Matthew, do you have anything to add?
Oh man, you know it sucks when you got 12 on your ass. It sucks. It's like it's terrible. It's like, you know, you go from saying F the police to I love the police. I love them. I've loved them my whole life. I'm sorry I ever said that.
Aw, man, I've got to tell you, I really have to be honest with you. Aw, man, I never expected 12 to be coming for me. I mean, when that pepper balling happened out in the hallway, I thought that was the closest action I was going to get with 12, but now 12 is coming for me. Aw, man, I just want 12 to be here for me. I wish I could go back to the days that I was taking romps in the forest and simply doxing the enforcers and trying to get them killed. Aw, man, it was a simple life back then, but now I've gotten into deeper trouble. Aw, man, I'm gonna have to sit down and smoke on my philosophical crack pipe to find out how to get out of this.
Oh no, man, he's smoking ayahuasca.
Oh man, and then when I get kicked off of his stream and bitched on, I'll go, oh wow, he blocked me, or something like that. I'll be really scared, but I'll try and play it off like I'm really nonchalant about it. Oh,
you know what irritates me? Like you mentioned that. You mentioned something about getting kicked off places and blocked and stuff like that. Here's my thing, people. I'm 24 years old. I'm still a youngin'. So is Enforcer, still a youngin'. We're fresh out of college and stuff like that at the very beginning of our lives. And sometimes, I'm not trying to like hype myself up or blow smoke up my own ass or something like that, but sometimes it feels like the people we deal with on YouTube who are like 50 years old, like grown-ass men and women, are less mature than we are at 24 years old. It feels like the roles have been reversed and we've been robbed here. It's like, I thought the 50-year-olds were supposed to be more mature than us, and we were the ones on the short end of the stick. How come it's the opposite way around? Like, what's going on?
Wow. Look at that toiler.
Yeah, it's like they're look at it. They're so ready to come at us. It's like, why are they so ready to fight? It's like these people are like so damn angry.
Wait. You get banned first. So then in retaliation, we just block the guy because we want nothing to do with him. And then some random third party comes out of the blue going, looks like someone got butthurt talking about us. It's like I feel like that kind of shit coming from someone who looks like they're 60 is pretty damn stupid and immature, because it's like, first off, it's like your pal is the one who's the butthurt bitch, because he blocks Matthew with Matthew doing nothing. Like, Matthew just made a comment and he got blocked off of a stream. Like, it's like it's not like
I got chewed out like for no reason. I don't even know why. Like, still to this day, I'm like, what the hell like provoked all of that?
Because of me. Because I do voices on the show to make y'all laugh, because I want y'all to have a good time and, you know, laugh a little bit. Because of that, this guy saw Matthew and went, oh, it's that son of a bitch with the voices. It's like, no, that's me. Like, you don't even know who the hell you're talking to right now. And so then he gets blocked. So then Matthew does what I would assume is quite reasonable. It's like, this guy is apparently stupid or crazy or something. We want nothing to do with him. So then we block him. And then the guy goes, oh, well, look at that. The bastion of free speech. They blocked me. Like, he didn't block Matthew. And then some person wants to come out and go, wow, look at that toiler. And then say that Matthew's butthurt. It's like how the hell can you even come to that conclusion? It's like, we're not butthurt. We just see the guy's stupid. We want nothing to do with him. You know, it's like, that's quite simple. Like, that's a very simple input and output. And so I'd like, and that is that stupid toddler shit, Matthew, where like the toddler hits first and then they get hit back and they go, ow, quit hitting me. It's like that kind of stuff. It's like, how stupid and immature can you get? And what's even stupider?
It's so immature. And also I saw TTC MZX say in the live chat, can't get tripped up about it. I don't get tripped up about it, but it does like sit on my mind when I'm contemplating. I'm like I just discussed a moment ago. How are they less mature than I am at 24 years old? I don't understand it. So I'll sit here thinking that. Yeah, I'll sit here thinking that. I'm like, how did it turn out this way? But it doesn't bother me though. In reality, my feelings aren't hurt. I'm not crying for 24 hours over it or anything like that. But I'll just sit there and think, why? It's like, why? But we've literally withstood like hell. Like we've been doxxed, we've been threatened with death. We've had everything thrown at us. Like most 24-year-olds don't go through what we've gone through at our age, and I would say that we've weathered the storm quite well compared to some people. Because like the bullies out there, like the loudmouth over there that banned me out of his chat, he couldn't even handle the heat from Hot Dog Man's community for like a day before he removed all the videos, started calling the police, and then copyright striked him. He went berserk.
Also,
I was like, damn, that guy really couldn't handle it.
Also, since this is like 6 months ago, I think we can tell you all about this now. We were in such danger at some times. There were fake pizza delivery people showing up to our house saying that they were from pizza delivery companies nearby. And when we would call those pizza companies, they said that there was no order that had been placed that was coming to this address at that time of night. So those people were fake pizza delivery people trying to get to us to do something to us of some sort. And we have been in extreme danger. We've actually been in peril of death sometimes because of that hot dog man and his idiot group of followers. We've legitimately been there. And we've dealt with it, I feel like, with grace. Like, yes, we've shit on the guy a lot and made jokes about him. He deserves them. But at the same time, you know, like, we didn't freak out and go rash, you know, like, and to be honest, I mean, we didn't, because we know if anything really happens, you know, here at this house at least, we were well prepared for whatever was going to happen. I mean, you know, I'm not going to go further into that, but we were certainly well prepared. If anything had happened, we probably would be fine. But that was still incredibly dangerous. Like, thinking back about that, Matthew, like, what was the thing about that is that I was here alone during that time, and we were guessing that's why they started to pop up in large numbers, is because I've said on stream, oh, you know, Matthew's out in Texas. I'm actually here alone. And then they started to show up while I was here alone. So I'm sitting here pretty much awake all night for 3 nights straight. You know, I forget what day it was, but I was here alone for 3 nights, well, 2 nights straight, really. And I'm just having to stay up all night long, making sure that no one's trying to break into this house and kill me while I'm here alone. Because there's just crazy
wearing level
people.
4 plates too.
Yeah, wearing level 4 plates, walking around the house with an M4, like waiting for someone to try and break in, because I don't know if there's anyone out there in the dark or not. And like,
man, I know those sickos are going to be laughing their ass off like hearing that story right now. They're thinking, oh yeah, we got him good. We really like spooked him. That's how sick they are. They'll actually laugh at us when they hear it.
They are some sick people. There are some sick, depraved people out there in the world. There really is. And Hot Dog Man and his community are some of the most sick, depraved people I've run across ever. We've dealt with them the best we can. I'm honestly happy to hear that he's getting apparently in hotter water than he ever has so far. And so if he gets charges pressed on him, we're going to be throwing a party. Like, especially if he actually he's found guilty on those charges in some kind of a trial later on down the road, we will actually legit probably throw a channel party that night and just have a celebration stream or something like that. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that fairly well. You know, and that's the other thing. Like, we sit there and we take action against this guy because he's making our lives hell in the background, and we're scared for our lives legitimately back when all that was in full swing. And then you have asshole YouTubers coming out of the woodwork going, oh, the enforcers are treating him wrong. It's like, yeah, you have fake hot pizza delivery guys showing up to your house possibly trying to kill you at 11 o'clock at night. You see how you like it. Like, I'm sure you'd be taking action at that point to try and have this guy to stop this shit. Like, anyone would. And then people want to sit there and they want to go, oh, the enforcers are overreacting. I mean, yeah, he's got free speech. Like, and that was the stupid thing. Like, this guy has crossed the line of free speech every single time he opens his mouth. Like, he says some of the most uncouth shit It's stuff that's illegal. It's stuff that would get you arrested most of the time. It's a federal crime, some of the stuff he does. And then stupid people on the internet who have no concept of what the law is or what is legal and illegal would sit there and tell hundreds of thousands of people, well, the enforcers are assholes because actually what he's doing is protected by free speech. It's like, no, it's not. It's not protected by free speech. The guy is putting our life in danger, and something should be done about it. And then we got ganged up on because we wanted to stop the crazy bastard. And then everyone found out later that sided with his ass. He's a crazy bastard. It's like, who would have thought? Who would have thought? Anyways, I'm gonna get worked up talking about that. It just aggravates, especially when I think back about the actual danger we were in for a lot of the time. Like, even at law school, we were in danger. They were trying to call the law school and have us swatted while we were there, saying that we were carrying around weapons and stuff on campus. Like, they tried that too. They tried to get us swatted and shot while we were at law school. Like, they did all this shit. Like, and we were dealing with it in the background as quietly as we could. We hardly ever mentioned it. And his ass was over there just egging people on. His community was just more than happy to do it. They're still more than happy to do it. A few of them are still out there right now saying this stuff. And crazily enough, nothing's been done to stop it. Like, if anything is done to those people, I'm happy for it. If they get arrested, if they get charged with anything in the future, I'm all for it. Like, I think they should all be charged, because what they have done is illegal. It's not borderline illegal, it's illegal. It's a crime. And so I hope that eventually law enforcement, FBI, whoever would look into that, local law enforcement, will look into these people, find them, and hopefully have them held accountable for what they've done. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that fairly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and this one goes to Rain Roth, who puts in a $55 donation, and thank you very much, Rain, for that support. He said, my subscription fee.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support. You don't have to support us with a subscription fee, Rain Roth. You don't have to. Thank you for being from Norway, by the way. But that is a pretty big subscription fee. And one thing I want to make very clear about this channel is that this channel is absolutely free to watch. No one ever has to feel like they owe the channel a dime. No one has to owe the channel a single second of time to watch an ad or a sponsor. This channel is entirely free to watch, especially on the live streams. Now, on YouTube videos, we do have to run ads. They don't promote our videos if we don't run ads on them. And every once in a while, we do take sponsorships on YouTube videos. Usually that's to try and build up funds for a larger project in the background, because we don't really want to throw like the burden of fundraising for projects on y'all. But beyond that, these streams are absolutely free to watch entirely. No one has to put a cent into them if they don't want to. But I still thank you for supporting the channel and throwing in a subscription fee, because you don't even have to. We don't even have one, but we still greatly appreciate the support. And I thank you once again for helping this channel to keep on running. And so with that, we are on to the next one. And thank you so much once again.
Yes, indeed. And also, unfortunately, we're about to run over time significantly, so why not add one more thing to show? So go to our Twitter page real quick, look at the feed, and it gives us more context to what we were looking at in these videos that we just saw here. That line of like trucks and stuff like that Russia had coming from Donetsk, that was what was on fire. Like, look at the poster at the top on Twitter.
I don't know about this one, because this was near Rolisk right here, and this right here, from what we know, was northeast of Kursk, and it was, wait a minute, hang on, let me think, wait a minute, hang on, let me look at the timestamps on these. Whoa, look at that boiler. Oh, let's see here, 15th Brigade, this was 12 hours ago, so when did that column get struck out here at Rolisk? 7, it is them.
That's it.
That's them.
And they came in from the side when they took the picture. They came in from a side road. That's why the fire looks like it's at a different angle, because they're on the side road, like that leads to a T intersection, and that was where the column was. So all those Bahankas and all that stuff you see on the side of the road, that's what's burning.
Oh my goodness, man! The 15th Brigade has already taken overwhelming losses just entering the field. Man, that is crazy. That's actually a pretty astute observation by this guy, because the timestamps line up. Like, it would have taken them that long to drive from that point that I had on the map to the next. So yeah, this is them. They got obliterated right outside of our list. They didn't even get to set up into positions because they got blown away before they even got them. So that is pretty wild. That's pretty wild. Thank you for sharing that, Matthew. That was a very, very good catch right there. But with that, we have to get on to the next one. I mean, we have so many more to go. How many more do we have to go, Matthew? Let's see here. We have
30.
Oh my goodness. This is going to be like a 4-hour long stream. But with that, we're on to the next one.
And up next, huge shout out to Andy L, who put in a $20 donation with no comment to address, but thank you very much, Andy L, for that support as always. And we also had a 10 from Heather Fitzgibbon, and huge shout out to you, Heather, as well for that support. And then we had a 10 from Joe Emily, and also huge shout out to Joe. And we appreciate that very, very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you for the support, Andy L. And I also got to thank you for the support, Joe Emily. I saw you throw in that super chat after we addressed your live chat. And I gotta say, you never owe the channel a dime. You never owe the channel a cent. But I thank you so much for enjoying the answer enough that you found it worthwhile to support the channel and help it to keep on running. That's incredibly kind of you. You didn't have to do that, but that's incredibly nice of you. And also, I gotta say a huge shout out to Andy L as well, a channel legend through and through, a veteran of the Lee Spring Army. And I gotta thank you so much once again for being here with us tonight and supporting this channel and helping it to keep on being possible. And so with that, thank you so much once again, and we are on to the next one. Also, someone said, Rose Blue said, talk faster maybe? We might end up going turbo mode, but I'm trying to hold back on that because usually Matthew starts to melt down in turbo mode because he's having to do a lot more than me, and he's having to do it at like 3 times the speed. So I want to like give it a little bit before we start going into the turbo mode. But with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next super chat is going to go to, guess who? It's going to Sharky, who puts in a $10 donation. And thank you very much, Sharky, for that support. They said, had a lot of work the last months, but always watch the videos, and nice to see you live again, and howdy.
Oh, howdy. And thank you so much for the support. And also, thank you so much for watching the vids. We put a lot of work into those videos. They actually take about as much time to make these days as running a live stream, like in terms of time. And so I thank you so much for enjoying them. It means a lot. And I got to thank you greatly for the support and helping this channel keep on running and still being with us, Shocky. I got to thank you. And so with that, thank you so much once again for support. And we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Adam McLean, who puts in a 10 as well and says, here's to the 250,000 subs.
And thank you so much for the support, Adam McLean, and thank you for congratulating us on 250,000 subscribers. Hopefully, we'll gain another 250,000 subscribers here in the near future. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one. And thank you once again.
Also, by the way, just a real quick note, it looks like Lepevsky is getting hit again. This time, it looks like Ukraine destroyed a weapons storage facility located at the airbase. We already heard about that. And also, there's apparently more loud explosions around the town or city of Lipetsk. So it's going down right there in the place right there. But anyways, moving into our next super chat, this one goes to Siri, who puts in a $10 donation. Thank you very much, Siri, for that support. Hey. They said, I'm proud of you two, your hard work, and the beautiful community that you created. And I propose an LSA rendezvous in Europe. And please take a question from the chat and XO from Oslo.
And thank you so much for the support, Siri. Of course, our Norwegian viewer all the way from Oslo in Norway. And I gotta thank you so much for being proud of us. We'd love to know if folks are proud of us. We work really hard. I am a real boy now, Papa. Matthew knows what I'm talking about with that inside. That's an inside joke in our family. But beyond that, thank you so much for enjoying the community. Thank you for enjoying the Lee Spring Army. It's a wonderful community. And I think it would be cool if we did have an eventual LSA meetup, a fan meet, somewhere. Because it's very clear to me, this channel is going to live on a lot longer than just the war in Ukraine. It's really turning into a bit of a movement. Because it's, it's kind of shifted from being a pro-Ukraine channel, because that's all we covered and all we did, to now it's really more of a pro-American, pro-Western interest channel. And there's a very long life to be had for something like that, because it's a larger, grander objective that is always existing as long as the Western world and America exists as an entity. And so we probably will eventually get to having fan meets. It's just that we have to find out how to run the security side of things. That's kind of the biggest concern, because like we were saying earlier, Hot Dog Man has made it very clear through his community that there are some very sick and depraved people out there who, if they did get the chance, they might end up trying to blow our brains out. Like if we ever went in public anywhere in a large group and they get blended in a group. So if we do anything, we have to kind of figure out the security side of things, because I don't want to go to the first fan meet ever and have that be the last thing I ever do in my life. Because I love y'all and everything, and I love that y'all watch the channel, but at the same time, I don't want a fan meet to be the last thing I do on Earth because some sick person wanted to shoot me, and kill me, or wound Matthew, or kill him, and then one of us is just left, or both of us get killed. That'd be pretty tough. So we would have to figure out the security side of things before we do any LSA meetups, but I would love to do them in the future. It's just the security side of things has to be dealt with first. But still, thank you so much once again. Thank you for wanting us to take a question from the chat, and we will make sure to get one. And what do we got, Matthew?
And this one goes to Rawl, who says, are there any reasons realistically for the U.S. to maintain the restrictions on equipment usage after this offensive?
Not really. It seems kind of stupid to me. I mean, they've pretty much used everything they wanted in Russia at this point, so why in the world have any requirements? Just let them use whatever they want in Russia. It's quite obvious they already are going to, and it's quite obvious we had no intention of actually enforcing that once it came to it. But with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, and I thank you once again for sponsoring our live chat. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And moving on to our next one here, we have a $25 super chat from Nigel Barker, and thank you very much, Nigel, for the support.
Hey!
We appreciate it very much. That is your first ever super chat on the stream, by the way. A lot of first-time supporters tonight, and we appreciate it very much, Nigel, for that support.
Whoops!
And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you. You sound like you're about to sneeze.
Oh no, I'm hanging in there.
Oh, he's hanging in. He's hanging in, folks. Beyond that, I gotta thank you so much for the support, Nigel Barker, and helping this channel to keep on running. You didn't throw in a comment, but that was your first super chat ever, and we've really had a lot of first super chatters tonight. And I gotta thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. We wouldn't be able to keep this thing running, and for that, I greatly thank you. And thank you for super chatting for your first time tonight as well. You're a part of making this channel run from here on. And so with that, thank you so much. And we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one here is going to go to Lazarus7049, who puts in a 10, and said that displaced Russian civilians will become politically noisy when October comes around and it starts getting cold.
And I would have to say, they will. Like I was having to think about that. It is cold in Russia during the winters, and they will start to become very outspoken and very violent, because they'll freeze to death out there in the cold if they don't get in some kind of a shelter. And I'm sure they'll start to pose a big issue for the Russian government, because they can't let people freeze to death in the streets. Like, they can care at none at all about the people, but it's a bad look for thousands of people, possibly, to freeze to death out in the streets, and everyone sees that. Like, that's something that you can't hide from the public. They're going to see these frozen bodies on the sidewalks and stuff. And so with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, and I thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. That's very true, Lazarus. And with that, we are, let's see here. Oh my goodness, we have like 20-something left. I feel like we're treading water right now. And so, because I feel like we're treading water and we're starting to go over time, and it looks like we're going to be very well over time, it is now time for us to enter double time mode. We are going to be reading the super chats at twice or maybe 3 times the speed at which we normally would read them. This is actually quite easy for me, because this is about as fast as I usually think, but it's very difficult for Matthew to be able to do all of the logistics of running everything in the background on the stream and do that. So Matthew, I'm so sorry, but we do have to make sure to knock out all of these super chats, and we have to thank each and every one of them. And so we're going to be entering double time speed right now. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one right here goes to Team Razor, who puts in a $10 donation.
Hey!
Thank you very much, Team Razor, for that support. He said, do we know for sure that Drasimov is still alive? This is only the second time I remember seeing him since he was supposedly killed. And I have a friend that speaks Russian who said that his voice sounds like AI.
And I thank you so much for the support. An incredibly interesting question, Team Razor. I would assume that Drasimov is alive, because we've seen him in a couple of Russian governmental meetings, and he has been moving around. The Russian Admiral of the Black Sea Fleet, he has been dead, and he literally would not move on the Zoom calls or blink, and that showed that he really was dead, and it was just a still image they were using. And so we are assuming that at this moment, Drasimov is still alive and quite well and still functioning, because this kind of incompetency could only be seen by none other than Drasimov. And so with that, I thank you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. With that, we're on to the next one.
And up next, excuse me. Up next, we have a $10 super chat, the third ever on the live stream from Robert McCann. And thank you very much, Robert, for that support. We appreciate it very much. Of course, that support helps us keep it running. It keeps the work going as well, and it keeps the lights running and also burning and also on. They're lit. But anyways, Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you so much for the support, Robert McCann, and helping this channel to keep on running. That is your third super chat ever. Way! And I gotta say, of course, why you didn't throw in a comment is incredibly appreciative, and we thank you so much because you helped to make this channel possible and help us to keep on running. And so with that, thank you so much once again. We are on to the next one.
And the next one right here goes to Tom Xman, who puts in a $5 donation and says, let's have a marmot at the party count in the closing.
Hey, and I'd have to say that's a pretty good idea, Tom X. Why not have a marmot up on the big screen or something like that when we have an LSA fan function? I think that'd be incredibly cool. And so with that, thank you so much once again for the support, Tom X, and helping the channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible. And with that, we were on to the next one.
And moving on to our next super chat right here, we have a super chat from Five UFO who puts in a $10 donation, and thank you very much, UFO, for the support. They said, Kremlin is a layer of Satan, anti-Western propaganda, and global cringe. Only traitors or certified losers will want to negotiate until the complete Russian defeat. G2, UA, and God bless LOC.
Hey, God bless the LC. Thank you so much for your support and helping this channel to keep on running. I would have to agree with you. I'm not really a big fan of the Kremlin. The Kremlin is probably one of the most despotic areas of the world at the moment, and right next to the Forbidden City inside of Beijing. Oh, what's up, Beijing? But beyond that, I got to thank you so much for your support and helping this channel to keep on running, because I certainly agree with you. I'm not a big fan of the Kremlin, and on top of that, anyone who really affiliates with the Kremlin or supports the Kremlin seems to be a little bit of a wimpy to me, especially if they're an American. And so with that, thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does it just incredibly well. With that, we're on to the next one.
And up next, big shout out to TTC MZX, who put in a $20 donation and said everyone keeps super chatting.
Hey, and I gotta thank you so much for the support. TTC MZX. That's really hard to read really quickly. Thank you for your 10 super chat ever to this channel, helping to keep on running. But I don't really want anyone to super chat anymore because we have so many super chats that we have to address and cover. We're going to run out of time, and we won't have time to address everyone's super chat. So everyone, don't super chat beyond this point. We got to read everyone else's off, and we got to make sure to get to them. But still, thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, TT, because it is folks like you help to make this thing possible and help us keep this thing running. So with that, thank you once again. We are on to the next one.
And with that, we're moving on to our next super chat right here, which goes to Rose Blue, but it's in a $10 donation. And thank you very much, Rose Blue, for that support. We appreciate it very much. And of course, that does help keep the work running. And they said, thank you, a nice birthday surprise. And also, if it's your birthday, happy birthday to you. I think I'm understanding that correctly, but thank you very much. Hope you have a good birthday, and I hope it's a very good one as well. Have some cake. And Enforcer, what say you?
Hey, and I gotta say, thank you so much for the support, Rose Blue, and helping this channel to keep it running. I gotta say thank you. And I hope that you have had a nice birthday surprise if it is your birthday. I'm understanding that it may be your birthday, but nevertheless, thank you so much for the support and helping the channel to keep it running, because it is folks like you who helped to make this thing possible, and if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to be here on air right now and running this channel. So with that, a huge thanks to you once again. Happy birthday to you as well. If it is your happy birthday, say happy birthday to Rose Blue in the chat, everyone. I hope that they have a great one, and I hope that the Lee Spring Army gives them some birthday wishes. So with that, we're on to the next one.
And the next one right here goes to Cup O Noodle, who puts in a $10 donation. And thank you very much, Cup O Noodle, for that support. And we appreciate it very much. And he said, according to the sources on both sides, around 300 Ukrainians made an incursion into Kursk. Sounds kind of familiar, and I'm referring to that one historical movie. And
thank you so much for the support. Bololo, Cup Noodles. And I gotta say, according to our information, it's a lot more than 300. It appears to be several brigades, and they are absolutely hamming on them Russians. I mean, they're giving them an ass whipping. And I gotta say, thank you so much for the support and helping this channel keep on running. Sadly, I don't know what historical movie you're talking about, but nevertheless, it does sound like an interesting one. If you could give me a little movie recommendation, maybe you could go check that out sometime around. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address it incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and hip it. Moving on to our next super chat right here. We have a $10 super chat from Sully Canuck, and thank you very much, Sully, for that support as always. He said, congratulations on 251,355 subscribers.
And thank you so much for the support and helping the show to keep on running, and thank you for congratulating us on having 251,355 subscribers. We currently have 251,407 subscribers. We are continuously growing. The Lee Spring Army grows larger day by day. There is no force in the world that can stop us at this moment, and we are going to make sure to be the large and premier Western voice of Western interests and pro-American interests. And so with that, thank you so much for your support, Sully Canuck, and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you help to make this thing possible, and I thank you greatly once again for being a long-time viewer of this channel. And so with that, thank you so much once again. We are on to the next one.
And rolling right into our next super chat of the night, we have a $10 super chat from Adam McLean. And thank you very much, Adam, for that support as always. And yes, sir, and thank you very much. And he says, you guys kick ass so much, I didn't even know what to say.
And I gotta thank you so much for the support, Adam McLean. You may not know what to say, but I know what to say because I'm saying it at 1,000,000 miles an hour. And I gotta say, thank you so much for saying that we kick so much ass. I feel like the fast talking is really hard to follow for a lot of people. It really is hard for me to follow, honestly, because I'm talking so fast. It's really hard for my mouth to be able to keep up. But nevertheless, I gotta thank you so much once again, and thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because you're an absolute legend, and you're helping this channel to keep on running, and thank you massively for that. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And moving into our next super chat, we have an $8 donation from Live Laugh Toaster in the Bath. And they said, good day, Enforcers, and have we seen any F-16s used since they arrived in LLC?
And I gotta say, thank you so much for the support. Live Laugh Toaster Bath. And I gotta say, at this moment, we haven't seen them in use so far. We have seen them in flight over Ukraine, at least a little bit, but we've never seen them conducting any air-to-air or air-to-ground action at this moment. And so largely, I would have to say, we have not seen them in action at this moment. So with that, thank you so much once again for the support. Long live the Lee Spring Army. With that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Dark Warrior 137, who puts in a $5 donation and says, Russia is the elementary school bully. They slap the small kid in the face, and then they run to the other people for reassurance when they get slapped back.
And I gotta thank you so much for the support, Dark Warrior 137, and helping the channel to keep on running. I would have to agree with you. A lot of people are like that in the world. Russian Federation seems to be like that. It's an entire country. What a wimpy wimp. I call that bitch made. Put a bitch made import stamp on that. But still, thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible. And so with that, thank you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
And up next, we have a $100 donation. This is from LLC Rocks, who's a longtime channel legend. That's massive support. Thank you very much LSA Rocks, that's very generous, and thank you very much for helping keep us running, and the coffee funds and everything, and all that stuff stocked up, and thank you very much, good sir, for that support. He says, LMAO, I'm laughing my ass off.
And I gotta say, thank you so much for the massive support, I'll say Rocks. Double just channel to keep on running. I gotta say, it's good to know that you're laughing your ass off. A lot of people find this really funny when we talk at like triple time speed. I gotta say that I honestly find it funny as well when I listen back to it because I sound like an absolute raving lunatic. But we have so many super chats, we have so little time. We have to do this. And so with that, thank you so much for giving support and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible, helping to keep on running, and I gotta say that we are massively appreciative for folks like you supporting this channel and helping to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one right here goes to Mental Me. Mental. They put in a $5 donation. Thank you very much, good sir, for that $5 support. They said, I love the show, Daily Watcher.
Hey, and I gotta thank you so much for the support, Mental Me! And I gotta say, thank you so much for watching the show every single day and being a daily watcher. We love to run shows for folks like you because we love to know that people actually find this to be a part of their daily routine. It's a really long show, but if people are watching it the entire time, we love it. There's still 5.2 thousand people here right now. How many people are still here? We don't know, but still, thank you so much for giving support and helping this channel keep on running. I hope that does address it incredibly well. And also, I saw someone in the live chat say something along the lines of, let's see here, where in the world was it? I gotta go find it. MGB said, dang, sounds like coffee or something stronger kicked in. I'm sorry, we're not the hot dog man. We do not do crack or cocaine on this channel. This is entirely my dedication to trying to make sure to keep this channel on time. And so even if I have to talk at 3 times speed, we are going to make that possible. And so with that, I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And we're talking like a guy who just in the 1920s just tried a new can of Coca-Cola and it still had the Coke in it. But anyways, moving to our next super chat right here. We have a...
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, anyways, moving into our next super chat right here, we have a $5 super chat from CK Bold, who said take a live chat question. And we shout out CK Bold, thank you very much for that live chat support, and not the super chat support, that is. And we're moving on to the live chat question right here, and we're going to grab that live chat right quick. This one goes to the dead gentleman. He's dead. But anyways, what's y'all speculation on the strategic objective of the invasion?
Well, that's an incredibly interesting question. I would have to say that the strategic objective of the mission currently is to try and capture the city of Kursk and also the nuclear power plant outside of it in Kuchnov. I would have to believe that that is their primary principle because it seems as though they are advancing towards those areas rapidly at the moment, and most of their flanking maneuvers appear to be in supporting the primary objective of making it to Kuchnov, the Kursk nuclear power plant, and also making it to the city of Kursk as well. And so with that, I hope that does address that incredibly well. Thank you so much for giving us support and helping this channel to keep on running, CK Bold, sponsoring that live chat. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and also off-grid Wisconsin said, I guess I missed the Middle East coverage. No, you didn't miss it at all. There's really nothing happening there. It's still the same old junk. It's the Iranians going crazy. It's the Israelis sitting over there thinking they're going to strike them, and they're in the apocalyptic bunker. They're not sure what's going on. The U.S. is not really sure what's going on, but all we know is we have a lot of screaming eagles over there. They're getting ready to go in if there's something that goes wrong, and Israel's perfectly okay. They're good to go, but Iran may get glassed. That's a possibility. But jumping into our next super chat right here, we have a $5 super chat from Sadie Lives, who says, so good to see you boys still going strong with your channel. And thank you very much, Sadie, for that support. And they said big well done, too, for passing the studies.
And thank you so much for the support, Sadie Lives, and helping this channel to keep on running. Thank you for enjoying us passing our studies. We passed them by dropping out of law school. I gotta say, that was an incredibly great way to pass those studies. And I also gotta say, thank you so much once again for saying that you're glad to see us going strong with the channel. We're going strong right now, talking about 900 words a minute. But still, I gotta thank you so much for giving us support and helping this channel to keep on running. But it is folks like you who helped to make this channel possible and help us to continue to going on strong, because you help us to keep the lights on here at home. Because if we don't pay the rent, we get kicked out. And so with that, thank you so much for giving us support. I hope that does that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And moving into our next one right here, we have a $5 super chat from Peter Ortiz, and thank you very much, Peter, for that support as always. And he said, how far will Ukraine push into Russia?
I have a feeling that they're most likely going to be pushing into the area around Kursk, and they're most likely going to be holding there. They're not going to want to advance any further than that, because they probably don't have enough forces to hold and secure the entire perimeter around that area of Kursk. And so with that, I hope that does address that incredibly well. I hope that is a good question, kind of the answer you were looking for a little bit. But still, thank you so much for the give support, Peter Ortiz. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one right here goes to Sadie Lives once again, who puts in a 5 once more and says, what do you think about the objectives is for Ukraine and their latest mission to Kursk?
Mostly to capture the city of Kursk or the nuclear power plant near Kurchatov and then hold that for as long as they can and then possibly trade land for land. That's what I'm thinking at the moment. And so with that, I hope that does address that incredibly well. Thank you so much for your support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one right here goes to Point of Guinness, who puts in a $5 donation. Thank you very much, Point of Guinness. Support as always, we appreciate it very much. And of course, Point of Guinness, that sounds British, but thank you very much for that support. They said, is there any Wagner troops left in Africa after that massacre in Mali, West Africa? You know, they got slaughtered over there last week.
Oh, they got slaughtered. They got hammed on by the Ukrainian special forces. I mean, absolutely hammed, but still, there are some Wagner forces left. They're going to be going back to Russia at the moment. We have assumed that it's probably a battalion-sized element. It's not incredibly large anymore because a lot of the Wagner guys ended up being dissipated into the rest of the Rosguardia. So we're not assuming it's a lot, maybe a battalion. And so with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you so much for support and helping the channel to keep on running, Point of Guinness. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And up next, we have a $5 super chat from Odin. Thank you very much, Odin, for that support. I don't see any comment. Oh, the boiler. Look at that boiler. But anyways, but he puts in a $5 donation. Thank you very much, Odin, for that support, of course. And we appreciate that very much. And sadly, no comment to address. But of course, we love the support. And thank you very much for helping get the lights on and the work running as well. And we appreciate that very much. And we also have a $5 super chat from Josh H. He says, Germany has been signaling that they want to get involved in Ukraine. Well, with Ukraine taking the metering station. And it's harder for Russia to shut off their gas.
And I would have to say so much for us to give us support, Chastation. I have to say that is something I have not heard. I have not heard of the Germans wanting to get involved currently inside the war. I've heard the French wanting to do that more so, and they've even wound back that talk a little bit. So I would have to say that it's incredibly interesting. I thank you for sharing that. We'll have to look into that a little bit more and make sure that it's true and corroborated. But still, very interesting. And thank you once again for support and helping this channel keep on running. And Peter Tiscala said, why in the world is the Enforcer talking so fast? Because we have like 20 freaking super chats left right now. It's 12:50 at night. We've been on live air for about 3 hours and 50 minutes. I'm just trying to get to sleep, guys, please. But still, with that, I hope that this is incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one right here goes to Giant Turner, who puts in a $5 donation. Thank you very much, Giant, for always supporting the channel as well. We appreciate it very much. And they say, congrats, a $250,000 subs. Have you heard about Ukraine's new drone blitz tactics being employed in Kursk? And I can find y'all and send y'all the info if not in LSA.
We have heard about it. We've heard that apparently there's a large amount of drone forces that had to go ahead of the main force and start trying to knock out Russian targets before they even get there. I've heard that that's an incredibly new one, along with the electronic warfare systems that are being used. We actually covered that within the first few hours of the invasion, actually, about 3 days ago. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does the rest of it incredibly well. And thank you for wanting to provide us additional information, Giant Turner, because we would be greatly appreciative of any additional information that you may have and may provide. And so with that, thank you so much once again. Long live the Lee Spring Army. With that, we're on to the next one.
And the next one right here goes to Point of Guinness, who puts in a $5 donation. Thank you very much, Point of Guinness, for that support as always, and we appreciate that very much. And they said, Gerasimov said to Putin before he falls out of the window, what is the charge? What is the charge? Eating a second meal, a Chinese meal?
What are the charges? Eating a meal, a second Chinese meal? How dare you, sir? Get your hands on my witness! There's no one who tells me why to witness people. How dare you? Get your hands off me! That's democracy manifest. But beyond that, I gotta say, thank you so much for giving support, Point of Guinness, and helping this channel to keep on running. I gotta say, Gerasimov did say to Putin before he fell out of the window that exact thing, and I gotta say, rip to that guy, because he was an absolute legend and a really funny fella. But still, thank you so much for giving support. I hope that this is incredibly well. And with that, we're going to be moving on to the next one. I know which one the next one is. It is from Mace LSA, and I'm going to be taking this one, Matthew, because I know we're going to be able to get through this one really quickly. It is their 20th Super Chat ever. The 20th, and I got to say, thank you so much for your support. It's incredible, and helps the channel to keep on running, Mace LSA, and thank you for being a real one. And also, he threw in the Super Chat. How's what could what check it, what check what? And it's a lot of it, Mace LSA, I would assume, but I don't really know. I will have to fact check that and make sure to get back with you on an actual answer and an actual number. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And up next, we have a $5 super chat from Nothing, who says, I've enjoyed the journey, brother.
And I gotta thank you, brother, for enjoying the journey. But still, thank you so much for the support. Nothing, because your support means something. So thank you so much for your support and helping this channel to keep on running. But it is folks like you who helped make this thing possible. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and moving on to our next one right here, we have a $5 super chat from Chuchulian343, who says, is it possible that Ukraine is taking the plant, not because the Russians are using it, but because they want it for themselves for the winter?
Maybe so, Kachulian. That's an interesting idea. Maybe they could try and work the Ukrainian power grid to be able to connect up to that power plant and be able to use the electricity, siphon it off into the northern regions. But I would have to be honest with you, I think they're trying to take the nuclear power plant for strategic reasons, possibly for some kind of an exchange in the future. But with that, I thank you so much once again for support, Kachulian343, and helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you who help to make this channel possible and help us to keep this thing running. And so with that, thank you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
And thank you, brother. And this one goes to Leor Avajal, who puts in a $5 donation. Thank you very much, Leor Avajal, for that support, and thank you very much for the $5 support. They said, hey, enforcers, don't stop making everyone laugh because the hot dog is boiling mad. LMAFOO.
Oh man, I'm so angry. Beyond that, I gotta say, thank you so much for the support. Leor Avajal, and having the channel keep on running. I would have to agree with you. People like to laugh. People really do. I don't know why other people are such, like, stuck-up, arrogant assholes. They act like they have to be so serious and cry and bitch about everything on YouTube. You can have a little bit of fun. You can joke around, even if it's covering a war, because guess what? Life goes on. And so with that, I gotta thank you so much for giving support, Leor Avajal, and having the channel keep on running. And I gotta say, Hot Dog Man is boiling! And the cops are boiling! But still, thank you so much once again. I hope that this said incredibly well. With that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and this one right here goes to Quantum Fighter, who puts in a $5 donation. Thank you very much, Quantum Fighter, for that support as always. And it's for the Tiger Trap Fund. And by the way, I can't get past it. Why is there a duck in the desert? Give me the stink eye every time you zoom in on the desert.
I don't know. What desert are you looking at? Which one is it? I'm trying to look. I don't see a duck. Give me the stink eye. Wait a minute. Is it this one? bastard. But beyond that, I gotta say, thank you so much for giving support and helping the channel keep on running. It's incredibly kind of you and very generous of you to point out that bastard duck in the desert. And I gotta say, thank you so much again for the tiger trap hunt and helping this channel keep on running. We do have to take care of the tigers, the tigers and all the other creatures. And I gotta say, thank you so much for giving support, Quantifier. Thank you for being an old guard and a channel legend. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Oh man, and now we have a super chat from Scar who puts in a $5 donation. It says, people keep bringing up the DPRK. Does Russia or the DPRK have the logistics ability to move and support the DPRK forces to the west, even if they wanted to?
Actually, they probably don't. Thanks. Really, when we talk about the Russians, hypothetically speaking, if the Ukrainians wanted to send, maybe some, of their forces into the area of the Russian Federation to the west, the logistical abilities most likely would not be there to, support the DPRK forces at this point. Thanks. Actually, correction to that, you're wrong and, stupid. Thank you. And also, I would like to additionally say that I would like to defeat you with facts and logic. That's probably not going to happen. And so with that, thank you so much once again for support. I just have to say that that's factually incorrect and true. And thank you once again for the support. I hope you know who I'm parodying here because that's going to sound like I'm an asshole to you if it doesn't. But still, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And thank you so much once again for support, Scar, and helping this channel keep on running. Thanks.
And with that, moving on to our next super chat here, we have a $2 super chat from Cat Chaser, who does not leave a comment. But thank you very much, Cat Chaser, for that support, the $2 support. We appreciate that very much. And sadly, Cat Chaser, I had to discontinue the other voice because I think I'm running off the rails. But thank you very much, Cat Chaser. And Enforcer, what say you?
Oh, no. Oh, no, Scar said I don't, sadly. Oh, no. I'm so sorry.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't know the reference. Wait. It's that fellow, you know, that fellow who likes to use facts and logic.
Hang on, I'm gonna actually have to say the name. This is not a political thing, by the way, y'all. I just have to say the name to this person so that way they can go Google it and find out more about it. So that's the person. I put them in the chat. Don't go off the rails with that. It's not a political thing. It's just who we were parroting there. And I'm sure, you know what's crazy, Matthews? I'm sure that guy is going to come out and like 6 months in the future and go, thanks. I actually think they're assholes. Because that's like what everyone does now. It's like, I don't know what that is. What? But anyways.
We have to get the flack from somewhere. Why not get it from the guy that spits facts and logics? Let's go ahead and get some from him too. Go ahead and give us his fair share. The only problem is I have a lot of ammo against him as well with the words, because the words are the words. Oh, those words.
Those words. But still, I gotta say, thank you so much for the support, Cat Chaser, and helping this channel keep on running. You didn't throw in a comment, but the support does mean a lot, and I thank you greatly for that. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one right here goes to Tyler Hendricks, who puts in a $2 donation and says Wagner would likely defect or surrender anyway.
And I got to thank you so much for Tyler Hendricks. I would have to agree with you. I think Wagner is so demoralized and undersupported by the Russian Federation that most likely would give up immediately. So with that, thank you so much once again for support and help this channel keep on running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. With that, we're on to the next one.
And this one right here goes to Elka Sir, who puts in a $2 donation. Thank you very much, good sir, for that support. FRA might infiltrate even deeper if Kursk is taken.
And I got to thank you so much for the support, Elka, sir. And I'm going to have to slow down a little bit because now I'm starting to trip over my own words. I can only do that so much until my voice literally can't keep up. But still, thank you so much for the support. And I'm going to have to agree with you. The Free Russian Army might join them, but still, they're very small. And they're probably going to be a greatly depleted and weakened force in reality. Even now, so maybe, but they're going to be a much smaller force. They're not going to be a main element of any further offensives in the area of Kursk or beyond. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that fairly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Tyler Hendricks. He puts in a $2 donation. Thank you very much, Tyler, for that support. I think they'll try to push toward Donbass too.
I think they probably will try. I think they're trying to go for an encirclement of Belgorod first, but if they find out they can just literally bypass the Russians by traveling through Russia itself, I think that's going to become a fairly commonplace strategy. And so with that, thank you so much once again for support, Tyler. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Jenna Toes, who puts in a $2 donation. Dignified fellow, who said, I for one have played the piano with my wiener.
Well, very skilled. Very skilled indeed.
You have something in common with the leader of Ukraine, then.
He played the piano with his willy. It's like, yeah, we've had actors as presidents too. I mean, they've done some goofy things in the past, like, I can't get into examples because all the actors that were presidents or presidents after 1960, and that would be in our no politics rule. So I can't go into the details about the goofy shit they did, but they did it. Like, you can go pull it up. But beyond that, I gotta say, thank you so much for giving us support and helping this channel to keep on running, genitals. He said it. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next super chat here goes to Robert McCann, who puts in a 2 and says, how far do you think they'll push into Russia?
probably to Kursk, and then they'll stop there for a little bit. If they do anything else, they're probably going to start traveling south down the E105 towards Belgorod. That would be my assumption. Or they may even try and span out further and go towards Voronezh, maybe, but that's a bit of a stretch and would probably be very hard to hold and control that kind of an area of ground. But still, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that fairly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and with that, we're fresh out of Super Chat questions. Well, thank you all very much for once again supporting the channel. We have no cap in our statements, no cap in the wrap. But thank you very much for wrapping up the Super Chat segment. We appreciate it very much. And of course, now it's time at 1 a.m. in the morning, which is very late for the stream, and delirium is setting in. It's now time to jump to the live chat segment. But with that, we have the live chat deciphers tonight. Tonight it was Cliff Simonson, distinguished fellow, Mark Hodges as well, along with Errol Benu, Kevin J, Paul Schultz, and David Millsaps. The Morse for tonight says from the LSA Signal Corps, Ukrainian forces are getting very close to the city of Kursk. May victory be swift. LLT, LSA.
That's the sound of money. And y'all got that dead on the nail. I got to congratulate y'all for getting that correct on the 897th day of the war. Very impressive. And of course, a big shout out to y'all. I don't know how y'all do that every day, but nevertheless, y'all do. And so with that, thank y'all once again for deciphering the Morse code message. And with that, we are on to the third to last question of the night.
And the third to last question of the night is from a very distinguished fellow indeed. He pays us a quick visit. It's peace with war. He says, could this offensive on Kursk be a way to move forces away from the east and south for a future counter-offensive?
Absolutely. I would agree with that completely. We're already starting to see that at the moment, so I would say yes, that is a fairly good assessment of the situation. And so with that, I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And also, I see here that Miss Disa said, I know some people will be unhappy about the total and length. I'm sure many people are, because they always are. They're always seething with anger. Terrible, terrible disease of the mind. Moving on here to our next question in the live chat. This one goes to Rimor357, who says, do you or anyone in the chat know how much the power that the nuclear plant supplies to the area, and how far is it distributed?
We don't know how much power is distributed around the area. Well, we know how much, we just don't know where. But it produces about 22,000 gigawatt hours per year. So that's a very considerable amount, but we don't know how much of that is actually distributed in the surrounding area. I would assume that's certainly enough for Kursk, the city, and probably some surrounding areas. But that might be just about it. Or it may just supply the entire oblast. It's probably going to be a fairly local power supply, though, because Kursk is a bit more populated than northern Alabama, interestingly enough. But with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is lucky last person to throw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is the highly coveted AF Kaplan. He has a question about the return of the Ghost of Nutsack. It's a contentious topic that's been highly debated in circles of scholarly discussion and debate. AF Kaplan says, regarding the Wagnerites returning back to Russia, any chance that they may turn on Putler and remove him in a coup?
I would say that's not out of the question. I would actually say that there's a pretty decent chance they may actually sympathize enough with the Ukrainians that they turn against the Russian government. Maybe. That's a little unlikely, though, because usually the Wagner has a deep-seated, almost racial-like hatred for the Ukrainians, so they may not ever do that, but they really do not like the Russian government, and we may see that they eventually mutiny and refuse to fight. That's probably the furthest they'll take it this time, because an open revolt, they probably still would end up making it pretty close to Moscow before they gave up the reality of it. So there's a chance. I wouldn't say it's out of the picture. I would actually say it's a pretty decent chance. And so with that, we have reached the end of tonight's stream. 4 hours in. It's literally been a marathon. But I gotta say, we are greatly appreciative for every single one of y'all watching tonight. 103,000 people have watched this stream before we're ending tonight. We are entirely honored to know that each and every one of y'all were watching this channel and come here to use this channel as your primary source of news on what's happening around the world. I got to thank everyone who supported the channel tonight. There was an insanely high amount of people who super chat tonight, and I hope we were able to address all of y'all's questions incredibly well. We hope that we were able to give everyone a good idea of what's going on in the war. And of course, if you're new to the channel and just started watching, please make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. It makes us really happy. And not only that, it spreads our news on around the world so that way more people can get more information about what's going on out there. If y'all enjoyed the presentation, others probably would too. And so hit that like button. We've already gotten up to almost 5,300 likes. I mean, that's crazy. Hit the like button a little bit more. And you know, give the like button a wink and a nod, and get some extra likes. But still, with that, thank you all so much once again for watching. We will see you all tomorrow to cover the next 24 hours of the news of the war in Ukraine. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, and long live the Lee Spring Army. The Lee Spring Army will never die.
And with that, folks, thank you all once again for a very great stream tonight, and also a rather peculiar presentation toward the end of the stream. But anyways, with that, thank you all for watching, thank you all for supporting the channel tonight, and of course, be sure to join us tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern for the next Nightly War News stream. Also midday as well for the short war summary that is buzzing unequivocally. And also with that, Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava. Of course, we want long-lasting stream, and tonight we had a very long-lasting stream, 4 hours long. Delirium has set in, and it is definitely taking a good hold of the brain. But with that, thank you all. We'll see you all tomorrow, and good night.
Yes.